Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded domain introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry become a one-man army against the Voldemort world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After losing Sirius, Harry's grief ignites a power no wizard has ever wielded. Betrayed, hunted, and done playing the hero, he rises alone, becoming a one-man army determined to shatter Voldemort's world piece by piece. In a war where both sides fear him, Harry stops fighting for survival and starts fighting to win. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter stands defiantly on top of the astronomy tower, surrounded by the Scottish countryside upon which Hogwarts lays its claim with its vast grounds and proud turrets. He stares out with unseeing eyes and whispers, "Not much longer." With that thought, he starts to look back on how all of this began just 4 months ago. He had just come home from platform 93 quarters and was stepping out of the car when his uncle had already disregarded the threat from Moody. "Now listen to me, boy," he growled. "If you think those freaks can threaten me, you are wrong, so you better mark my words, I tell you. I will not tolerate any of those freaks in the neighborhood. Aunt Marge is visiting again next week, so they better stay away, and I hope you behave or I will kill you this time if anything happens." Harry just didn't care. Then at least I can be with my parents and Sirius. He took his trunk out of the boot and dragged it upstairs into his bedroom. He was depressed and stayed in his room, where he spent most of his time crying. Only if his aunt called him for dinner did he stop crying, go downstairs, eat, go back upstairs, and began crying again. Even his nights weren't peaceful, as Voldemort was doing his best to make sure Harry didn't have a single night without a nightmare. The Dursleys left him alone the rest of the time. Uncle Vernon could make threats, but he knew not to push the limit. Every 3 days he would send Hedwig with a simple note saying, "I'm fine," to Grimmauld Place. He did get some letters from his friends but ignored them. When Aunt Marge had first arrived, he didn't even care about her insults at meals, but after a day or two she was getting bored, so she begun to disturb him in his room and mocking him when he was crying. Just like his father, a no-good punk. If she would have just left him alone in his room, he wouldn't have cared, but she kept mocking him and his grieving. He's probably in withdrawal. He probably uses drugs at his school and now he can't get any. And the mocking continued. She didn't understand why he was crying and didn't even care. Dudley was happy enough to help her, abusing him mentally and physically, until one day at dinner he had enough and snapped. All the rage. The betrayal. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Fudge, and Aunt Marge. It was just too much for him to handle, and the boy who lived became dark, releasing the power inside of him that Voldemort had helped creating on the night his parents were killed. Something had happened inside of him. He knew he was no ordinary wizard, but this was unbelievable. All that raw power he controlled. Aunt Marge was just finishing another insult about his family when it happened. He stood up from the table, his chair clattering on the ground, his face not carrying any emotion. No signs of tears or anger whatsoever. He just stood up from the table looking down. "What's the matter, boy? Had enough?" Marge taunted. He lifted up his gaze to meet hers, and she fell of her chair with a loud thump from her massive frame when she saw his eyes. They were eerily green, with a roaring green fire inside. The light in the room seemed to vanish, and the sunlight was suddenly being blocked out. Only those two green orbs were visible in the complete darkness. "I warned you, boy," Uncle Vernon roared while he stormed towards those two unnatural green glowing orbs. Harry saw him coming in the darkness and stopped him with one hand, picked him up by his collar and swung him off the kitchen wall into the living area. Suddenly the light came back full force and the house erupted in flames. Aunt Marge was staring fearfully at the boy in front of her. The hatred was clearly showing on his face now. "Do you want to know why I was crying? I'll show you," he said in a voice that barely showed how much hatred he truly felt. He raised his hand and a thump was heard upstairs. His trunk together with Hedwig's cage came flying from upstairs, trough the flames, and with another move of his hand they disappeared into thin air, all 5 of them, while Nr. 4 Privet Drive burnt to the ground. Harry didn't know how to apparate, let alone do forced apparition with 3 other people. Yet he had done it by sheer willpower. They stood outside of Gringotts in the middle of the intersection where Diagon Alley met Nocturne Alley. He made the Dursleys, Aunt Marge and his trunk together with Hedwig's cage invisible and petrified them. He began walking into Gringotts while he floated the rest behind him. Several people were already starting to stare at him when he walked towards one of the counters and began speaking to a goblin. "I would like to open an account, please." The goblin looked up from a parchment he was writing on and recognized Harry. "Of course, Mr. Potter. Please follow me." He walked around the counter and walked towards a door guarded by 2 goblins and let him in. Sitting behind a desk in the middle of the room was a goblin Harry recognized. "Griphook, is that you?" Harry asked. Yes, Mr. Potter. Welcome in my office. What kind of matters can I help you with?" "I am surprised you remember me. I am here to hire a low security vault for keeping some dangerous animals in." The 4 persons were now floating in the air in the main hall. "May I ask what kind of animals?" "I would prefer not to disclose that information." "How much would it cost me?" Harry asked. 5 galleons per week, feeding the animals included. Griphook answered. Harry thought it was more than enough, but to make the Dursleys and Aunt Marge sorry forever abusing him, he was willing to pay it. "Deal. I would like to deposit them immediately and then I would like to make a visit to my vault." "Certainly, Mr. Potter. I will accompany you personally." "Where are the animals?" "Waiting outside in the hall." Harry answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Griphook just shrugged and led Harry towards the door where the cart that would take them to the underground caverns. Griphook climbed into the cart and waited for Harry to get in. Instead of stepping in, Harry just stood there looking at the door. The Dursleys, Aunt Marge and his trunk became visible when they were already floating above the cart. Griphook was amazed that such a young man could do that without a wand, and even more so that he got past the entrance gates with these people without it being noticed. Gringotts has high security measures. One of these measures is placed on the entrance gates so that anyone who is invisible or disguised with the help of magic is exposed. The magic is nullified when they step through those doors, and even invisibility cloaks stop working. Goblin magic is very powerful and different from human magic. How could it be that such a young man without a wand had found a way around it? Griphook decided he would have to contact his superiors the first chance he got. Harry placed the 4 persons and his trunk in the cart and climbed inside. Oh boy, if the Dursleys could scream right now they would be heard all the way to Surrey. Harry laughed out loud. Griphook eyed him suspiciously for a second and let the mine cart begin its descent. "Mind if I ask what is so funny, Mr. Potter?" "Long story, Griphook. Maybe I'll tell it to you someday." The ride continued downwards for another 10 minutes until it stopped at Vault DAC 9. "This is the Dangerous Animal Care Vault NR. 9 inches," Griphook explained when he saw the confused look on Harry's face. Griphook climbed out of the cart, stepped in front of the door and pressed a combination of symbols on the door of the vault. A loud click was heard and the door swung open. A dark cavern-like space was revealed. The place was filthy and cold. "Perfect," Harry said and levitated his relatives out of the cart and freed them from their petrified state. Aunt Petunia and Dudley began to scream immediately while Aunt Marge was just looking around confused. Uncle Vernon immediately started threatening Harry. "I warned you, boy, about using your freakish powers. You will be thrown out of school and you will never be welcome in my house again, you ignorant little." Harry never heard the rest of the sentence because at that point he threw the Dursleys and Aunt Marge into the vault very roughly and made Uncle Vernon's mouth disappear. "Now you listen to me, all of you," he said, pointing at all 4 of them, barely suppressing his rage that was just boiling beneath the surface. Aunt Petunia and Dudley stopped screaming. "You have mistreated me and insulted my parents who are dead for more than 14 years as well as myself whenever you could, but none of you have ever known what I've been through. Well, now you will experience everything I had to endure from you and from other people for the rest of your life." Harry screamed the last part. He began to concentrate and Griphook felt the power radiate from him and took a few steps backwards, not knowing what was going to happen. Harry stretched his arms in front of him, closed his eyes and repeated one sentence over and over again in his mind. "I want them to know how I have suffered over and over again." Harry felt like something click inside of his mind, and immediately the four persons inside the vault began to scream. Griphook looked at the scene in front of him while his jaw was hanging open in surprise. Harry looked at the door for a second and it slammed shut with a loud bang that could be heard on several levels of the bank. Sir, I must insist you tell me what you just did and why. Griphook asked. If you insist, Harry said, those are my Muggle relatives, the only relatives I still have. I have lived with them ever since my parents were killed. They treated like I was an obstruction in their lives. They insulted me, insulted my parents, made me do all the work around the house from the day I could do it, and mocked me when I was grieving over my godfather. Today I had enough and decided they should see what I have been trough. From now on they will have to experience every horrible thing I have been trough in my life from my perspective and feel what I felt at that time for the rest of their lives. Everything passes in a matter of minutes, over and over again. Griphook looked shocked. Harry didn't know if it was because of the things the Dursleys did or because of what Harry did. If that is what they did to you, they deserve nothing less. Griphook replied with a look of disgust on his face. Shall we continue to your personal vault, sir? He said in his normal voice. Harry nodded and climbed back in the mine cart. Griphook followed, and soon the cart was racing trough the underground tunnels towards Harry's vault. 15 minutes later the cart slowed down and stopped in front of Vault 687. Harry and Griphook climbed out of the cart and stepped in front of the door. Your key please? Griphook asked. Harry realized his key was still in his trunk. He looked intently at his trunk for a moment and suddenly the trunk opened and his key shot out of it straight into his hand. He handed his key over to Griphook, who opened the door. Harry had been withdrawing money from his vault since his 11th birthday, but it looked like the pile was even growing. Is there any way to see how much money is in my vault? Harry asked. Griphook nodded and pointed towards a small alcove in the wall. Inside of the alcove was a piece of parchment that showed all the withdrawals and deposits ever made. Written at the top of the parchment was the first deposit, 3,700,000 galleons, October 1, 1980. On the bottom of the parchment was the total amount, 6.568.438 galleons. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Griphook, how is it possible I have almost twice the original amount? As far as I know, nobody has made a deposit into my vault. Harry asked. I believe your parents have invested some of your money in various companies, plus the interest rate on that amount of money for 15 years can make a lot of difference. For the remainder of your assets you will have to speak to one of the managers. Griphook replied. Is there a way to withdraw a lot of money without having to carry it around? Of course, Mr. Potter. Next to the parchment should be a ring that you can use. You just hold your wand against it, state the amount and say whose account it should be deposited to. Harry took the ring and left his vault. The rest of his assets contained his family vault with 642 million galleons in it, Potter Estate, Godric's Hollow, and a castle located in the south of France, and as Harry learned later that day, all of the assets from the Black family. His hatred flared again when he learned that Sirius's had left him with all his assets. He died because Dumbledore thought it would be best if the prophecy was kept a secret. He will pay for that. Harry screamed once he was out of Gringotts. It was already past 7, so Diagon Alley was mostly deserted. He stormed up towards the leaky cauldron, his trunk still floating behind him. Just before he entered the pub he thought it would be best if he dragged his trunk inside. It would raise too much suspicion if he were caught doing magic. Inside he stepped up to Tom the bartender. Hello there, Mr. Potter. What can I do for you? Tom asked with a toothless grin. Several people looked up from their tables at hearing his name. He cursed Tom but quickly performed some magic so that all people except Tom would forget he was there. Yes, Tom, I would like a room for the rest of the holidays. Harry replied. Of course, Mr. Potter. Follow me. Tom picked a key from the wall, picked up Harry's trunk and walked upstairs while Harry followed. Here you go, Mr. Potter. Room 11, the one you had the previous time you stayed here. Tom said while he dropped Harry's trunk in front of the bed. Thank you, Tom. How much do I owe you? Don't worry about that, Mr. Potter. You can pay me later. Would you mind waking me at 9 o'clock? Certainly, Mr. Potter. Tom said. Oh, and Tom, If anyone asks, you didn't see me, not even if Albus Dumbledore asks. Harry said. Tom looked reluctant for a second but complied. As you wish, Mr. Potter. That night Harry had his first night of undisturbed sleep in a long time, until Tom woke him up, that is. At 9 o'clock sharp he knocked on Harry's door to wake him up. Harry had almost reduced Tom to a smear on the wall right there. How dare he disturb me the first night of decent sleep I had in a long while? Harry asked himself angrily but silently. Oh yes, I asked him. You know, people say that when you start talking to yourself you're insane. A voice inside his mind answered. No, you're not insane when you talk to yourself, it's when you answer you're insane. Okay, I'm insane. Glad you finally realize it. Yeah, when you have been through everything I have that can happen. Point taken. Mr. Potter, are you awake? Tom asked, interrupting Harry's private conversation. Yes, Tom, thank you. Harry replied and heard the host stumble down the hallway and down the stairs. Harry stood up and stepped into the bathroom. After a long shower, he stepped in front of the mirror. I can't go into Diagon Alley like that. Indeed, you can't. Both the mirror and the voice inside his mind replied. Would you shut up? Harry said out loud. All right, if that's what you want. The mirror said angrily and didn't say another word. Not you. Harry said angrily. If you're here anyway, help me out a little. In which person should I disguise myself? Harry asked himself. Draco Malfoy. The voice replied. Are you trying to make me sick? Maybe. I think. I doubt that. Shut the bloody hell up. Quote. That's better. Harry looked at himself in the mirror and began to change his features. First of all, he made his scar disappear, then he made his hair longer and changed it to brown. He made himself 2 inches taller, and instead of emerald green, he made his eyes a dark blue. Normally, the entire wizarding world would have recognized him, but now he believed even Dumbledore wouldn't recognize him. Meanwhile, somewhere in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office chewing on a sherbet lemo. Drop. Some instruments had gone off in his office, indicating that something was terribly wrong at Privet Drive. He had immediately sent members from the Order over to Privet Drive. The fire suddenly flared green and Minerva McGonagall stepped out of the grate. How does the situation look, Minerva? Dumbledore asked. Not good, Albus. Privet Drive is burnt down to the ground and there is no sign whatsoever from Harry or his relatives. I fear for the worst, Albus. She said, tears starting to form in her eyes. I'm afraid it's something other than an attack from Voldemort. The blood magic protecting Privet Drive is still in place, so no Death Eaters could come near Privet Drive. It also means that Harry and Petunia Dursley are still alive, Dumbledore said. Then what happened? McGonagall asked. I hope I'm wrong, but I think Harry is no longer on the side of light. Dumbledore said, aging several decades in mere seconds. But Albus, that can't be true. You know Harry would never turn to the dark side. She sobbed. I'm not saying he has joined Voldemort, but I think he's not going to fight for us anymore, Minerva. I will try to contact him. I just hope I'm wrong. Harry came down the staircase and stepped into the wizarding pub. Tom stepped in front of him. And who might you be? He asked roughly. Harry, not immediately realizing what he was talking about, looked dumbstruck at Tom until he realized he was a lot taller than yesterday. He was almost as tall as Tom now. It's me, Harry. I'm in disguise. And for a brief moment he let his scar reappear. Sorry, Mr. Potter didn't recognize you there. That's all right, Tom. That's exactly the point of a disguise. Would you like some breakfast, sir? Tom asked as if nothing happened. Yes, I would like some eggs and bacon, please. Harry said and went to sit in a secluded corner of the dining room. After his dinner, that annoying voice was back. Hungry? It asked. Oh great, it's back. Harry muttered. Look at you, betrayed by the one you always trusted. Why don't you make him pay and join Voldemort? That alone would give him a stroke. It said. Why would I join that psychopath who thinks he is better than anyone else while he is a half-blood himself? Harry said, annoyed at the voice. How did you call me? It hissed. Tom, is that you? Harry asked in a sickly sweet voice. Listen, Potter, join me or die. Voldemort hissed angrily. Why don't you come and get me, Tom? Harry taunted. Maybe I will, Potter, maybe I will. Harry had enough and with one thought severed the link that connected him with Voldemort. he wouldn't disturb him any more. Trough his scar. I guess I'm not as insane as I thought I was. You know, I think that if I concentrated hard enough I could kill him from here, but where would the fun be in that? I want him to suffer, and suffer he will. Harry thought, feeling his anger starting to flare already. Tom stared a second at the young man sitting in the corner, blue eyes blazing and eerily green. Tom recomposed himself and put the tray he was carrying in front of him. Thanks, Tom. Quote. Would you like some tea, sir? Yes, please. While he ate his breakfast, he began to form his plan. Tommy Boy had given him an idea. He wanted to deal with Voldemort and at the same time make Dumbledore pay. He already has his own army. The DA, if he played it smart, they would stand behind him. Right now he had to buy some supplies. He bought various books in Flourish and Blots, some on Animagus transformation, apparition, fencing, dueling, and advanced spell work. He also bought an amulet in Nocturne Alley so that he could perform magic with his wand while he was away from school, and some books that covered the dark arts. In the store where he had bought his dragonhide gloves in his first year, he had bought full body armor made from Hungarian horntail and a training sword. He had decided to cut his stay at the Leaky Cauldron rather short, and that he should go and look what was left of Potter Estate. The goblin who had helped him sort Trough his assets had told him it was destroyed in the First War. He left the Leaky Cauldron a few hours later after paying Tom and headed into Muggle London and called for the night bus. The large, violently purple triple-decker bus popped into existence right in front of him. Stan Shunpike opened the doors and began his speech. Potter Estate, Harry said in an annoyed voice. 17 sickles, please. Stan said, apparently getting the message. Harry was anxious to see how his family had lived and where, but also pissed at he who was a royal pain in the ass. Harry paid the fee and the bus started moving with a loud bang. After about 20 minutes the bus arrived at a huge gate on a small road. Potter Estate, Stan announced. Harry got off and walked towards the gates. They opened automatically as Harry approached them and closed immediately after he had passed them. In the distance he could see a huge facade of a marble building standing, seemingly undamaged. They said it was completely destroyed. Harry thought, amazed. The building was about 250 feet wide and 4 stories high. When he approached the entrance door it opened seemingly by itself, but when he looked better he could see a house elf wearing an old pillowcase standing in the doorway. Good afternoon, Master. We have been waiting for you a long time. Is there anything I can do for you? The elf said in a cheerful voice while she bowed. Yes, there are a few things. First of all, stop calling me Master, it's just Harry. Second, I thought this place was destroyed. What happened, and could you show me around, please? Harry said with a smile plastered on his face. The elf looked at Harry with huge eyes. Nobody had ever said please to her. Oh no, Master. I couldn't call you by your first name. It is rude for us house elves to do so. The house was indeed destroyed, sir, but the other house elves and me have rebuilt it since then in the hope that the heir of my former master would return. Please follow me. The elf said and led Harry Trough a large entrance hall 3 stories high decorated with various family tapestries. Harry thought about all this and started talking to the house elf again. Who was your former master? What is your name? Harry asked. Tibby, sir. Why is Master asking my name? So that I can talk with you properly. Now, who was your former master, Tibby? Henry Potter, sir, your grandfather. Tears started to form in Harry's eyes. This was the house where his family grew up. The family that was taken from him. He was determined to take revenge on everyone that had helped put him with the Dursleys and had prevented him to grow up in a loving and caring family. The rest of his vacation was divided in fencing, exploring Potter Estate, which has an astounding amount of 49 bedrooms, 3 armories full of swords, axes, and contemplating over his plan to make all of the people who had used him or defied him pay. He had taken the Hogwarts Express, where he had told McGonagall that he had fled Privet Drive because a burglar had been caught and had set the house on fire and had just resumed his normal life. He had transformed the DA into his personal army. He had convinced most of them to join him when he told them everything Voldemort as well as Dumbledore had done to him. The students were disgusted when they were told what Dumbledore had put Harry Trough. Ron and Hermione had stood by Dumbledore's side, but Harry had made them hold their mouths shut about his activities until the time was right. The DA was now 6,000 students strong and was ready to commence the first step. Surprisingly, a lot of students from other houses had joined him as well, even Slytherin. Draco Malfoy had even joined him with the explanation that he didn't want to serve Voldemort and still be tortured, and because Dumbledore was a crazy old coot. Harry couldn't have agreed more. End flashback. It's time, love, Ginny said, brining him back to the present. Harry cast a sonorous charm on himself and ordered his troops. Commence Operation Insomnia. Commence Operation Insomnia. Cheering was heard from all over the Hogwarts grounds. Attention, students of Hogwarts. We are at the dawn of a new beginning. The students who have decided they don't wish to join me, leave the grounds now. He had instructed the DA to tell every student what he was planning to do and the complete story about Voldemort and Dumbledore. The entire faculty had left Hogwarts a few hours ago because Voldemort was attacking Diagon Alley. Harry saw a couple hundred students leaving the grounds while they were flanked by 3,000 DA members. Amongst them were Ron and Hermione, of course. Harry thought, hardly well as Cho Chang, Crabbe, Goyle and some other Gryffindors and Slytherins who would rather support Dumbledore and Voldemort respectively. The rest of the school had joined Harry. His army was now a good 14,000 strong. The rest of the DA was positioned on the border of the Hogwarts grounds. Harry, please stop this madness. Someone screamed from the crowd of departing students. It was Hermione Granger. Annoying little by.ch. He rubbed his jaw where she had slapped him 2 weeks ago when she had figured out what he was planning to do. Harry aimed straight at her, his hand imitating a muggle gun. He made a gesture as if he fired it and a small orb of red energy emerged from his index finger, hurtling straight at Hermione, who dodged it by an inch. The orb exploded when it made contact with the ground. The rest of the crowd ran toward the gates on the edge of the grounds, and Hermione followed, seemingly getting the message. Once they had all left the grounds, the rest of the DA took their positions on the perimeter of the Hogwarts grounds. Harry picked up a long staff from the ground which resembled a snake with emeralds for eyes. Harry held it above his head and made the emeralds glow briefly, which was the signal for the DA to start their slow incantation. A low murmur was heard over the grounds as all the members of the DA started to chant in unison. The rest of the students who didn't belong to the DA but had decided to join Harry at the last moment were standing in front of the entrance, staring in awe at the scene around them. Harry put his staff on the cold roof of the astronomy tower while Ginny, who was standing behind him, stared at him pensively. She had become Harry's girlfriend not long after the start of the term. She knew that her feelings had never truly subsided for him, but after seeing how powerful he really was, she had just ached for him, and soon they were together. They were always seen together since then. Once, Ron had caught them dotting and had started threatening Harry to stay away from his little sister, which resulted in him getting slapped by Ginny and Harry throwing him halfway down the corridor they were standing in. Ginny felt the power radiating from Harry while he focused deeply, and the emeralds in the staff started to shine so brightly she had to cover her eyes. A loud rumble was heard over the Hogwarts grounds and the castle started to tremble on its foundations. The sound grew louder as if an earthquake was shaking the castle. Suddenly everybody felt a jolt and the castle seemed to move. This is impossible. The students assembled in front of the entrance gates all thought. These students couldn't help but stare shocked at what was happening to the castle. The ground just in front of the wall surrounding the gates started to crack and the ground started to rise. Hogwarts was moving. The chanting continued while Hogwarts rose to the sky, slowly but determined. When it was about 100 feet from the ground, it started to move south. The massive piece of ground started to move over Hogsmeade, taking the lake and the Forbidden Forest with it, as the creatures in it had joined Harry. He had promised them that no one would hunt, kill or discriminate them. If they joined they were free, and the only thing he asked in return was that they would defend Insomnia if it was attacked. Insomnia. The name was given to it by the members of the DA because that is the description of this plan Harry Potter is executing. Insomnia meant madness in Latin. Aragog and the centaurs had joined him immediately. The rest of the creatures couldn't communicate with humans, but they weren't in control of the forest anyway. Aragog and the centaurs were. The centaurs had agreed only due to Umbridge actually. She had decided to take revenge on the centaurs for her treatment and had sent ministry officials to capture and mark them. Most of them were delivered back to the ministry in a box. The others had enough brains to stay clear of the centaurs and claim they hadn't found any. The merpeople had been harder to convince but had agreed eventually. As long as nobody bothered them, they were fine with it. Pieces of earth dropped from the bottom of the floating piece of land, destroying the 3 broomsticks as well as the shrieking shack. Killing and injuring some of the students who were staring at the display of pure willpower while the emeralds in Harry's staff shone like a beacon and cast the surrounding land in an eerie green glow. Hogwarts drifted southwest at an amazing speed. When it started to slow down to a halt, it was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean at about 30 degrees longitude. The chanting stopped and Harry held Hogwarts floating in the air all by himself. The chanting started again, but this time it was another incantation. After about 20 minutes of chanting, the water beneath Hogwarts started to bubble and stir. Sweat was starting to form on Harry's brow from the massive amounts of power he was using, but he couldn't give up now or else it would all have been for nothing. Suddenly the top of a mountain surfaced from the water about 1.5 miles from the floating island, and then another one next to it till 3 more had emerged. They became wider at the base the further they emerged from the water, till several smaller mountains surfaced. After half an hour of chanting, a vast land had emerged from the water, complete with forests, endless fields of grass, mountain chains and lakes. A massive crater scarred the landscape close to the shore of the fresh created piece of land. Hogwarts drifted above it and started its descent. Harry had almost collapsed by now. The crater was exactly the same shape as the floating Hogwarts grounds. A loud crash was heard and the ground trembled from the force of the contact between the two surfaces. "Inhabitants of Insania, welcome to your new home," Harry shouted, trembling, and a roar was heard from all the members of the DA. The rest was still too shocked to say anything. Insania was about 500 square miles in size. As soon as Hogwarts was put down, Harry created powerful anti-apparition wards and anti-portkey wards. He descended the stairs from the astronomy tower and walked down to the entrance hall while Ginny followed. "Are you all right, love?" Ginny asked, worried. Harry looked exhausted from the massive amount of power he had used to move Hogwarts. "I'm fine, Gin. Just a bit tired, but we have some matters to take care of first," Harry said, panting. When he entered the entrance hall, he was greeted with loud cheers of approval. The students had recovered from the display and joined the others. Harry stood on top of the marble staircase and gestured for everyone to be quiet. "My friends, before we start celebrating, we will have a ceremony to make sure there are no traitors amongst us," Harry said, and he conjured something that looked like a marble egg the size of a quaffle. He then conjured up a brass stand where he placed the egg on. "You will swear loyalty to me while you put your hand on the stone. If you are loyal and have no bad intentions toward me, nothing will happen. If you have bad intentions, you will suffer pain that even the Cruciatus cannot match." Some people squirmed and looked terrified. Neville Longbottom strode up the staircase and placed his hand on the stone. "What do I say, Harry?" he asked without the slightest trace of doubt in his voice. Neville had been one of the first people that joined Harry in his plan and was now one of Harry's high-ranking generals. "I swear eternal loyalty to Harry Potter, his new empire and all its inhabitants till the day of my demise," Harry said with a slight smile. "Neville has changed so much since I first met him. He is one of the most loyal friends I have, unlike those two traitors Ron and Hermione." Neville did as he was told and stepped back down. "Everyone who has completed the ritual must go to the Great Hall," Harry said, and Neville started walking over to the gate of the Great Hall. "Neville," Harry said, and Neville turned around to look at Harry, "would you mind making sure nobody enters the hall without going through the ritual?" Neville nodded and positioned himself in the doorway. Next was Seamus Finnegan, another one of Harry's most trusted staff. After a few hours of this, a fourth-year Hufflepuff stepped up toward the stone looking terribly frightened. She placed her hand on the stone and started to speak in a very high-pitched voice. "I swear." The sentence was never finished as a loud scream was heard throughout the hall and the girl started to writhe on the floor. Harry stepped toward her and stopped the pain. The girl stared wide-eyed at him and he used legilimency to search through her mind for the piece of thought that had caused this. He saw that she had doubts about joining him, and just when she had touched the stone she had thought, "Maybe I should have stayed with Professor Dumbledore." Harry gave her a small smile. "I understand you have doubts. What is your name?" Harry said in a soothing voice. "Amy Harold, sir." Harry laughed for a brief moment. Please, Harry is my name and I wish for everyone to speak to me by using my first name. Harry said in an encouraging voice, loud enough so that everyone there could hear him. Ginny, would you mind taking her to our guest room? Harry asked. Of course, love. Ginny said, a bit surprised. Harry helped the girl up and handed her over to Ginny, who took her to their private quarters. The ceremony continued. Draco Malfoy stepped up the stairs and swore his allegiance to Harry, but nothing happened. Harry knew Malfoy was trustworthy but was still a bit surprised. Draco was one of his tacticians and had become a good friend. He's a pretty good bloke once you get to know him. He has the guts to show his true nature now that his father is in Azkaban. Harry mused while Draco stepped into the Great Hall. Flashback. Harry was walking through one of the many Hogwarts corridors. It was the second week of the new term. Draco Malfoy was approaching him from the opposite direction. What does the little ferret want this time? He couldn't spare me the headache and keep on avoiding me, could he? Harry thought, already annoyed by Malfoy's mere presence. Potter, can we have a word? Malfoy snarled. Harry was taken aback by this. Why would Malfoy want to speak with him? Sure, Malfoy. Harry sneered and entered a classroom. He wasn't afraid of Malfoy in any way. What could the little ferret do to me in any way? I can wipe him from existence with a mere thought. Malfoy followed. I heard you are building up an army against Dumbledore and Voldemort alike. I would like to join you. Malfoy said in a business-like tone. Harry was just staring at Malfoy in disbelief. This was truly the last thing he had expected. Why would you want to join me? Harry asked in a surprised voice. Well, now that my father is in Azkaban, I should thank you for that. By the way, I have no obligation to the Dark Lord anymore. I know how he tortures his followers for just serving him, and I have no intentions of going through that. Dumbledore is just an old venerable coot who is no match against the Dark Lord anymore. Malfoy said in a voice of disgust. Harry thought about this for a second and made his decision. All right, I will welcome you in my army on one condition. Malfoy looked doubtful for a second about all this but nodded. You will call him Voldemort. Malfoy winced, fearing the name only causes more fear for the being. Harry didn't have a better description for Voldemort itself. If you wish to join me, say it. Harry said, straightening himself up to his full height and looking very stern. Malfoy swallowed but nodded nonetheless. Versus. Vo. Malfoy stammered. Harry let his palms glow a dark blue and started to move them in Malfoy's direction. Voldemort, all right. No need to threaten me. He said in a very rapid voice. Since when can you do wandless magic? Malfoy asked, suddenly curious. Harry smirked and dropped his palms. Welcome to the Insania inhabitants. Harry said and extended his hand toward Draco. Draco raised his eyebrows and shook Harry's hand. Harry just smiled knowingly. Come, I was just on my way to one of our meetings. End flashback. Next was another Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass. The moment she touched the orb, she began to scream and writhe in pain on the floor. After about 10 seconds, she was consumed by flames. If any of you think you can fool me, you should walk away. You just witnessed what happens to people who do not really support me. Harry said in a cold and flat voice and held his hand over the orb. I have just modified it. If you have doubt, you will not suffer. I will judge you personally. Those who do not wish to join me, leave. Harry said in a calm voice. Nobody left. Good, Harry thought. The rest of the crowd passed without another incident. The crowd was now gathered in the Great Hall and Harry called for silence. Now that we have cleaned our people from parasites, he said while looking very stern at the crowd, most of them cowered under his gaze except his close friends. Let the feast begin. He smiled. Immediately 2 large barrels appeared on one of the tables. One filled to the brim with fire whiskey and the other one full of butterbeer. The elves of Hogwarts had decided to side with Harry thanks to Dobby and the elves at Potter Estate. Harry had bought 18 barrels of fire whiskey and 124 barrels of butterbeer for the celebration alone, together with 52 barrels of sober-up potions, which was handed out before people went to bed. Unlike Tommy Boy back in England, his men didn't serve him because they feared him. They served him because he was powerful, sure, but they served under his command most of all because he was their friend and equal, not a merciless dictator. Harry excused himself and walked up toward his private quarters on the fourth floor, the staff room. His highest ranking officers also resided here. They had discussed this earlier and had agreed this was the best location for the moment for them to stay. He stepped in the main room, a large circular space about 30 feet in diameter. On the side of the room was a staircase which led up to the balconies of the rooms. The tower the room was located in was 7 stories high and one of the biggest at Hogwarts. He walked up to the 7th floor and entered the second door. Each floor had 3 private quarters located on them. He stepped inside and saw Ginny sitting in a squashy sofa in front of the fire. "How is she?" he asked while he sat beside her and placed a strong arm around her. He had been working out a lot during the past 4 months, something that Ginny appreciated a lot. "Fine. A little shaken but fine. Why did you want to take her up here?" Ginny asked curiously. She had suffered a great deal after she touched the orb and saw all the bad memories that happened in her life. "She's an orphan much like me, raised in a family who didn't love her. She's so similar to me I couldn't bear to see her suffer like that. I'm going to check up on her and see if she's okay," Harry said in a sad voice. He ed Ginny softly on the lips, stood up and entered the guest room. When he entered the guest room, she was shivering under the sheets of the bed and was whimpering. Harry went to sit on the side of the bed and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Are you okay, Amy?" he asked softly. She shook her head. "I'm so cold," she whispered. Harry wrapped his arms and the blanket around her. "I'm sorry that I caused you so much pain. When I looked at your memories, I couldn't help but see resemblances to what I was like 4 months ago." Harry choked out and began to sob, thinking of Sirius. Amy sensed his distress and rubbed his back. "I'm sorry too, Harry," she whispered. They just sat there for 20 minutes. How can it be that there is so much suffering in this world? Harry thought and noticed that Amy had fallen asleep in his arms. "This is just the thing why I am doing this, to stop people from suffering like she has, and like I have." He laid her down and wrapped the blankets around her to make sure she was warm enough. "I won't let something like this happen in my country, ever. I will protect you, Amy, I promise," Harry said, and he meant it. He had never felt welcome at the Dursleys and Amy had been through the same. "Well, it may be too late for me to have a nice childhood, but it's not too late for her," he thought while he closed the door. While Harry thought Amy was asleep, she was actually awake and listening to him. Tears filled her eyes. "Thank you, Harry," she said softly. Ginny was still sitting on the sofa but was looking intently at the windowsill on the far side of the room where a black phoenix was perched. "What the?" Harry started to say but was interrupted by a voice inside his head. "Greetings, Master. I am sorry to have taken so long to join you," a warm and welcome voice in Harry's mind said. "Who are you?" Harry asked aloud. Ginny turned her attention to Harry and was looking at him like he was going crazy. "I am your owl, Hedwig as you like to call me," it said. Harry shook his head. She had disappeared after he had left Privet Drive. He had thought she was killed. "Before you start to explain, would you like to include Ginny in this conversation? I think she wonders if I'm losing it," Harry asked, surprised. "Of course," came the reply. "Better," the voice asked. Ginny started to look around wildly. "Apparently," Harry answered. It's Hedwig. The Black Phoenix is Hedwig," Harry said. Black Phoenix sounds like a good name for my new army. Can't really keep on calling it Dumbledore's army, now can I?" Harry mused. Ginny looked at Harry like he was even more crazy than half a minute ago. "What do you mean that's Hedwig? Hedwig is an owl, remember?" Ginny snapped, clearly getting annoyed. "And what's this voice inside of my head?" "It is I, Hedwig. And I'm sitting on your windowsill. When you became the Dark Savior Master, I transformed together with you and evolved into my current state. It took me so long to reach you because I was recuperating from my transformation. I hope you can forgive me for taking so long, Master," Hedwig said. "No need to apologize, Hedwig, and please, call me Harry," Harry said, and Hedwig nodded. Harry conjured a perch adorned with expensive-looking emeralds and Hedwig perched herself on it, thanking Harry. "Well, Jin, I found a new name for our faction. The Black Phoenix. What do you think?" Harry asked Ginny. She thought about it for a second and nodded her approval. Well, this has been a tiring day, let's head to bed. There is much to be done tomorrow, Harry said while suppressing a huge yawn. They both headed into the bedroom and fell asleep immediately, enjoying each other's company. Just before Harry fell asleep, he had a single thought. Why did Hedwig call me the Dark Savior? When Harry awoke the next morning, he had already forgotten his question. Yesterday he had moved Hogwarts and had been near exhaustion. Today he felt like he could do it twice. Tempus, Harry said while holding his wand. A holographic clock told him that it was 8:30 in the morning, so he should head down to the Great Hall for breakfast. He was facing the wall away from Ginny. When he turned over, he saw her staring intently at him. What are you looking at? He asked, looking directly into her eyes. You, was the simple answer. Why? He asked while a small grin was spreading across his face. I was just wondering how it is possible that you have gained so much power in so little time. She asked very seriously. Because Tom made a fateful mistake 15 years ago, he sighed. Ginny looked puzzled for a moment. Why do you call him Tom? I call him like that because he was my companion, she shuddered, for almost a year. She whispered while tears started to form in her eyes. Listen, I call him like that because he pretends to be something he's not, he said while placing an arm around her. Don't think about it. I will make him pay for what he has done to you. He said while his eyes blazed green. Easy, love, everything in its time. She said while her mood returned to normal. Well, let's get going. Breakfast's in half an hour. He said while he jumped out of bed and stepped into the guest room to see that Amy was already gone. At 8:55 Harry entered the Great Hall to see that the 4 house tables had been replaced by many smaller tables and that houses had apparently been forgotten. The students still slept in their respective houses, but all of that would soon change. The head table was replaced by a U-shaped table where all the high-ranked officers were seated. Harry took a seat in the center of the table and asked for everyone's attention. I hope everybody has celebrated enough for the moment. Harry began, and a loud cheering from the crowd confirmed this. I am sorry to have missed it, but I had some important matters to attend to. A snort was heard from the left and Harry saw that it came from Draco. And no, Draco, not that kind of matters. Everybody laughed now, knowing completely well whom Harry shared his bed with, while Ginny blushed furiously. Harry winked at her and continued. So now that we can start with the preparations for constructing our new nation. I have decided to call our army the Black Phoenix. Is that okay with everyone? A loud roar of approval was heard from the crowd. Hedwig appeared above the crow as on command and settled on Harry's shoulder. Everybody looked with awe at it for a minute until Harry spoke again. I know some of you have contacted your parents explaining our motives for doing this and that some of them have agreed to join us. For those who haven't, I'm sorry. The parents who have agreed to join us will be picked up in Plymouth tomorrow evening under the cover of darkness. You may now go and explore the land and search for a good spot to build your new homes. I must warn you, when you placed your hand on the stone of justice yesterday, as I have decided to call it, I will know if you commit a crime, torture, rob, or whatever else is on that list in my country, and you will be punished. I have decided to form this new country to get rid of the corruption of a ministry and the control of other people. I will not tolerate discrimination in any way. Not towards Muggle-born witches and wizards, nor any other kind of people or creatures. Now that that has been said, please go and explore your new land. Harry said while smiling like mad. Will the people at this table please follow me? I would like to have a word with the lot of you. The crowd filed out of the Great Hall while Harry's high-ranking officers followed him up to the former headmaster's office. Meanwhile, somewhere in England, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were just apparating to the village of Hogsmeade, right next to the Hogwarts grounds after having spent the night at Grimmauld Place treating the injured members. Diagon Alley was completely destroyed. The only thing left standing was Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Dumbledore was the first one to arrive. McGonagall and Snape followed immediately after him. The first thing Dumbledore saw was the huge crater that was once Hogwarts. He immediately collapsed. McGonagall rushed to his side and inspected him. Severus, we have to get him to HQ immediately. He just had a severe shock. McGonagall said in a solemn tone. Snape just stood there, looking shocked with wide eyes at what was once Hogwarts. He saw some students sitting nearby waving frantically at them. What happened? He sneered at them, ignoring the headmaster's condition for the moment. It was Harry, sir. Hermione Granger said, standing up. She looked like the only person who wasn't too shocked to speak, but her eyes were red from crying. Potter, Snape said, surprised. Potter couldn't have possibly done this, Snape said in his usual sneer. Hermione just stomped her foot and stomped off towards McGonagall, muttering under her breath how an incompetent teacher Snape was. Suddenly a voice interrupted them. Snape thought nobody would hear for a while. I'm afraid it was indeed Harry, Severus. Albus Dumbledore said while being supported by McGonagall. And how do you know that, Headmaster? Snape sneered. I can feel it, Severus. I can feel his aura still radiating from a spot above the crater. Suddenly a large figure came running towards them, waving frantically. What's happened here? Half-giant Rubeus Hagrid asked while panting heavily. Potter happened. Snape sneered. And where were you? You were supposed to keep an eye on things around here while we were gone. He asked, sneering some more while raising an eyebrow. He was definitely not in a good mood today. Hagrid looked ashamed and started shuffling his foot, almost crushing a sobbing student. I was visiting my brother, he said in a small voice, which isn't easy for him. Grop was staying in a forest near Beauxbatons after the accident with the centaurs. The arguing continued, and when the rest of the staff arrived, they decided to send the students to Beauxbatons, and the staff would go back to Grimmauld Place to figure out what to do next and to explain what happened to those who hadn't heard the news yet. Oh Harry, what have you done? Albus thought when he cast a final glimpse at the crater that was once Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, just before apparating back to Grimmauld Place. Back at Insania, outside the ex-headmaster's office, the group approached the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the office. Harry wasn't about to guess the password because a lot of things still had to be taken care of today to start wasting time on guessing a password to gain entrance to the old Coot's office. Harry just blasted the gargoyle into tiny shards and ascended the staircase. He was already gathering his powers as he stormed in the office and expected for Fawkes to attack him, alarms to go off and something or someone attacking him, but nothing happened. Harry looked around carefully to make sure no unexpected surprises popped up. The office was empty from any threats and all the portrait's occupants had seemingly left. Hedwig was still on Harry's shoulder while he stormed into the office. She saw the perch, fluttered over and settled herself on top of it. Harry shrugged and went to sit behind Dumbledore's desk while the band of followers filled the room and conjured up chairs to sit in while the room expanded itself for the occupants. Harry saw something flicker in the sunlight on the edge of his vision, trying to get his attention, and turned to look at what it was. It was the sword of Godric Gryffindor, reflecting sunlight angrily at Harry as if daring him to touch it. Harry stood up and walked over to the glass cabinet it was laying in. He picked it up defiantly and was immediately attacked by a raw power trying to overwhelm him. Harry could feel that Godric Gryffindor wasn't pleased with what he had done to Hogwarts. Suddenly the room shrunk back to its original size, crushing some of the chairs in the process and making the room's occupants jump out of them just in time. The members in the room were being pressed together by the shrinking room. Hogwarts was now their enemy. Harry fought the spirit of Godric Gryffindor inside the sword and lashed out with raw power at it. The sword began to glow scarlet and gold, still trying to overwhelm Harry. Suddenly the glow disappeared and the sword began to shift shape. The jewelry in the hilt disappeared, the blade became thinner and the tip started to point upwards. The other people in the room who were still being cramped together stared in awe at the display of raw power. The fight between Harry and Godric's spirit continued for several minutes. Windows shattered, the walls cracked and the instruments in the office exploded one by one. The other occupants of the room got the message, scrambled out of the room and started to evacuate Hogwarts, knowing that this would be a full-power battle. Harry finally drove the spirit out of the sword. He stared at the sword in awe. In his hands was no longer the sword of Godric Gryffindor but a beautiful 40-inch-long katana. Harry stared down at it and noticed an engraving in the hilt. Harry James Potter, leader of Insania, commander of the Black Phoenix. Harry was still staring at the blade when a large piece from the ceiling crushed on Dumbledore's desk and brought him back to the present. He apparated to his quarters, rushed into the bedroom and grabbed his trunk and apparated again onto the grounds about 20 yards away from the entrance gates where the entire population was staring in shock at Hogwarts, which was slowly starting to collapse. The astronomy tower had just collapsed and the North Tower was bound to be next. Harry summoned his staff. It appeared out of thin air and floated vertically in midair. The emeralds in the snake's head glowed briefly when Harry grabbed it, acknowledging its owner. Harry gathered all the power he possessed and pointed his staff at the collapsing Hogwarts. He started to concentrate, knowing what was happening. The four founders were determined that they would rather have Hogwarts destroyed than in his control. Harry disagreed. Four voices were heard above the noise of the disintegrating Hogwarts castle. You will never rule inside these walls, ever. Four voices roared angrily. Yes, I will. Harry roared back. The emeralds in the staff glowing so brightly all the bystanders had to cover their eyes. Everyone could feel the power emanating from Hogwarts as it was fighting back, but everybody could also feel the ever-increasing power of Harry Potter, who was aiming his staff and the sword at the castle, the sword glowing a bright emerald green. A muffled roar was heard from the direction of the castle. An unidentified dragon burst from the ground, determined to attack and destroy Harry. The dragon was a good 12 yards away from Harry, fragments of the lawn raining down from the force of the dragon's awakening. It took a few steps forward and leapt into the air with his 100-foot wingspan. It circled above Harry for a couple of seconds, flying at awesome speed, and began its attack with a giant deafening roar and shot a giant ball of purple fire. Harry sensed it coming but didn't recognize the type of destruction that was heading towards him. He did not think it was anything pleasant. Releasing Hogwarts from his grip, it immediately started to deteriorate further at a rapid pace. He dodged the ball of purple fire and immediately had to dodge the dragon himself, who dug his claws deep in the ground in an attempt to kill Harry. Most of the people still around started to scream and run as the dragon made the ground rumble as it continued his assault. The high-ranking officers immediately started throwing everything from jinxes to unforgivables at the dragon. Everything that came to mind was hurled at the dragon, but it stayed unaffected. Harry was on his feet by now and was staring directly into the dragon's pure silver eyes. They stood there like statues for a full minute, looking intently into each other's eyes while volleys of curses still struck the dragon every second. The dragon shifted a little to his left by a powerful bludgeoning curse, hurled at him by 5 people simultaneously, and suddenly stormed towards Harry while Hogwarts crumbled in the background. What an amazing sight, Amy suddenly thought, while she was standing behind Harry, staring at the display of power right in front of her nose. Harry had enough of this dragon already and banished his staff and gripped the sword firmly with 2 hands and started pouring power into it until it was glowing from the heat it was emanating. Harry leapt towards the dragon, blade raised above his head, ready to strike. Time seemed to slow down as Harry brought the blade down and cut one of the massive beast's wings of. The dragon that was 75 feet tall crashed down unbalanced onto the ground because of the sudden removal of one of its massive wings. It roared in fury and hurled a pure black streak of fire at Harry, who had summoned his staff again and deflected it with a shield. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Its massive 35-foot tail slammed into the ground, wounding Amy, who was staring at the battle in front of her. To say that Harry was furious was the understatement of the century. He poured even more power into his blade until it glowed a blinding white. The grass around Harry was starting to singe from the heat it was emanating, but Harry seemed unaffected. From here the slaughter began. Harry leapt from the ground aided by magic and sliced a talon from the beast's front left paw. The beast never knew what hit him. Harry was moving so fast everything passed in a blur. He moved behind the beast and cut of its tail, spraying blood and gore everywhere. He then jumped on its back and started moving towards its head at amazing speed. Once on top of its head, he raised his sword above his head and brought it back down in a swift motion around the beast's head in a graceful arc, slicing trough both the beast's bulging eyes. The dragon roared once more and began blasting great balls of fire in all directions. Harry stopped every last one of them, making sure nobody else got hurt, and then sliced the dragon's throat. The beast roared one last time and collapsed from blood loss. Harry stopped the blood flow with a wave of his sword and healed all the beast's cuts. He might have a use for this creature someday. He looked at Hogwarts, which was still collapsing. Everything above the 4th floor was already destroyed. He trained his staff and his sword at Hogwarts once more. This time, Fueled by anger and fury, Hogwarts stopped crumbling instantly, but Harry didn't stop there. It was like seeing a Muggle movie in reverse. The castle was being restored to its former glory. But not for the reason that Harry planned to keep Hogwarts. Oh no, Harry had better plans than that. Once Hogwarts was back to normal, the four founders spoke up again. Do you really think you can beat us, silly child? They roared. Harry was getting angrier by the nanosecond. No, I don't, I know I will. Harry roared back and began concentrating even harder. Hogwarts shook on its foundations while Harry's staff and sword glowed a violent emerald green. The students who hadn't fled were staring at the scene in front of them with awe. First Harry had moved Hogwarts, then he had everyone go trough a ritual to ensure everybody's loyalty. He had started to fight against the founders of Hogwarts, very powerful spirits, had defeated an unknown type of dragon and was now attacking the founders again and was winning. What is going to happen next? Everybody thought. In Neville's opinion, it couldn't happen fast enough. He knew Harry could handle everything that was going to be in his path and had decided to always stand by his side. 1 month earlier, the DA was having another meeting and was already preparing to move Hogwarts. Harry walked over to Neville. He was nervous what Neville's reaction to his question would be. Neville, Harry began, I want you to be one of my generals once we commence Operation Insomnia. Will you accept this position? Neville looked flabbergasted. Of course, Harry, I'd love to, he stammered after he had recomposed himself, but you know how bad my memory is. What value could I be to your staff? Harry knew Neville was a powerful wizard when he wanted to be. He had seen it in the Department of Mysteries, but something was troubling him. He decided to take a peek at what could be causing this brain malfunction Neville experienced. He discovered that Lockhart, out of all people, had cast a memory charm on Neville after his parents were tortured and had caused brain damage. A memory charm at that age could cause serious damage. Harry had used his powers to repair it and suffered from magic exhaustion for 2 days after that. Since that day, Neville had been a new person. He had sworn that he would follow Harry trough the gates of hell and back. He owed him a wizard's debt. Neville had quickly become the most powerful member of the DA and was starting to form a new personality. It was because of that Neville's Gran had decided to join Harry. If he could cure her Neville, she owed him a wizard's department as well. Hogwarts and its founders were protesting and fighting against Harry full force. You shall not defeat us. Harry didn't answer. He could feel he was winning. The walls of Hogwarts were shaking and cracks were starting to form in them. Suddenly a cry of despair and defeat was heard. The founders had lost. Harry didn't stop aiming his staff and sword at the castle. They still shone a brilliant green and the people around him started wondering why. A loud snap was heard from the castle. Everyone turned to see what the cause of the noise was and saw Hogwarts breaking in 2 pieces right in front of their eyes. It looked like Hogwarts was being ripped apart. Every stone, door, window broke loose from its place. After 5 minutes of this, every single element Hogwarts was made of and every item that was in the castle floated in the air above a hole in the ground where the dungeons and the Chamber of Secrets were. The stones floating in the air flickered briefly as if they were being wiped from existence and were replaced by white marble stones and multiplied. The floating objects began to circle around the hole like they were caught in a tornado. One by one, the marble bricks and other floating objects started to descend, creating an entirely new castle. Layer upon layer, the new structure began to take shape. About 20 minutes later, the last tile dropped into place and an entire new castle of pure white marble stood proud on the landscape of Insomnia. The Dragon's Keep was founded. All of the population had gathered behind Harry by now and were staring in disbelief at the new structure in front of them, and others looking at the unconscious dragon that lay sprawled across the lawn. Harry's sword and staff ceased to glow and Harry dropped down to one knee, panting heavily. He suddenly remembered Amy, who was still injured, and got up. He walked over to where she lied and saw Ginny already leaning over her. Harry approached them and took a look at Amy, who was still unconscious. Although they hadn't even spoken to each other, Ginny knew Harry would be devastated if anything would happen to Amy. Harry had already sworn to Amy to protect her, and Ginny knew why. They had the same kind of childhood. Harry had told her about his childhood and she had been livid and was determined to pay those filthy muggles a visit until she found out what had happened to them. Harry had taken her in yesterday because he knew what it was like to not be loved by your family and to be treated like a freak. Her parents had been muggles and had been reluctant to send her to Hogwarts, but Dumbledore had persuaded her parents to let her attend it, so he had immediately taken up the task to protect her with his life. Is she all right? Harry asked Ginny, concerned. I think so. Her injuries aren't too bad, and it looked like she was just knocked unconscious. Ginny said, but she still looked worried. We need to get her some medical treatment. Harry had put up a large hospital wing in the east part of the castle and was about to ask if anybody had taken Newt-level healing class when 3 more muffled roars were heard and 3 dragons burst from the ground identical to the first one. The crowd gathered around Harry started to run away and once again, but the high-ranking officers stayed. Get out of here, the lot of you. Harry commanded and aimed his staff at Amy and Ginny, transporting them to the hospital wing. Ginny will know what to do for now. Harry thought and immediately started pouring energy into his blade while the rest who were still standing besides Harry ran after the crowd. They knew this battle was going to be intense and it wasn't even noon. Today is bound to be an interesting day. Draco thought as he hurried to get some space between him and Harry, who was preparing for battle, only just enough to still be able to help him if he needed some, most unlikely. He smirked as he settled down on the grass to watch the show. The tree dragons that had just emerged from the ground first looked at the new castle standing behind them and then at the dragon laying on the ground barely breathing, and all 3 of them let out a roar of disapproval simultaneously. Suddenly all 3 heads turned towards Harry and the silver eyes glowed a deep blue. The dragon in the middle suddenly started running towards Harry and Harry was preparing to leap for it while the other 2 dragons took off and were flying towards Harry. He was concentrating entirely on the dragon running straight toward him. The dragon opened its massive beak and started spitting huge balls of red fire at him. Harry dodged them by leaping to the left and started running towards the approaching dragon. They both leapt into the air and he brought his sword above his head, ready to bring it down straight on the dragon's massive skull, but was rammed in the back by the tail from one of the dragons that had flown behind him. Harry was knocked to the ground hard and could feel some of his ribs snap. He looked up and saw that the tree dragons had him closed in. There's no way I can fight all 3 of them at once, he thought, and suddenly cracked a wry grin, but that won't stop me from trying. He straightened himself and let his staff rest on the ground while his blade remained in his other hand. The dragons thought he was surrendering and all 3 of them opened their beaks to destroy him together. Harry closed his eyes as if he was waiting for the destructive magic from the dragons to impact and evaporate him. Just when they were about to release their deadly magic, a blinding light as bright as the sun erupted from Harry's staff. The dragons roared in protest of the blinding light and were momentarily blinded. Harry's eyes snapped open and he immediately launched himself at the dragon in front of him. Reducto! Harry cried and a giant red beam shot towards the dragon, hitting its front left paw. The dragon sensed it coming, but it was too late to dodge it and started to spin around as soon as he was hit. Harry hadn't expected this, and as the dragon spun around he saw its tail coming straight towards him but couldn't avoid getting hit by it. Harry was flying backwards now towards one of the other dragons who could see again by now, and he spun around as well, thinking they could play a game of ping pong with Harry. Harry spun around in midair and this time he saw the tail coming quickly enough and used his sword to cut off one of the razor-sharp spikes attached to it. The third dragon saw this happening and shot a deep blue ball of magic towards Harry but missed and hit the second dragon instead. The dragon seemed unaffected by the blast but staggered a bit and glared at the one that had hit him. Harry landed behind the second dragon and used the opportunity of jumping on its back while it was distracted. Harry landed on its back and plunged his sword straight into the dragon's back like a knife trough butter. Even with the dragon's strong hide it couldn't deflect a blow from Harry's magical sword, and through its spine, paralyzing it. The dragon slumped to the ground after a grunt of protest. The 2 other dragons glared at him but Harry just shrugged. Hey, if you hadn't hit him, he wouldn't have been distracted, Harry said in a casual voice while pointing at the third dragon and standing on top of the second one. The dragon narrowed its gaze and seemed to plan what to do next. Harry just stared straight back into the dragon's eyes, challenging it to try something, and now it was the same mistake he made by not keeping an eye on the other dragon. Harry suddenly felt something very hot and powerful hurling towards him from the right. He tried to jump out of the way and raise a shield, but it was already too late. His quickly raised shield faltered after a few seconds of struggle with the massive ball of energy. Harry was already halfway of getting out of the attack's way, but it caught him in the legs and hurled him away. Harry landed with a loud thud about 20 meters away, closer to the crowd that was watching the great battle between man and beast, and they all wisely retreated a few hundred meters. He could feel another set of ribs break and his legs felt like they were on fire. He looked down and saw a few large gashes in them. They were a bloody mess of mangled flesh and blood. Harry quickly applied some healing magic to them and on his ribs. He wasn't very good at it and only used it in emergencies, but his power did help immensely. Okay. Make sure you don't get hit by their attacks. He thought, making a mental note, because it hurts like hell. The dragons had both taken flight and the first one landed in front of him while the second landed behind him. The one in front of him spun around and swung his tail in Harry's direction. Harry leapt in the air only to get hit by the tail of the second dragon. He avoided the brunt, and while he was trying to get back to the ground, aided by his magic only to avoid the massive beak of the first dragon trying to swallow Harry entirely. The dragon roared its disapproval and opened its beak wide, about to hurl another blast of powerful magic at Harry. Harry seized his opportunity, grabbed his sword in the other direction and hurled it at the dragon, straight into its gaping maw and through its skull, paralyzing it. As the dragon slumped to the ground, its beak closed and Harry couldn't reach his sword anymore. He could try to summon it back, but he didn't know if it would work and it would distract him, so he was solely dependent on magic right now, something that didn't affect dragons too much. As Harry moved to sideways, so did the dragon, and they started circling each other, waiting for the other one to make the first move. As they moved sideways, Harry saw a boulder laying behind the dragon the size of a small truck and lifted it using wandless magic. The dragon didn't notice the boulder slowly starting to rise and hover behind its back. Suddenly the boulder zoomed towards the dragon's head at an unbelievable speed. It hit the dragon on the back of its head as a loud crack was heard. The dragon stumbled forwards and shook his head, apparently having suffered no injury at all from the large boulder whatsoever. It glared at Harry and suddenly started to move towards him, and Harry braced himself to attack it, but halfway it suddenly stumbled and fell flat on his face, seemingly unconscious. Harry stood there, looking at it intently. After a minute of this, he decided it was safe and approached the dragon and poked it with his staff. No reaction. He walked to the dragon's side looking for any activity. He looked at the dragon's head again and noticed that it was staring intently at him, and turned around just a moment too late to notice the tail swatting him away like a fly and hurling him through the air at the new castle. Everything had happened so fast Harry didn't realize what had happened until he hit the wall at breakneck speed. He seemed to be glued to the wall for a second as he remained suspended above the ground for 5 seconds and suddenly fell to the ground 15 meters below. He hit the ground with a dull thud and lost consciousness. As he started to regain consciousness, he was aware of shouts and flashes in the distance and sometimes a deafening roar, but it was all blurry and his head felt like it was going to explode. He blinked a few times and noticed he didn't have his glasses. He summoned them and they flew straight into his hand. He put them back on and looked around. In the distance he saw a fierce battle between hundreds of people and a gigantic dragon. He saw especially one figure throwing hex after hex at the dragon. A young athletic woman with fiery red hair. Ginny! Harry yelled and held his breath as the dragon spat a giant purple streak of flames at her that she narrowly avoided. Harry felt his anger rising and summoned his staff, which appeared in his hand immediately, and took flight towards the dragon, without a broom, as his anger reached a new peak when the dragon grabbed Ginny in one of its paws. It was only a few moments later that he rammed into the dragon's side so hard and fast that he sent it sailing through the air and it crashed a good few yards away, but to Harry it felt more like hours as he saw in slow motion how the dragon brought Ginny slowly towards its beak and tried to eat her alive. Normally he should have cracked his skull from the collision with the dragon, but he felt no pain, as normal people can't fly on their own to begin with. The dragon released Ginny and she was flung through the air, but Harry recovered fast enough to catch her before she crashed on the ground. He put her down on the ground. "Be right back, Jin," he said while turning away from her and leaping in the direction of the dragon that was getting on his feet with a visible effort. The dragon saw Harry coming and hurled a pure black ball of energy at him, but Harry didn't take the trouble to dodge it. Fueled by his anger, he merely swatted it away with his staff and aimed it straight at the dragon and released a beam of pure white energy at the dragon. The dragon looked frightened for a moment, but it was difficult to say. The expression on a dragon's face, it pretty hard to read. The beam connected with the dragon and an earth-shaking explosion shook the perimeter and all the people close to it were thrown back or hurled away. When the dust finally started to settle 3 minutes later, everybody looked at the spot they had last seen the dragon and Harry. First they saw the massive head of the dragon emerge from the dust and stare at a spot in front of him. Several people ran in terror while the ones who had already fought the dragon remained and readied themselves to continue fighting it. When the dragon was almost entirely visible, they noticed someone else standing in front of the dragon looking straight at it. Harry and the dragon just stood there, glaring at each other, challenging the other to make a move. Suddenly one of the dragon's legs began to tremble and gave way. The massive beast slumped to the ground with a loud rumble. Harry sighed in relief as he saw the dragon fall to the ground. Suddenly a bright red sphere emerged from the dragon and hovered above it. Harry looked around bewildered and noticed that there were 3 more spheres, each hovering over a dragon. A blue sphere, a yellow sphere and a green sphere. The 3 other spheres floated over to the position of the red one and formed a line. The spheres started to shape themselves and after a few moments 4 figures were floating in the sky, all facing Harry. The 4 figures glared at him with a look on their face that would kill most people probably on sight, but they didn't faze Harry, he just glared back defiantly. Harry looked at all of their faces, trying to remember if he recognized them. He looked at the man that had come out of the green sphere and recognized him almost immediately. Salazar Slytherin. Harry spat. I wondered if you would recognize me, Harry Potter, Salazar said evenly. Harry did recognize Salazar from the statue in the Chamber of Secrets, and so he presumed the other 3 were Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor. Indeed we are, Godric said, and Harry looked at him with a surprised expression on his face. How did you know what I was thinking? Harry asked, startled. I am very powerful in legilimency, Godric stated. And I am very powerful in occlumency. Not even Dumbledore could penetrate my shields, Harry stated angrily. You may have more magical power than we have, Harry Potter, but we have far more skill and expertise than you and Dumbledore combined will have for a long time to come, Rowena said. What do you want? Harry asked angrily. If it's a fight you want, a fight you will get, Harry said in a threatening voice while making the emeralds in his staff glow briefly. We will fight each other again, Harry Potter, in the future. You may have conquered Hogwarts and beaten us now, but mark my words, boy, Godric said, we will reclaim what is rightfully ours someday. And with that they changed back into spheres and took of at an immense speed. As soon as they had left, Harry sunk down to his knees and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe he could still fight the 4 of them after his fight with the dragons which the 4 founders had used to try and destroy him, although he had managed to hide it from Godric. Harry heard a scraping sound and looked up only to see the dragon he had just knocked unconscious a few minutes ago stand back up, seemingly unharmed. It looked at Harry for a second and Harry thought it was about to attack him again. Just as he was about to gather his remaining strength, the dragon bowed its head and approached Harry slowly. Harry just let the dragon go ahead as it didn't seem to want to attack him, and he turned around and saw the other 3 dragons approach him in the same manner. When they had finally reached him, they stood around him, their heads bowed, as if waiting for something. The dragon in front of him approached him and moved its snout close to Harry's face. Harry reached out with his hand and patted it on the head. As soon as Harry touched the dragon's head, it took a step backwards, raised its head and roared as loud as it could. Harry took a cautious step backwards, but the roaring stopped and the dragon bowed its head once more and saw that the dragon's eyes had turned the same color as his own, a startling emerald green. The other dragons approached him as well and he patted them all on their heads and the same thing occurred. Can somebody explain to me what the hell is going on? Harry asked while looking at the dragon in front of him, and he heard a voice starting to speak in his mind. This is starting to become a nasty habit of mine, he thought as he listened to the voice. Greetings, Master Dragon, the disembodied voice said. And who might you be? Harry demanded and saw the confused looks on the surrounding people, their faces, but decided to ignore them for now. I am the dragon standing in front of you, the dragon said. I knew that, but who are you? Harry snapped. A rock here, was the simple reply. Good, Now would you mind explaining what all of these things that have happened in the last 30 minutes mean? The dragon sighed and started talking. Me and my 3 companions are the last of our race. We are ancient dragons and have struggled for millennia to survive. Wizards have hunted us for our magical properties. A little over 1,000 years ago, the 4 of us were captured by the founders of Hogwarts. They thought we would be a good defense for the school and put us into a deep state of hibernation until the time they would need us to defend the school. Today, the time had arrived. But instead of letting us handle the situation ourselves, the one you called Salazar Slytherin decided to posses one of us and attack you instead. Garner informs me he had something of a grudge against you. Yes, I defeated one of his pets some time ago, and possessing another being seems to run in the family. Harry said grimly. I see, Arakir said. When you defeated him, the 3 other founders possessed me and my companions in an attempt to destroy you, but they failed. The ritual you just witnessed means that you are now our master, as you have defeated our former masters and freed us from captivity. That is why we have the same eye color. It concluded. Does this satisfy as an answer? Arakir asked. Just one more thing, Harry said. Why did you call me Master Dragon? You will know when the time comes. It is best you discover this on your own. Arakir said. Harry sighed and wondered what to do with them. We could guard your castle. Garner, the dragon to Harry's left, proposed, as long as you don't stuff us in the ground again. Okay. Harry nodded. Now I just have to find a name for it. Dragon's Keep. The dragon behind Harry suggested. Harry didn't know how, but he just felt which dragon was talking to him. He turned around and faced the dragon. I like that. And what is your name? Harry asked in a friendly tone. Maganos. Harry nodded and turned to the last dragon that hadn't spoken yet. And who are you? Harry asked. Satara, at your service, master. It said, and the dragon bowed its head. Please, just Harry, I don't like it to be called master. It brings back memories that make me angry. I like it more when people talk to me like a friend instead of a superior. It wasn't really master he hated, but the way they said it made him think of Dumbledore and how people addressed him, like they were less than him, and he didn't want to be like Dumbledore. I believe this is yours, by the way. Maganos said, and took his sword in her beak that had been tucked beneath one of her wings. Sorry about the sword, Harry said, feeling sorry that he had to hurt the dragons when it was the founders that possessed them. It is nothing. When they took over our body, the damage was inflicted on their minds, not ours. Maganos explained. Now Harry understood why the founders hadn't fought him. They probably knew he wouldn't be able to handle them if they had been at their full capacity, but Harry had wounded them, not the dragons. This could be useful information for other encounters. The dragons nodded and took off towards Dragon's Keep, as it looked like everything that needed to be said had been said. If you need one of us, just reach for us with your mind and you will be heard. Arakir added as he flew towards the castle. 2 of them landed in front of the entrance gates and positioned themselves so there was one on each side of the main entrance gate. The other 2 landed at the corners at the back of the castle. Harry looked at them for a minute and found the sight reassuring. The 4 dragons guarding the castle, while most people would have probably found it terrifying. As he looked at them, he noticed that the 2 pairs seemed to stay relatively close to each other, the 2 in the front and the 2 at the rear of the castle, and Harry assumed they were mates, which made him smile for a reason he didn't know. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and he turned around slowly, already fully aware of whom it was. Harry, are you okay? Ginny asked, a little concerned. You were talking to those dragons, but the conversation seemed to be a little one-sided. It was the same as with Hedwig, Harry said, and Ginny got a look of comprehension on her face. All right, Harry said, addressing the crowd that had gathered around him. Now that that's taken care of, may I present to you, Dragon's Keep? He said, gesturing towards the brand new castle. Quite appropriate, wouldn't you say? Most of them nodded dumbly and all of them looked a bit frightened by the dragons around the castle. I suggest we take a look at our new base of operations, Harry suggested cheerfully and started walking towards the castle. When he didn't hear the sound of a crowd following him, he turned around and saw them all looking at the castle and the dragons and then at him, still not liking the sight of the dragons. Come on, people. They won't bite. Move. He put some power behind the last word, and as one, the crowd started to walk slowly towards the castle. As they neared the gates, the crowd slowed down a little and created some distance between Harry and them, except Ginny, who walked right next to Harry, unfazed by the dragons, but even Harry's iron circle, as he liked to call his closest friends, whom were his highest ranking officers, hung back with the crowd, letting Harry walk past the dragons first. Harry just strode past them. The dragons had lain down, resting, and didn't even raise their heads as they passed. Harry pushed open the giant oak entrance doors on which a gigantic dragon was pictured. Its massive spread wings stretched the entire width of the door and tip of its tail touched the ground while its head nearly touched the frame on top of the door, but instead of looking straight ahead, it seemed to look down from the position that it was in and seemed to stare intensely at the crowd entering it with two blazing green emerald eyes. Now that the door was open, the massive picture was split in two, but when it was sealed it looked like it was a door in a single piece instead of two doors. Another thing that surprised some people was that the image didn't move, as did almost every painting, photograph or picture in the wizarding world. Nonetheless, when the doors were closed, the picture was a frightening sight. It seemed to be judging you with its emerald gaze, and who knows, maybe it did. As they entered the entrance hall, they were awestruck by its beauty and vastness, bigger than the Great Hall in the former Hogwarts and in white marble. It was breathtaking. On the opposite side of the entrance doors was another giant door made of solid oak but without the massive dragon's picture on it. Instead, it was just a plain door. The painting that hung above it, on the other hand, was anything but plain. On it was a battle scene on which a man with black unruly hair was fighting with a massive dragon with steely blue scales, while in the background a castle was collapsing. Getting a bit of an ego, E.H. Potter. Draco Malfoy said while standing next to Harry with an amused expression on his face. Now people can see how our mighty leader fights a dragon on his own while trying to defeat the founders of Hogwarts in a battle of pure willpower every day. Sod off, Malfoy, Harry said while laughing. I like that picture. And so do I, Ginny said in a threatening voice with her hands on her hips, while glaring at Draco. All right, can't you people take a joke? Draco exclaimed while taking a step backwards, fully aware by now of the Weasley temper. Harry just burst out laughing, and so did Ginny a moment later. Oh Draco, you're just too easy, you know that. Harry said. Draco just stalked off while muttering something about bloody Gryffindors. May I have your attention once again? Harry said, addressing the crowd and serious once more. Could you all wait in the Great Hall while I check on a patient in the hospital wing? I have a few things to say before we continue this beautiful day. The entire crow filed into the massive hall that also had an enchanted ceiling like the Great Hall in Hogwarts. Harry didn't like imitating the former castle, but he had always found the enchanted ceiling something special, and he felt himself relax when he looked at it, even when it was stormy outside. Next to the door leading to the Great Hall were two staircases, one on each side, one leading to the western part of the castle, the other to the eastern part. The entrance gates were on the south side of the castle. Harry walked up the stairs leading to the west and strode through a corridor with windows on the left. As Ginny looked through them, she could see one of the dragons raising its head and yawning. At the end of the corridor, the infirmary was located. What happened when I was knocked unconscious? Harry asked Ginny. I don't know everything, but after you had transported Amy and me to the infirmary and I gave her some painkilling potions and some first aid, I looked out the window to see what was happening, only to see you get slammed into the wall. I'm not entirely sure of what happened next, but I was furious and just wanted to hurt that dragon and concentrated on being in front of it, and suddenly I was just standing in front of it. Then I wished I had your staff to fight it, and the next moment it was in my hand and the stones glowed for a moment just like they do when you summon it. I fought it for 2 minutes or so and suddenly it grabbed me and the next moment the staff disappeared. She said. That was the moment I summoned it. It's peculiar that you could summon it and use it. It was made specifically for me, and I'm supposed to be the only one able to use it. I'll have to look into it some other time. How is Amy doing? A bit shaken but fine. The dragon broke her arm, but it should be healed within an hour or so thanks to Madame Pomfrey's potions. Too bad you couldn't ask her to join us. It will be difficult to find someone as able as her. I know, but it was too risky. So what happened exactly with those dragons out there? Ginny asked while still looking at the dragon in front of the gates, who had put its head back down and was seemingly sleeping. They made me their master because I freed them from Avery to the founders of the school. Harry answered. They were the figures that were floating in front of me, they possessed the dragons in an attempt to destroy me. That explains a lot. But how is it possible that they did all this while they have been dead for a millennium? Ginny said. My best guess is that they left an echo of their spirits behind that were supposed to protect the castle if it was ever in danger and placed them in various objects around the castle like Gryffindor's sword, something like Tom's diary. What he didn't know was that it wasn't like that at all, but he would find that out pretty soon. Ginny shuddered. Yes, that cursed thing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Harry said, concern visible in his eyes while looking straight into Ginny's. Just one more reason for me to destroy that stupid piece of shish. A door opened in the distance followed by running footsteps. Before Harry could look away from Ginny and see who the person running towards them was, they were both tackled to the ground by a black-haired witch with a mended arm. While that happened, more happened in the kitchen at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Severus Snape was not having a good day. The attack on Diagon Alley had been in favor of the Death Eaters. While he had fought with the Order, he had made sure not to kill any Death Eaters. As much as Dumbledore believed he was loyal to him, he was in fact spying for Voldemort, and when the Order asked him why he didn't tell them something, he just gave the excuse that Voldemort doesn't trust him and doesn't tell him anything. They had lost a lot of civilians and some members of the Order were severely wounded. He was still wounded, and Madame Pomfrey, who was stationed at Grimmauld Place to tend to the wounded, was taking care of a small second-degree burn on his arm. He would rather have cured it himself with potions from his dungeon, but having seen that it wasn't there anymore, he reluctantly let Madame Pomfrey take care of it. As she accidentally touched his dark mark, he hissed in agony. Watch it, Poppy, it's still a bit tender. He snapped. She mumbled a quick sorry and continued to dab his wound with orange paste. Something else that bothered him was the disappearance of Hogwarts, if he was to believe Albus Potter had done it. While he always said how much of a weakling the boy was and always humiliated him, he always had doubts about the boy, especially since the night that Voldemort was resurrected. The boy had defeated Voldemort, or at least escaped from him in a duel. Something that only Albus Dumbledore could say. Others had done it before, but none of them lived very long afterwards to tell about it. Something that he had noticed was that Voldemort was afraid of the boy. Even if he tried to hide it, Snape knew it. He could read a person very well, and he knew for sure that Voldemort feared the boy. He never tried to duel with the boy in an honest way. He had done it while Potter was injured or was very emotional, but not face to face, at least not yet. Instead, his master always seemed to think of an excuse, like recruiting more Death Eaters or trying to devise a plan to corner Potter where he would be in the disadvantage. Maybe he had chosen the wrong side, Voldemort's side, or even Dumbledore's. He would have to think about this, but right now, he needed to rest and drifted into an unrestful sleep. Meanwhile, in the room next door, people, we have a very serious situation here. Albus Dumbledore said while addressing all the assembled before him. Hogwarts is no more and several thousands of students are still missing, including Harry Potter. While I don't know what happened exactly, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley do know, so please listen to what they have to say. Hermione stood up and walked to the front of the room to where Dumbledore was standing. Yesterday evening, after you had left to defend Diagon Alley, Harry went down to Hagrid's hut and suggested that he visit his brother in France while he would keep an eye on the school. Hagrid knew about the special training Harry was getting from Dumbledore and was certain that Harry could keep an eye on the castle and control any situation that might occur. Not now, Kingsley. I will explain after Miss Granger has completed her story. Dumbledore interrupted just as Kingsley Shacklebolt was about to open his mouth to say something. He closed it again and nodded. Hermione took this as her cue to continue. After Hagrid had left, the members of the DA started telling everybody every event from the last 5 years and how you used him as a weapon and had kept the prophecy from him all these years. Most of them were outraged as they now knew him personally. He has made a lot of friends in the past few months and the DA has grown to spectacular sizes. He has used his fame a bit to pursue some persons to join him but never forced them. If they refused, they were told to keep their mouths shut until the time Harry would start his first act, as he liked to call it, by using a enchanted paper. Anyone who tried to tell somebody who wasn't supposed to know his secrets, they would lose all control over their body until the parchment was destroyed, and that happened the moment Harry initiated his first plan, moving Hogwarts. He set an ultimatum to the students who hadn't joined him yet: join him and swear eternal loyalty to his new nation, Insania, or leave the castle. We tried to reason with him, but he almost killed us. Thank you, Miss Granger. First of all, I wish to clear some things up, Dumbledore said while looking ancient. It is as Miss Granger has told us that I have been tutoring Harry since the beginning of the school year, teaching him advanced dueling and occlumency. I have witnessed Harry's power, and at this moment I'm afraid to say that he is at least as powerful as I am, if not stronger. He is able to perform occlumency. Even I cannot penetrate his defenses anymore. But why haven't you seen what he was up to when you were teaching him occlumency? Kingsley demanded. Unlike Severus, I don't just barge into someone's memories before they are fully prepared to handle an assault, and I did not just legilimens him from our first session. In the beginning I just tried to penetrate his defenses through mere eye contact, but unlike Severus had told me, Mr. Potter seemed to be quite able to withstand any minor attacks. I was only in his mind for a split second every time before retreating, not wishing to do the boy any harm and search his secrets and humiliating memories. As for dueling, after a week or two Mr. Potter was able to even best me once and has become increasingly stronger ever since. Although he didn't beat me again, I assume he was holding back. Moving Hogwarts is a perfect example of that, although he had some help doing it. Miss Granger, do you know what they did in order to move Hogwarts? The members of the DA placed themselves on the edge of Hogwarts territory and started chanting while an eerie green light shone from the astronomy tower. That's all I know. After that, the ground just split open and Hogwarts rose into the air and started floating southwards. Suddenly the door burst open and Molly and Arthur stormed in. Ron, who was being grumpy all evening and hadn't spoken a word since yesterday evening, was immediately enveloped in one of Mrs. Weasley's famous bear hugs. Oh Ron, I'm so glad you're okay. Where's Ginny? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. That tramp, Ron spat, has gone off with Potter and his cronies to God knows where. Smack. Ron staggered back from the slap he had just received from Mrs. Weasley. How dare you call your sister a name like that? Molly said and started to sob uncontrollably. Albus, would you mind explaining us what happened? Arthur asked while putting a protective arm around Mrs. Weasley's shoulders. Just as Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, 3 spheres, one red, one yellow, a blue one, shot into the room, trough the ceiling and straight into Dumbledore's body. Dumbledore staggered back and started looking around the room as if looking at something that only he could see. Albus, what's wrong and what was that? Minerva McGonagall asked in a concerned voice. Minerva, I don't think I'm alone in here anymore, Albus Dumbledore said while tapping his skull with his finger. All the people gathered in the room looked at him like he had gone crazy, which seemed very likely after all that had happened in the last 24 hours. Back in the kitchen, Severus Snape woke with a start after having a very bizarre dream. He had these kind of dreams from time to time, dreams that told him how miserable his life was, the people he had killed and tortured hunting him in his dreams. Unlike what other people thought about him, he didn't like doing these things, he just wanted to be on the winning side. That was his Slytherin nature, but this one had a twist in it, something that had convinced him that what he was about to do was the right choice. And somewhere in the UK. Wormtail, come here, Voldemort said in a dangerous voice. A short wizard crawled towards his master's throne and started keying the hem of his robe. How can I serve you, my lord? Voldemort just kicked him away. I have been hearing some good news. Some of the children of my followers have informed their parents that Potter has turned his back on Dumbledore and has moved Hogwarts. It may be the right time to recruit him, especially if he is so powerful. Go and find out if these rumors are true, and if they are, find him. Voldemort hissed. Wormtail just nodded and scurried out of the dark room. Nagini slithered over to her master's lap and put her head on it. Voldemort stroked it idly while imagining what the world would be like if he could get Potter to join their side. Ah, Harry, what you and I couldn't do if we worked together. Suddenly a green sphere shot off the roof and into Voldemort's body. Ha, my heir, it's good to see someone living up to my legacy. Too bad you're only a half-blood, but you can't have everything. A disembodied voice said. How dare you call me a half-blood? Who are you? Voldemort hissed as he stood up and looked around the room only to see the image of Salazar Slytherin appear in front of his eyes. Back in Insania, Everyone was seated at their small separate tables in the great hall looking expectantly at Harry, who was standing at the head of the U-shaped table where his iron circle was seated at the front of the hall. All right, now that our new base of operations has been established a bit sooner than I had expected, and our first defensive measure is in place, it is time for the next step. But before we proceed, you will notice that the lighting and other things in the castle don't work just yet. That's because the power core that will supply this castle and the surrounding homes isn't formed yet. I will take care of this tomorrow, as I will probably need every bit of strength I have in order to create it, and the fight with the founders of Hogwarts has worn me down and a lot still has to be done today. Harry announced. He saw that some people still didn't quite understand what had happened earlier. Now, if the research team for Operation Missouri would please join me, as well as Neville and Dean, we can get started. Before he left, he told Ginny to explain what had happened and to ask one of his other research teams to look into the fact why she could use his staff and move through the wards of the castle, something even Dumbledore would have trouble with even if he was extremely mad. His research teams were a bunch of people, mostly 6th and 7th year Ravenclaws, who had agreed that they would look into developing ways to combine new ways of mixing Muggle technology with magic. At this moment it was mainly weapons technology. Harry knew they would never stand a chance fighting experienced witches and wizards with people who hadn't even finished their education. And then there were the specially trained Aurors, hit wizards and unspeakables. Nobody knew exactly all the things they did in the Department of Mysteries, although now they had a vague idea. As he walked away from Ginny and towards a door in the back of the hall, the research team for Operation Missouri, Neville and Dean following him. The doors to the Great Hall burst open and a drunk Professor Trelawney stumbled in. She had been reinstated as divination professor, with Firenze teaching the 5th, 6th and 7th years. Harry had been able to convince the Centaurs to take Firenze back in the herd. At first they had laughed at him when he had asked to join him. They had said that if he wanted them to do anything he had to defeat the leader of the clan, Megorian, and he had done just that, but instead of taking the place of the leader, as was the tradition, he had given it to Firenze, but had told him to wait to take the position until he had initiated his first act. Surprisingly, Firenze had agreed to all this. Harry had thought it was far more likely Firenze would support Dumbledore instead of him, but it seemed Firenze would rather spend his time in the forest than being cooped up in the castle. Trelawney hadn't stopped drinking when she was reinstated, and in Harry's opinion, was a much better teacher when she wasn't sober. I knew I forgot something. Harry grumbled more to himself than anyone else. What is happening around here? Trelawney slurred. I was just doing a tarot reading last night in my tower before everything went black, and the next thing I wake up in a dungeon filled with the entire contents of my tower. I had to walk around for 4 hours before I found my way to the entrance hall, and I saw nobody. In the meanwhile I heard noise coming from in here, and I must say Albus has done some remarkable things with this place since the last time I was here. By the way, where is he? Figures she ended up there, Harry thought. I focused on putting all the junk I wouldn't need in a dungeon far below the castle. Several people looked alarmed by the sight of Professor Trelawney, but Harry just stood there, stony-faced. Having no time at the moment to deal with the drunken professor, he tried and reached out with his mind while closing his eyes. Arakir, can you hear me? Harry asked silently. Yes, Harry, I can hear you. Arakir replied. Could you make it into the Great Hall and take care of a little problem for me and drop it off at number 12 Grimald Place? I don't know if you will be able to find it, as it is under Fidelius. Fidelius only affects humans, so it should be no problem. I will get the location from your mind. This will feel a little strange. Harry just gave the equivalent of a mental nod. Suddenly he gasped in surprise as he felt something very cold seemingly pierce his skull and search through his memories. Arakir informed him that he had collected what he needed and was on his way to the Great Hall. Harry opened his eyes and saw that everyone was staring funnily at him while ignoring Trelawney, who was ranting about somebody please telling her what the hell was going on, as she didn't see any of the teachers in the Great Hall while all the students were assembled there. Then they heard the front doors burst open and the ones sitting close to the gates of the Great Hall, although they had all moved away some from the drunk divination professor, saw Arakir crawl trough the front gates, which were just wide enough for him to get trough, and scrambled back some more. Trelawney, who was still too drunk to really realize what was going on, turned around to see what the source of the sound was, just to see one of the dragon's claws reach out and grab her. Arakir crawled backwards, troughed the door, turned around and took off with a screaming Trelawney in his front left paw. While you're on the mainland, would you mind bringing back some wildlife? It is awfully quiet out there at the moment. You're free to take one of the other dragons with you, Maganos perhaps. Harry suggested. Thank you, Harry. It has been a long time since we have flown together. They replied in unison, and a split second later Maganos, who had been lying down on the other side of the gate, opposite Arakir, took off as well. Good. Now that we have gotten rid of the next member of Alcoholics Anonymous, most of the Muggle-born students chuckled while some laughed outright, much to the chagrin of the other people in the room. It was something of a nasty habit Harry had, telling a joke that only the Muggle-borns and some of the half-bloods understood. We can continue with taking care of some issues. See you in a couple hours, Jin. Harry yelled over his shoulder as he walked through the door. They entered a room where several staircases started, some going up, others going down. They took one of the staircases leading down on their left. Harry summoned his staff and let the emeralds in it glow, illuminating the staircase in that same eerie glow as when he had transported Hogwarts, strong enough to light up the entire staircase that went straight down, yet it blinded no one. At the bottom of the stairs a large corridor was located that seemed to stretch on for miles. Doors were located on each side of the corridor, each a good 40 meters apart. Harry walked past a few of them and entered the fourth door on the right. Normally a security check had to be performed in order to get in. A small box next to the door would scan your fingerprints, wand and iris. After this you had to say a password and a voice recognition system would check if it was the person trying to get in. Only after all this the door would unlock. The doors would still have to be enchanted to withstand certain attacks, but all that could wait. Most of the world didn't even know where they were at the moment. He had bought most of the security devices a while ago, and his research teams had transformed them so they could work on raw magical energy, while the old Hogwarts had enough of that. When the founders were defeated and Hogwarts was transformed, the raw magical energy had disappeared. Harry had anticipated something like this might happen, so he had developed a backup plan, but that would have to wait until tomorrow. All of the equipment had made a not so small dent in his vast fortune, but he estimated that within the next 26 months his balance would be the same as it was 4 months ago. As they entered the room, Harry created 5 spheres of white light and sent 4 of them to a corner in the large room and the 5th one to the center of the room. The 12 people following him stared in awe at the research facility in front of them. On the ceiling the fluorescent lighting wasn't working, but it would be soon. There were 8 designer posts for the development of new weapons. This was the Special Operations Equipment Research Area. There were 3 other rooms that would keep themselves busy with this. Each post was outfitted with a state-of-the-art computer, drawing boards and everything else that the researchers might need. The room looked ready to be used. All they needed was power. At the back of the room a large workshop was located for building new or enhancing already existing weaponry. Next to the workshop a door led to the test area. All right, Harry said to the research team, show me what you got. Right. A 6th-year Ravenclaw, Terry Boot, said and walked away from the group into one of the work posts and hit the on button of the computer, but when nothing happened he just looked sheepishly at Harry. Could you? He asked while looking at Harry and pointing at the computer. Harry just walked over and pulled the plug out and grabbed it in his hand. He focused and his hand started to glow a faint blue and the computer sprang to live. Thanks. Terry mumbled, and as soon as it done booting up he picked a small crystal from one of his pockets and placed it in a stand meant for these data crystals. He tapped a few keys and a projector in the middle of the room projected a 3D image of the place to where they were going. 2 months ago Harry knew that they would need more advanced methods than simple drawing boards and the computers of the time. So he had suggested to some of the Muggleborns that they would have to devise a computer that could run on magical power. In the beginning they had used the room of requirement and requested that it be a room where electrical equipment would work and had used a generator to power the computer. After that they had examined it how they could improve it. Make it faster, making it able to store larger amounts of data and process larger amounts, and eventually, how to make it run on raw magical power. Hermione had helped with that. She didn't know the true nature of his plans back then. She just thought Harry was doing it to improve the education at Hogwarts, something she couldn't resist. This was probably the only reason why it had worked in such a short period of time. He had only informed Hermione of what he was doing a week in advance of moving Hogwarts. He knew for sure that if he had told her sooner, she would have found a way around the parchment and would have told Dumbledore. Terry and Hermione, the two best students in arithmancy and ancient runes, had gotten the job done, and the result was beyond their wildest imaginations. The hardest part had been how to transform a device that ran on electricity into one that ran on magic. After this had been achieved, the rest was easy. After they had discussed what they were going to do and how they were going to do it, Terry handed Harry 6 red crystals. Harry released the plug to accept the 6 crystals and the computer went dead. Another one of the research members handed Harry a 7th crystal. This is the hologram crystal. Just touch it with your wand and say activate. Luna said dreamily. Luna had been one of the best researchers Harry had. Her weird ideas and propositions often offered the solution to a problem or one of the best weapons they could imagine. Luna had been working on a project of her own since the day she had been assigned a researcher. Nobody knew what it was, not even Harry, but Luna had promised him that she would inform him of what it was as soon as they had relocated Hogwarts and she could start working on it in earnest. She said it was something she had seen on the television when she had spent a holiday in a Muggle hotel. Harry had never been allowed to watch television at the Dursleys, so he probably wouldn't even know what she was talking about if she told him. She had known that Harry had been planning on renovating Hogwarts as well and had requested him to design an area especially for her to work in, deep below the castle, a dungeon at least as large as the Great Hall, even larger if possible, so Harry had done just that. He had created a vast dungeon, twice the size of the current Great Hall. Another request of her was that she would need to have a tunnel leading into the mountains where another vast complex would be built, led by Luna. The equipment and security Luna would take care of herself. The only downside of the project was that it would at least take a year to create it, if not longer, but Harry had agreed to it. Even if the coming war didn't last a whole year, he would still need something to protect his new nation for a long time to come, but he was just very curious about what kind of project Luna was working on that would need so much space. Something else that had surprised Harry was that you couldn't look into Luna's mind using legilimency. It was just too frantic. He had once tried to make sure she wasn't a security risk, as Dumbledore had once tried to look into her mind. Although he didn't dare do it with another student, Harry didn't know why. The old man always had a reason for everything. The 10 research members nodded and wished them luck, giving them some last-minute advice should some problems arise. After a minute or two of this, Harry held up his hand and they stepped back. Harry, Neville and Dean each took hold of the pencil. "You guys ready?" Harry asked, but he didn't wait for an answer and just yelled, "Activate." And the 3 of them disappeared. The 10 others went back upstairs while the 5 spheres illuminated their way. They went outside and sat down on the lawn facing the lake, waiting for the others to come back. Everyone else had also come outside after Ginny had explained what had happened and was doing the same now to the research team of Operation Missouri. Harry, Neville and Dean landed in the bridge of the battleship Missouri that was anchored in Pearl Harbor. As it was only 4 a.m. there, the ship, which was now a monument, was completely deserted. "All right," Harry began. "I will do the crystals at the back and in the mast. Neville, you do the ones on the sides and the front. Dean, you do the one underwater and the hologram crystal." The 2 of them nodded and Harry handed them the crystals they would need. The plan was to place 6 crystals on the ship's widest points, one on the bow, one in the back, in the center of the ship left and right, and on the highest point and under the hull. The hologram crystal would be placed on the bottom of the water right beneath the ship and would replace the Missouri so the ship wouldn't be missed by the Muggles. While the other 2 ran of Harry cast multiple charms on the scene. The same as they had put on the Quidditch Cup Stadium, so whenever a Muggle would come within 30 meters of the ship they would suddenly remember that they had forgotten something important that they had to do, and Harry hung a sign at the visitors' entrance stating it was closed for maintenance. Every time someone would check why, they would remember something like buying a present for someone's birthday or something of the sort. Harry ran to the back of the ship and placed the crystal on the farthest point of the ship he could reach. Next he put a sticking charm on the crystal and levitated it to the highest point of the ship and attached it there. Suddenly the world seemed to flicker a bit. Harry thought he had lost his glasses or something of the sort as he started seeing some things double. As he tried to work this out, a rope came through the illusion as it was thrown over the rail next to Harry, and a soaked Dean emerged from the water. Mission accomplished. Dean saluted. At ease, soldier. Harry said with a smirk. Dean just liked to play his army game. He had been named commander of this ship until his new vessel would be completed. Neville came running towards them. Everything is in place, he informed Harry. Harry nodded and walked towards the center of the ship. As soon as he was sure he was standing at the exact center of the ship, he started gathering power and concentrated very hard on sending it to the crystals. After a full minute of this, 6 beams of bright purple light shot forth from Harry and connected with the crystals. As each beam connected with a crystal, 5 beams from each crystal connected with the other crystals, creating a transportation bubble, as his scientists called it. As soon as Harry felt that all the connections were established, he started pouring more power into the crystals. After a few moments, the 3 of them felt a jolt and the ship started to rise out of the water till it was a good 40 meters above it and continued hovering there. Harry continued to pour more power into the crystals until they started glowing a bright red as more and more connections shot from one crystal to another until they formed a bright purple bubble. Harry stopped but still held the connections and concentrated hard on a spot above the lake back in Insania. The ship seemed to dissolve from the sky and then it was gone. Back in Insania, the ship appeared above the lake at exactly the spot Harry had imagined. He slowly reduced the amount of power in the crystals as one by one the connections disappeared and ship descended until it was bobbing on the water as the last connections disappeared. The crowd that had gathered on the shore started clapping loudly. The second plan was a success. Now the changes had to happen fast so that they could modify the guns to be able to fire on magical energy and also fix the engines so they would run on magical energy. They had to be in Portsmouth at midnight. Back at the Order of the Phoenix headquarters, Albus Dumbledore was in the library having a conversation with, well, himself. Or so it seemed to everyone else at Grimmauld Place. In fact, he was talking to the 3 of the 4 founders of the former Hogwarts. No, Godrich, I won't just go over there and force Harry to come back. I don't even know if I could make him do anything at the moment. Albus said for what felt like the 100th time that night. Why not? With us helping you, you are a lot stronger and nearly immortal. Godrich said. And so is Harry. He is more powerful than me. He even moved Hogwarts, reshaped it and defeated the 4 of you in a battle of willpower and in a battle where you had the upper hand. You know how much possessing a dragon enforces your strength and magical power, although it is nearly impossible and very draining after a short while. That is also one of the reasons I'd not wish to challenge Harry right now, because you aren't at your best. The battle has drained you, and you need to recover first. I don't like to say this, Godrich, but I think Albus is right. We have not yet recovered enough to have the strength to battle him again. Helga said. You have a point there, Helga, but don't you think Harry is drained as well, not to mention hurt? Rowena asked. I don't think he has as much trouble with it as we do. You know very well that moving Hogwarts one day and fighting the 4 of us the next isn't something that either one of us could have done. We couldn't possibly use the amounts of power he uses in the same period of time. We would need at least a few days to recover, Godrich said. I'm afraid that if we don't get him back on your side soon, Albus, he may become too powerful to deal with. I'm afraid we're going to need the help of the ministry. You don't know Cornelius. He'll just make me look bad in the press and try to solve it on his own, causing a lot of people to die in vain. Albus just put his head in his hands and considered his options while the 3 founders remained silent. Dumbledore had been curious at first as to where Salazar Slytherin had gone to, but after the others had said he had left them somewhere on their way to him in the UK, Dumbledore had a pretty bad feeling he already knew where he had gone, and he didn't like it. If Slytherin had merged with Voldemort, they too would be a force to reckon with. A slight knock on the door startled him and he asked whomever it was to enter. Hestia Jones came in hesitantly. Sir, I have some disturbing news, she said. What is it, Hestia? Dumbledore said, a little irritated. A lot of people have requested portkeys and information about apparition points for Portsmouth, all going to the same destination. Almost all of them are parents and or close relatives of the missing Hogwarts students. Dumbledore's irritation immediately turned into curiosity. Do you think it has anything to do with Harry? She asked. Godrich informed Dumbledore of something he had seen in Harry's mind. And you couldn't have said something earlier. Dumbledore snapped at a spot on his right. Hestia took a surprised step backwards. Sir, are you feeling okay? She asked concerned. I'm fine, just an old man's mind playing tricks with him. Dumbledore sighed. He picked a ruby from one of his pockets and summoned the order, telling them to gather at headquarters as soon as magic would allow. At 9:30, Harry and 5 of the ship's most important crew members were standing on the bridge of the ship, while 200 more were stationed below decks in case they came across some resistance, but Harry was sure even if they did they wouldn't need them, the ship would make sure of that. Transportation control. Prepare the ship for long-distance transportation and initiate procedure. Destination: 5 miles south of Portsmouth. Dean commanded through the intercom unit. 2 decks down, Alex, a 7th-year Hufflepuff, replied an affirmative and asked energy control to power up the transportation drive. Another affirmative was heard through the intercom originating from a compartment on Alex's left. Deep down in the bowels of the center of the ship, a bright multicolored sphere pulsed with power, in a compartment that was enlarged by magic to hold the massive sphere of pure magical power, created by Harry Potter, another example of the things one can do with sheer willpower. When they had discovered Harry had raw magical power in abundance and regenerated whatever he used in one day overnight, no matter what the amount was, and became more powerful each day he used massive amounts of power. They had found a way to use this to supply their various equipments with energy. After some practice, Harry had managed to create small spheres of pure magical power that could easily fuel a car for several days, but the process took a lot of time that wasn't very convenient, and they were working on a way to accelerate it. To power the ship, they had decided to use a single large energy source instead of making separate ones for every system. The compartment was guarded by spells cast by Harry himself and could not be entered except when you had permission from Harry, as well as rune magic, and it was nearly indestructible. It had to be, because when the compartment would be damaged and the enlargement spell became unstable and it shrunk, the sphere would become unstable as well and could explode. With the size and amount of magical power it possessed, it could destroy everything in a radius of 100 kilometers. The person in the control room pressed a few buttons, and in the power source compartment a buzz was heard and a faint humming of power being transported. Through a fine crystal tube connected with the sphere, there were several more of these connecting with the sphere at different locations. A bright white substance started to flow towards another compartment in the back of the ship where large crystal cylinders were standing in 2 rows, one on each side of the ship, each connected with the energy sphere by a fine crystal tube on top of the cylinders. The third cylinder on the port side started to fill, a lot faster than it would seem possible. Trough such a small tube. If you would do this with water, it would probably take hours. Transportation cylinder is being charged and is at 45 capacity. It should be at full capacity within the next 10 minutes. Energy control announced over the intercom. Tell us when it is fully charged. Dean said. Trough the intercom. He pressed a button and a virtual image of the ship appeared in front of him, showing the condition of the ship in general and each compartment separately when you touched the part of the ship you wanted to see in detail. I'm surprised we have been able to install this much in such a short period of time. Dean said, impressed as he checked various parts of the ship. It wasn't necessary to do all this at once, but the modification team insisted on doing as much as possible, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Harry said, pleased as he looked at the 3D image. It's just too bad that they couldn't install the shield systems yet. Now we still have to rise out of the water before we can transport the ship, and the magical activity detection array isn't installed either. I would have liked to have it installed already. It probably would have been useful tonight. Dean said as the image flickered back to showing the entire ship while 6 dots were shown on it, marking the location of the transportation crystals and their condition. Red meant that they were dormant, pulsing red that they were charging, and purple that they were fully charged. Transportation cylinder fully charged. Energy control interrupted their conversation. Transportation room, commence procedure. Dean commanded. Down in the transportation room, Alex entered an 8-digit code into the transport computer and a world map appeared on his screen, while deeper down in the ship 6 crystal tubes starting from the bottom of the transportation cylinder and going to the 6 transportation gems started to fill with the bright white substance. Back in the bridge, the 6 red dots started pulsing. Alex touched Europe on the chart and the image zoomed in on Europe. Next he touched Britain and it zoomed in on it. Then the area where Portsmouth was located, and so on until he had their destination in detail on his screen. he marked the exact spot where they were planning to land and confirmed the order. Destination set. He informed the bridge. Next to him, another monitor showed that the stones were fully charged. All right, Commander. Ready when you are. He informed Dean. Dean entered a 12-digit code on the keyboard in front of him and a red button appeared seemingly out of nowhere while the same thing happened simultaneously in the transportation room. On my mark, Dean said. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Both Dean and Alex pressed the red button in front of them and a siren was heard throughout the ship indicating that the finale transportation phase was initiated and the beams connecting the gems started to appear. When 90 seconds had passed, the huge battleship Missouri was bobbing on the water not far from Portsmouth. Engine room, report. Dean said through the intercom. Modifications to the engine are complete, sir, and it is ready to go, but we can only use 65 capacity from it, as the engines weren't built for such speed and power. The final modification will have to happen at Dragon's Beak. The maximum speed we can reach at the moment is 35 knots, but I wouldn't recommend doing it for more than half an hour as the engine will rapidly overheat at this speed. It will have to do for now. Contact me if any problems arise. Dean replied, and he went over to the helm and took over the controls of the ship from the officer, wanting to be the first to pilot a massive battleship like Missouri run solely on magic. In order for the ship to reach its final capacity, the hull needed to be reinforced as well as the propellers, shafts, etc., or else the ship would probably bend out of shape as well as the shafts and the propellers could break, the engine could explode, and the entire operation would sink to the bottom, literally. Dean hit the throttle to 50 and the ship shook a little as the turbines whined and the ship started to move. 20 minutes later, the ship was anchored 100 meters from the shore in a bay near the city. It was 5 minutes to midnight and Harry was anxious to see how many people would eventually join him. 2 minutes before midnight, a large group appeared on the shore, some of them lighting their wands, making them easy to spot. That's odd, Harry thought as he looked at them. Why would such a large group arrive at once while it's not even midnight? The group on the shore, wands drawn, looked around for any sign of Harry or other people. They saw nothing and found this odd. Alistair Moody's eye whirled around at an incredible speed, searching for any threats until he noticed. To most people it just seemed like a shadow, and to see even that you had to know where it was. The sky was clouded and there were no signs of civilization as the shore on which they were standing was located in a depression of the landscape, so it was very dark, but to Mad-Eye Moody the thing that was bobbing on the water was very easy to see. A giant ship, and his eye stopped spinning so abruptly it almost popped out of its socket. With both eyes fixed on the ship, he tapped Dumbledore's shoulder, whom was standing next to him. Albus, I think we have a problem, Moody said and pointed at a spot right in front of him. Just as Albus squinted to see what Moody was pointing at, the image of Harry Potter appeared in front of them without a sound. Albus yelped in surprise, something that none of them had ever heard him do, while Moody seemed unaffected. Hello everybody, surprised to see you here, Harry said jovially. How nice of you to come and visit me, but as I recall, you weren't invited. Expecting a sharp reply from Snape, but he was surprised when he heard none, although he was fully aware that the potion professor was in the crowd. How were you able to know where I would be? Hello Harry, I'm sorry, I had to find out that a lot of people requested information how to get here and that they were all related somehow to some missing students. You wouldn't know anything about this by any chance? Albus said while looking straight into Harry's eyes with his piercing blue eyes, devoid of any twinkle at the moment. Maybe, Harry replied. While Dumbledore was trying as hard as he could to get into Harry's mind, he just couldn't for some reason, even with Godric's help, yet he didn't meet any resistance. It seemed like there was nothing to enter, nothing at all. Albus, what is happening? Why can't we enter his mind? Godric asked. Haven't got a clue, Albus replied silently. Suddenly another group of people appeared, this one much larger than the previous. Ah, I see my new citizens have arrived. Welcome everybody. I know why you are all here, so if you would please come a little closer, I will show you the way, Harry said cheerfully. None of them moved when they saw Dumbledore standing a few meters away from Harry. Come on people, you don't have to be afraid of the interfering old guy over here, Harry said while pointing at Dumbledore. He won't hurt you. Albus, take him out now before they begin joining him. Show them that they have to obey you, not him. Albus nodded and whipped his wand out faster than the eye could see. I'm sorry, Harry. Please understand it is for your own safety. Dumbledore said gravely. Stupefy. Dumbledore said, and the stunner shot forth from Dumbledore's wand and straight at Harry, who was just smiling, seemingly unconcerned by the spell heading his way. Instead of hitting Harry, the stunner just flew straight trough him while Harry's image flickered for a second and Dumbledore lowered his head in understanding. Back on board the Missouri, laughter was heard from a room next to the bridge. Harry Potter stood seemingly on a landscape before a large crowd while in reality he was standing in a plain room just 4 square meters in size. The hologram room had been a magnificent invention. While originally meant for long-distance communication, Harry had found another purpose for it, deceiving the enemy. Cannon number 5 fully charged. A voice trough the intercom announced. Harry pressed a button on the wall that was seemingly floating in midair. I'm taking over the control of the cannon from the hologram room. Harry said. Yes, sir. The voice replied. A console appeared out of nowhere and Harry aimed the cannon. Albus had realized by now that the man standing in front him was nothing more than a hologram, but what he was doing now was a mystery to him. Harry seemed to be speaking to himself and then started doing something else that Dumbledore couldn't imagine what it was. Suddenly in the distance a large ship became visible when several powerful lights were lit. The size of the massive dreadnought didn't bother Albus. The thing that did bother him was the fact that one of the turrets was aimed seemingly straight at him, which worried him a slight bit more. Harry, stop this, you're turning into a loose cannon. Dumbledore pleaded. That was the wrong phrase to use. A loose cannon, you see, Albus. Harry said, raising an eyebrow. I'm not a loose cannon. Just as he finished the phrase he seemed to press a button and Albus had a feeling what he had just done. This is. A glint in the distance confirmed his suspicions and he raised the most powerful shield he could. Moments later a huge red beam shot over their heads and missed Dumbledore's shield. The beam slammed into the gentle slope behind them a good distance away from the crowd, creating a gaping hole in the landscape. Moody was the first one to recover from the sudden attack while the others were still stunned from the display of power. Good thing the boy can't aim that well, Albus. I don't think your shield would have withstood such an attack. Moody said, and Albus nodded gravely while Harry smirked. Did you really think I wanted to hit you? Harry said. Where would the fun be in that? I want a fair fight with you, Albus, but not now, so don't try anything stupid to stop me or the next shot will be aimed at you. Harry warned. The cannon needed 2 minutes to be charged again, but they didn't know that, and since you can't read a hologram's mind, they wouldn't find out either. Now, Harry yelled, addressing the crowd, who wants to join me on my quest to create a world without a corrupt government or insane dark wankers? I will. Somebody from in Dumbledore's crow said. Did somebody call me? Someone else hissed. Now, Harry yelled, addressing the crowd, who wants to join me on my quest to create a world without a corrupt government or insane dark wankers? I will. Somebody from Dumbledore's crow said. Did somebody call me? Someone else hissed. Harry was stunned, completely taken by surprise, a rare feat these days. Not only because his lifetime nemesis, Harry was adamant about the fact that his life only started when he was 11, had appeared out of nowhere, but the fact that his other lifetime nemesis was trying to join him. And it wasn't something planned, Harry concluded when he saw the shocked faces of Dumbledore, Moody and even Voldemort. What have I been smoking lately? Harry muttered to himself. And where can I get some more? I'm seeing shit that's not possible. Hell must have frozen over a dozen times. However, if he truly wants to join me, he could be very useful. I still need a potions master. Some of the things we've been trying are just too complicated to brew on our own. Harry thought. You will pay for your treachery, Snape. Voldemort hissed and aimed his wand at Severus Snape, a killing curse on his lips. Hey Tom, Harry yelled. Why don't you take someone of your own size, like me? You consider yourself as powerful as me, Potter. What an insult. Voldemort hissed angrily and fired a killing curse straight at Harry's torso, not aware of the fact that the real Harry was standing 100 meters away. The spell just flew trough Harry and his image flickered a moment or two. Harry appeared to be pressing on something to his right that only he could see, and the image froze. I'm going to confront him face to face. Harry said trough the intercom. You sure that's wise? Dean asked, concerned. You used up a lot of energy today already, and Voldemort is even more powerful than when you were at your best. You're not ready to battle him yet. I know that, Harry snapped. But those people over there need my help. If I don't go, he will kill them all, and he will let some of them live just to tell the world how weak and frightened we are of him. If I don't face him, all will be for naught. You're more important than all that, Harry. Without you, our country won't even last more than a month. I'm fully aware of that. Just charge the cannon and fire it as soon as you can. Just make sure you hit Voldemort. Harry commanded and prepared to transport himself. Just before he disappeared, he heard a "good luck" trough the intercom. Meanwhile, in turret number 1, when they had been modifying the ship back home, the researchers had 20 minutes left before the ship departed, so one scientist had been adamant about modifying a second cannon, this one in the front turret. The others didn't feel up to it after working 5 hours at an incredible pace. The 50 researchers that had been assigned to the task of inventing the systems for the modifications of the ship and then installing them were knackered, but one of them would try to get the cannon done by the time the ship departed. While he had been so focused on his work, he hadn't even noticed that the ship had already opened fire once, and as he was working in a space with no windows, he hadn't noticed that they had transported the ship already either. The cannon system was a complex invention and had cost many hours of their spare time, but it was all worth it. They had built the first cannon fueled by raw magical energy. The storage tank for the cannon was located in the turret instead of below decks. The reason for this was that once you released the energy in it, it first went off a magic amplifying device, increasing the energy 100 times, and it transformed the raw energy in a spell like Reducto, giving the beam that was released a function. The cannons on this ship could only fire the Reducto spell, while the ship of which the construction would start soon would be able to cast 7 different spells. After the energy shot off a large pipe. The inside of it coated with diamond, as no other material was able to withstand this kind of power. It was this that made it dangerous to place the storage tank in the bottom of the ship. The distance it would have to travel to the turret was too large of a risk. If the ship suffered any damage and the pipe broke or had a weakness in it, they could blow up part of the ship, and the pipe needed to have the ability to move, because when the turret turned in order to aim, the pipe had to move as well. So they had decided to place the entire system in the turret. The inner wall of the cannon's barrel had been coated in platinum, or else the metal would just disintegrate because of the sheer amount of magical power going off it. 2 more of these units would have to be installed in turret number 1 and 2, and 3 more in the turret at the back of the ship. He had just finished coating the barrel with the platinum and was working on the last modifications were done. Now he just had to test the system. He turned the switch on the side of the machine in the on position, and a soft humming followed by a faint purple glow emanating from the machine assured him that it was fully operational. He pressed the intercom button. "Bridge, this is researcher Michael. The center cannon of turret 1 is modified and ready to go." Dean, who had been swearing violently for a full minute, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He rushed to the intercom unit and hit the button rather hard. "What did you just say?" Dean asked incredulously. "Cannon number 2 on turret number 1 is fully," Michael repeated. "I could key you," Dean yelled, interrupting him. "Energy control, give turret number 1 access to the core. Everyone prepare for battle," Dean commanded. "Yes, sir," it chorused from different parts of the ship. "Watch out, Tommy boy, we've got a few surprises up our sleeve just for you," Dean said wickedly as he saw the energy gauge of the cannons rise. He would soon find out that the second cannon wasn't the only surprise that Voldemort would encounter. "What is this magic? I can't hit him with a single spell," Voldemort demanded. He had been trying to hit Harry, or what he thought was Harry, with almost every spell he could think of, and every time the spell just flew straight off him and the image flickered for a second or two. "Well, maybe instead of trying to hit Potter, I should try to hit something else," Voldemort hissed sadistically, and he just pointed his wand at the Dumbledore's crowd, not even taking the effort to aim a specific target. Avada Kedavra. The sickly green-colored curse flew straight at Tonks, who was standing to Dumbledore's left, who had known what spell Tom was about to use and had summoned a large rock. The spell hit the rock instead of Tonks and exploded. "Hey Tom, I told you to take on someone of your own size," Harry yelled. He had appeared just when Voldemort was distracted and fired a powerful bludgeoning curse at Voldemort. Voldemort was thrown backwards from the surprise attack. Voldemort landed with a dull thud but was back on his feet within the blink of an eye. You'll pay for that, Potter. He hissed. We'll see about that, Tom. Harry shot back. Don't call me that, Crucio. Harry's staff materialized out of thin air and the emeralds in its head glowed briefly. Harry put the head of the snake-like staff in the curse's path and it was absorbed. Come on, Tom, you'll have to do better than that. Harry said mockingly. Believe me, Potter, I haven't even started. Tom sneered. The Dark Lord began to focus and a dark aura started to surround him, growing larger and larger until it was several meters in diameter. Harry swallowed. This wasn't going to be an easy fight and he felt his magic draining rapidly. The construction of the core had taken a lot out of him. If he didn't come up with a strategy soon, he would most likely be dead within the hour. There was no way he could fight Voldemort in a full-out magical battle right now. Let's see what you can do, Potter. Voldemort said with a hint of anticipation in his voice, Avada Kedavra. Harry ducked to the right and fired a reducto spell at Voldemort which just dissipated as soon as it hit the black aura surrounding Voldemort. He was surprised by this but didn't show it. Always starting with the big guns, Tom. I must say that is a neat trick, the black aura thing. Now it was the Dark Lord that was surprised but he didn't show it either. He was surprised by the fact that the boy could see auras. Only two other were present at the time, Alistair Moody and Albus Dumbledore. Sagittarius. The Dark Lord hissed in frustration. He had hoped to confuse Harry by making it look as if his spells couldn't hit him at all so that he would lose confidence, but the boy had noticed it and now summoning the aura had been for naught, but it would still stop weaker spells from hitting him. Arrows shot forth from Voldemort's wand and towards Harry, who conjured a blue metallic shield and blocked them. One of the arrows bounced off the shield and hit a Death Eater instead. The crowd was suddenly aware that there were still other enemies beside Harry and Voldemort. They had all been so focused on the battle they had forgotten about the others. The Death Eaters fired a volley of spells at Dumbledore's crowd and they immediately returned fire. The third crowd that were supposed to join Harry tonight hesitated a moment or two and then started to attack the Death Eaters as well, whom were now greatly outnumbered. Back on board, Dean was watching the battle with a pair of magically amplified binoculars and smiled. It was going better than expected and Voldemort's Death Eaters were fighting a lost battle. A buzzing alerted him that the cannon in turret number 2 was fully charged. Turret control. Aim straight at Voldemort but wait until you have a clear shot. If you miss, fire the second cannon at him as well. If you do hit him, aim at his forces and take out as many as you can. He got a quick affirmative in response and could see the turret turn in front of the bridge. He knew that the cannon wouldn't kill Voldemort. It couldn't, because of the prophecy, but it would hurt like hell. Transport vessels. Approach the shoreline till you are 200 meters from it and wait there until further notice. You never know, we're going to need them. Dean said and looked at Voldemort through his binoculars, not wanting to miss the moment the cannon hit the sadistic bastard, if it hit him, that is. On the side of the ship, 2 medium-sized vessels departed from the Missouri and headed towards the battle on the shore. The 200 wizards and witches aboard these vessels were anxious that they were going to battle, but they knew that they weren't going to get even closer to it than 200 meters if wasn't necessary. Nonetheless, they were all itching to use their new equipment in real combat. The battle between Harry and Voldemort was fierce, neither of them showing any sign of giving up any time soon, but at this point Voldemort had the upper hand. The Order was still battling with the Death Eaters but was heading towards a glorious victory. So far they had no casualties on their side, only a couple of wounded, while the Death Eaters had already suffered some losses, but most of them were just stunned or incapacitated. Suddenly Harry caught a shimmer in the distance from out of the corner of his eye and jumped back a few dozen meters aided by his magic. Voldemort was surprised by this and assumed that Harry was exhausted and tried to stall. He readied himself to deal Harry the final blow but suddenly sensed something very powerful heading his way. He turned in the direction of the incoming power, trying to determine its source, and for once those snake-like were round with fear. He poured more power in his black aura, hoping that it would at least dissolve part of the powerful and destructive beam. The beam connected with his aura and a massive power struggle began. Voldemort countered it with everything he had, but it just wasn't enough. Slowly but surely the beam that was pounding against his aura gained territory and inched closer towards Voldemort, while Harry just stood a few dozen meters farther, smirking, sensing that it was unlikely that Voldemort wouldn't get away unscathed from this attack. After half a minute of battling with the beam, Voldemort realized he couldn't win and he did the only thing he could do. He let go of the aura. There was no reason anymore for him to waste energy on it when it was useless, and jumped to the left, but it didn't do any good. Because of Voldemort's aura, the powerful beam had gathered momentum against it, and as soon as Voldemort dissolved the aura, that momentum was released in a gigantic explosion that rocked the earth. A cry of terror and pain was heard over the battlefield, making everyone on it wince. The fighting stopped while everybody looked expectantly and hopeful at the small dust cloud that surrounded the spot where Voldemort was last seen. One part of the crowd was hopeful that Voldemort was destroyed, the other that he was still alive, but two people on the battlefield knew for sure that he wasn't dead, or at least they thought so. Harry and Dumbledore were both dumbstruck when they saw Lord Voldemort lying on the ground, barely breathing, bleeding profusely. The sickly black aura was slowly retreating back into his body. Voldemort was dying. Nice trick, Potter. He spat and coughed up some blood. Channeling your magic into a device and trying to destroy me with it, but it won't work, I'm not beaten yet. Harry suddenly understood why Voldemort was so badly injured. He was supposed to destroy him, or his magic. The ship's core was part of his magic, so it had nearly killed Voldemort. But it wasn't enough, it would have to come from him directly, but Harry knew he didn't have the power at this moment to do it. Yeehaw! Dean yelled. We hit the son of a bi.ch right in the face. Good thing we built in those energy buffers, or else the ship would have probably been blown up instead of Snake Face. He added as an afterthought when he looked sideways at a small gauge that was displayed on one of the screen. The gauge showed the energy usage in kilowatt. Apparently James Watt had been a wizard whom had helped create the Hogwarts Express, and after the Muggles had used his name as a unit for electrical power, the wizarding community decided to do the same but for magical power, as they had no unit for it, to honor him for making it easier for parents to send their children to Hogwarts, and was scaled from 1 to 12. When Voldemort was battling with the beam, the indicator had been standing on 10.9, which lay in the red zone, and had been climbing to 11.5, but right now the indicator going back towards 0. Normally the indicator would drop back down to 0 in an instant, but after the beam had been active for a long period of time, the conductors like Diamond and Platinum stored some of the energy that was being sent off them, and it took a minute or two for them to fully discharge. Beneath the energy gauge the temperature was displayed. This indicator was just below the red zone and was creeping back at a very slow pace. At this rate it would take 15 minutes before they would be able to fire it again. I will have to suggest building in a cooling system to our scientists. This is something that can't happen when we are engaged in a full-scale battle. Dean mumbled thoughtfully. A small buzz alerted him that the second cannon was charged up. Fire at those Death Eaters and kill as many as you can, Dean ordered, and get a technician up here to cool that barrel down. What the hell? Dean muttered as an unearthly green glow came from where the battle on land was still raging on. Once the black aura around Voldemort had fully disappeared, something else took its place. A blinding green glow surrounded Voldemort for a moment or two, and the next Voldemort was back on his feet, only this time instead of the sickly black aura, a sickly green aura surrounded his body. Ah, Harry Potter. The distorted voice of Lord Voldemort said, not happy to see me. Shit happens, Slytherin. Harry spat. I should say it's a pleasure to see you so soon again, but then I would be lying. I should have figured you would join your half-blood heir somewhere high above the city of London. Harry is in trouble, Arakir. Magano said as a frightened feeling suddenly overtook her. I believe you are right and he needs our help. He is not too far away. We can reach him shortly if we hurry up. Arakir answered and started accelerating while Maganos followed. You won't be SSSO rude after I'm finished with you. Salazar replied angrily in Parseltonju as his aura swirled angrily and tried to lash out at Harry. You won't even be able to hiss when I'm done with you. Harry said back in Parseltonju. USS sound pretty SS sure of that. Very well then, let's begin. Salazar said as he conjured a blade from thin air. But I can sense that your power is not nearly as strong as yesterday. At this moment I am more powerful than you and Albus over there, even with the help of Helga, Rowena and Godrich. He continued in English. He can sense power levels. Harry thought, alarmed. That can't be good. He's more powerful than me at the moment, or he's just bluffing. This is the founder of Slytherin we're talking about. Why didn't any of you inform me of this? Albus demanded angrily at the other occupants of his mind. Because we didn't know Albus. Godrich said a little frightful. Why? He demanded. Because Salazar has always been the one that relied on power while we relied on experience and skill. He has undergone many rituals to become more powerful but kept all of his doings a secret from us. He wanted to be the most powerful of us four, and apparently he has found a way to sense how much magical power a person has at the moment. Rowena explained. That, or he's just bluffing. Helga quipped in. Somehow I doubt that. Dumbledore thought and sighed. This could be the day when evil conquered good, although he wasn't really sure on which side Harry was. He wasn't on Voldemort's side, which was evil, and neither was he on his side, which he considered good, but he knew that in Harry's perspective he was good and Albus was something else. When Harry spoke up, Albus' attention was drawn back to the battle. Why would I believe you? Harry asked. You could just as well be bluffing and trying to get me to flee. Only one way to find out. Salazar smirked evilly as he took on a combat stance. Harry didn't even bother to take on a dueling stance and attacked right away. If he was indeed weaker than Salazar, Voldemort at the moment, he would have to make sure he deals the first blow. He tapped a plain iron ring on his finger and his sword appeared in his hand, ready to slice trough anything in its way. The sword had been a funny thing, Harry thought. Sure, he had been practicing sword fighting over the summer, but he had been rather clumsy in it. With the reformed sword of Godrich Gryffindor he could fight like the best. The blade didn't bother him anymore, it seemed like it was just an extension of his arm. It was the same thing with his staff, when he had first seen the thing in the Black family vault, standing on a small pedestal. He had immediately thought that it would be an obstruction to use it in combat, but he hadn't been able to resist trying it once, just to see how it handled, and he was surprised when the emeralds in it glowed briefly and seemed to shimmer afterwards, while before he touched the staff they had been dull and lifeless. Another thing about the sword was that it had been annoying him where he was going to store it while he wasn't using it. He didn't want to walk around with a sword hanging on his belt, it looked silly on him. When he was pondering over this, he thought that maybe he could shrink it when suddenly the sword in his hand disappeared. He had looked around bewildered, wondering where his sword had gone to, when he noticed the ring on his finger. He thought about changing the sword back in its original shape, and the next moment the ring had disappeared and the sword reappeared. Salazar countered with his own sword and lashed out with it at Harry's face, who ducked low and swished the sword in a circle, aiming Salazar's legs, who just jumped into the air and landed some distance away from Harry. You're pretty good with a sword, Potter, Salazar remarked. Now let's see how good you are with a wand. He finished as he summoned Voldemort's wand from where it had fallen on the ground when Voldemort had been struck by the cannon. Apparently it had survived the attack. Harry just summoned his staff from thin air. Apparently this surprised Slytherin. Impressive item you got there, Potter, Salazar said as he scrutinized the staff. I'm surprised you're able to use it, as it has been a family heirloom since the day I made it, but I don't sense my heir's signature on you. You may want to thank Tom for that. He apparently shared some of his gifts with me after he tried to kill me. Harry replied. Slytherin scowled for a moment and looked at Harry Trough, angry red glowing eyes. Anyway, I want that artifact back, he stated. Come and get it. Harry shot back and prepared himself for magical combat, but didn't put his sword away. He was weaker at the moment and he could use every advantage he had, including using his sword to throw curses and slice trough his opponent's body. The Missouri would hopefully back him up. Withdraw that order, Dean shouted. Try to hit Voldemort again and make sure you don't hit Harry. He knew that it wouldn't have killed Voldemort to hit him with the cannon, but it should have weakened him considerably. Instead, it seemed like Voldemort was even stronger now than before he was hit, and Dean knew Harry was weakened by the construction of the ship's core. Salazar had dissolved his sword and was now throwing curse after curse at Harry, who just dodged and deflected them, ducking left and right. Salazar had cast a powerful shield around him and just stood still while trying to hit Harry with everything he got. Harry knew that that was a big mistake. Now that he knew the core was part of his energy, he had tried to sense it and found out that he could. He could feel the energy flowing in the ship, and he sensed that the cannon was about to fire again. The beam shot forth again, but this time Salazar was prepared. He dispelled his shield knowing that it wouldn't be able to resist the attack and transformed his wand into a long wooden staff with a shimmering onyx stone on top. He pointed the staff straight at the beam as if trying to attack, but instead he just waited and let it come near him while Harry just stared dumbfounded at his enemy. Is he mad or just arrogant? Harry thought. The beam connected with the staff, but instead of turning it into dust, the staff held the beam in place and it came to an abrupt hold an inch or so in front of it. Salazar was trying to get it under control, but it was very powerful and slowly he was pushed back. Just when Harry thought he would lose, he pulled the staff up and it drew the beam with it, sending it up into the sky. It shot straight up for a few seconds until it was a good distance away from the ground, until Salazar jerked the staff back down and the beam turned back down to earth, heading straight for the Order and the people that should join Harry tonight as they were fighting with some of the last Death Eaters. Salazar just laughed insanely as he saw the beam closing the distance. Harry saw it all happening in slow motion. He started to run towards the group, completely forgetting that there were faster ways to reach them in his panic, in the hope that he could stop the destructive magic heading towards them while screaming for them to get out of the way. Albus Dumbledore hadn't felt this alive in a long time. With the combined powers of the three founders, he was stronger than he had been in the past 50 years. He was fighting 7 Death Eaters at the same time while moving so fast the 7 men had difficulty following him. And at the same time he was throwing spell after spell, taking out one person after another, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit tired. All in all, he was having the time of his life. Then he sensed something powerful heading his way from above and he looked up. He froze when he saw a large red light heading straight towards them. Because of this distraction, 2 Death Eaters managed to hit him with a cutting curse and a petrifying charm, but both of them just ricocheted of Dumbledore's personal shield and hit 2 other Death Eaters instead. The Death Eaters that had thrown the spells at him wondered what he was looking at, and they looked up at well and froze as well. Harry ran as fast as he could, but he realized he wouldn't be able to reach it in time. He aimed his staff at the beam and tried to alter its course, but to no avail. It just kept heading straight towards the middle of the crowd. When the beam was about 40 meters above the crowd, Harry knew it was too late and tripped over an outcropping and he crashed face first on the ground. He didn't try to get up. He knew it was too late. Instead he waited for the explosion that was bound to accompany the impact of the beam. But instead of hearing an explosion, he heard gasps of surprise from all around him. He looked up to see what had happened and stared in shock at what was happening in front of him. Albus Dumbledore, once over the initial shock of seeing Harry's weapon heading straight towards him, transformed his wand in a 6-foot-long staff, carved a rune in the ground with it and began chanting a powerful shield incantation that would protect him from any harm outside of the metallic blue shield that surrounded. It was also very draining. He just hoped he could maintain it long enough to survive. While anybody outside the shield could only see a blue metallic sphere, he could see everything from the inside, and he looked intently at the red energy heading towards him. At the last possible moment, something blue and metallic, much like his shield, shimmered into existence, and a massive dragon was suddenly floating above him and beneath the beam. The dragon flapped its wings and opened its beak while aiming for the beam. He flew straight towards it and seemed to swallow it. The dragon hung suspended in midair as the beam just kept coming and the dragon still kept absorbing it. Harry stood up and looked at it with amazement and whispered a single word: Arakir. Back on board the Missouri, chaos ruled the bridge. Dean was staring at the energy gauge, which was currently displaying the power usage to be 12.9 kilowatts, and the thing didn't even show that number. The entire console crackled with power as an alarm howled throughout the ship, indicating an energy overload. The barrel that was firing was starting to glow red and the temperature display was flashing a warning signal. Instead of hitting Snake Face, he had redirected the beam and seemed to be drawing on the ship's core, and they had been unable to stop the beam. Energy control, Dean shouted. Pull the breakers. Now, he roared the last word off the intercom. A few decks down, a 6th year witch opened a panel in the wall at the back of the room in which the energy control was located and pulled 2 large levers. A resounding explosion rocked the ship and turret number 1 exploded as the MAD, which was already overloaded by the amount of energy being channeled trough. It exploded from the repercussion of the beam, which suddenly snapped in two between Arakir and the ship and was ked back into the ship. A moment later the energy buffers exploded as well. They were located on the outside of the turret, and after being charged up with excess energy from the core that the MAD couldn't process because it was too much, they needed to discharge, but because of the circuit breakers they couldn't send it back to the core. When the MAD exploded, the energy that was sent back by the explosion, it was just too much for them to handle. In the control room, displays exploded as well as almost all of the energy conductors and circuit breakers, the witch was thrown backwards against the opposite wall and slumped down unconscious. On the bridge, several displays exploded and a large piece of shrapnel pierced the separate shields surrounding it while narrowly missing Dean's head, who was staring in shock at the burning turret. He slowly turned around and saw it embedded in the wall separating the bridge from the holographic chamber and realized how lucky he was. He shook his head and turned his attention towards the ship and started commanding the people what to do. They immediately shot into action, repairing damage to the ship and extinguishing the fires. As the remaining part of the energy was absorbed by Arakir, he started to pulse with power and his blue scales shone like a beacon. A few moments later, Meganos shimmered into existence as well, and the two dragons began to circle each other while flying. The power pulsing around Arakir reached out and started to envelop Meganos as well, while all of the people beneath them stared at them in awe. Even Salazar was stunned and could do nothing but stare at the scene before him. When the power pulsing around Meganos equaled that around Arakir, both dragons shot up straight into the air and started hovering a good 200 meters above them. They both turned their heads towards Salazar and opened their jaws wide. Simultaneously, a red beam shot forth from both of them. The beams spiraled each other for a short distance and suddenly became one, heading straight towards Salazar, who was still frozen on the spot. Even if he had been able to think coherently at the moment, it would have been unlikely that he would have been able to avoid being hit by it. It hit him straight in the chest, but instead of detonating on impact, it took a sharp turn and didn't impact with the ground but turned back upwards and took Salazar along with it. It headed towards a hill in the distance and just slammed against, with Salazar pressed between rock and the energy, and he cried out in agony so loud that the people, who were now some distance away from him, could hear it as if he was standing no 2 feet away from them, and all of them winced in sympathy, even Harry. Even now, instead of just exploding, the beam just kept pushing until the rock gave way and Salazar was used as a drill bit, driving him deeper into the ground. The screams of agony disappeared, but the beam stayed. The next moment, everybody was thrown backwards by a powerful explosion that vaporized the hill and caused large waves on the normally peaceful water of the bay and rocked the Missouri. The smaller vessels that had been dispatched were hit hard as well, and their drivers tried with all their might to keep them from tipping over, and by some miracle they succeeded. When the men and women on board looked at the shore, they could see a large crater where there had previously been a large hill, and they cheered, convinced that Voldemort couldn't have survived that, no matter what. The two dragons that were still hovering in the air suddenly lost their balance and fell down to the earth. Harry saw this but was still too disoriented from being thrown back to do anything about it. At the very last moment, the dragons righted themselves and flapped their wings a few times and landed slowly on the ground. The dragons looked at the crater intensely and threw their heads back and gave an almighty roar. To Harry it sounded like a beautiful song of victory, and he listened intently at while lying on the ground. To the rest of the crowd it didn't sound like a song at all, and most of them quickly got up on their feet and scurried away, except for Albus Dumbledore, Alistair Moody, who was clutching his arm which was bleeding from a cut while his magic eye was focused on the dragons and his normal eye on Harry. As Harry listened to the song, he felt the aches of the battle disappear and power return to him. Slowly he got up and stretched, feeling everything pop back into place, and turned around to face the dragons. A large smile appeared on his face and he felt at peace as he listened to the dragon's song. The two stopped and looked straight at Harry with their identical eyes. "What was that?" Harry asked. "That was our song of victory," Meganos said. "Trough their bond. It's beautiful," Harry said, and both dragons bowed their head at the praise. "We are quite tired now, but we still have to make it home, so we better get going," Arakir said and yawned. The people that had just come a little closer out of curiosity why Harry was having an apparently one-sided conversation with the dragons quickly scurried back when they saw this and thought it was going to attack. "There's no need for that," Harry said. "You just go over to the ship. There's enough room on the aft deck for you, I think." And he pointed towards the ship and looked at it and saw for the first time the inferno that had been the front turret and smoke coming from various parts of the ship, and it was slightly tilting to the left, but it seemed to be in no imminent danger, or else they would have shot of an alarm signal, although he could hear a distinct whine of the overload alarm. Harry shot some red sparks from his staff, and a minute later 2 rather large APCs, armored personnel carriers, arrived on the beach. They were stolen from the American Army by another team when Harry, Dean and Neville had transported the Missouri. They could transport up to 200 people each and could easily cross a short distance over sea. Neville got out of the carrier first and approached Harry. Sweet Merlin Harry, what happened over here? Neville asked, nodding his head towards the smoking crater. Not now, Neville. I'll give a full debriefing once we get back home. Home, he liked to say that word these days. Just get the people that want to join us on board the Missouri. I'm going over there to see if I can help. Just as Harry was about to leap on Maganos' back in order to go back to the ship, he didn't wish to risk transporting himself. He could end up in the middle of a blazing inferno. Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry, I can't let you do this. Dumbledore said and aimed his wand at Harry, knowing for sure this time that it was actually him, but he had no more than just opened his mouth to utter an incantation when Maganos stepped in front of the powerful mage and roared as loud as she could, her beak not 3 feet away from Dumbledore. Dumbledore was covered in spittle and had closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was staring straight into the beast's nostrils and looked up a bit, seeing the intense emerald gaze scrutinize him. The nostrils flared and Dumbledore's hat was blown away. Maganos turned around and Harry hopped on her back. As you see, my companions disagree with your statement, so mind your own business. Harry said and smirked. Or else my other companion over there, Harry continued while indicating a Rockir, will not be so friendly to give a warning first and attack afterwards. I hope you don't mind staying here a little longer to keep an eye on things over here. Harry addressed a Rockir and the dragon just shook its head. As Harry's words sunk in, they did a moment too late as Maganos' tail knocked him off his feet. All right, people, everybody line up. Neville yelled as the people that had been waiting in the APCs vacated them in order to let the people that wanted to join them be transported to the Missouri. In awe of the dragons, the people just complied without hesitation. Severus Snape was standing in the line as well and looked apprehensive at Neville, who was holding a list of people of whom they were sure they were joining them. Neville and Snape had always been hostile towards each other, although Harry didn't have the slightest clue why, except that Neville had probably set a record in melting cauldrons and botching potions, but even in the very beginning Snape hadn't liked Neville. Professor Snape, Harry called, and both the potions master as Neville looked at Harry in surprise as well as many others that had come along with Neville. I think it might be best if you accompanied me. We have some matters to discuss, I believe. Now Snape looked alarmed at the dragon and swallowed. On that thing? He asked in a high-pitched voice. Maganos, who had been facing the other way, turned around abruptly, almost throwing Harry of her back in the process, and glared at the man. No offense, Snape said in a voice so high it almost matched Dobby's when he was excited as he shielded himself with his arms and backed away slowly, but dragons have a nasty reputation of killing every person that tries to mount them. Harry hoisted himself back on Maganos' back properly and addressed him. As you can see quite clearly, I'm sitting on her back and I'm not roasted. Now am I. Now stop offending Maganos and get a move on. The Missouri needs me. Get on her back now or stay behind and go back to Dumbledore. Harry said in a harsh voice. Snape nodded and stopped towards Maganos slowly, who crouched low and extended her wing in order to help the potions master on board, although she didn't like it. As soon as he was high enough, Harry grabbed hold of Severus' extended arm and hoisted him up onto Maganos' back. I hope you know how to ride this thing. Snape asked, but instead of the usual sneer he looked a bit afraid, something that was totally new for Harry to see. Nope, it's my first time as well. Harry grinned, and before Snape could reply, Maganos took of. Hold on tight. Harry yelled and laughed as they picked up speed. Snape did something he would have never thought would happen in his life as long as he had anything to say about it. He held on to Harry for dear life as the dragon suddenly dived and made a corkscrew before shooting back upwards and flying upside down, but neither of the two fell off. Then she dove straight towards the water at a high velocity, gave a few strong beats with her wings once they were back upright, and landed gracefully on the aft deck of the Missouri. Snape looked green as he hopped of Maganos' back as soon as they had landed. Harry jumped of two and landed next to him. Wow, that was fantastic, Professor Snape. I didn't know you could scream like a girl. Harry said with a smile and started walking towards the bridge and noticed that the tilting was not as bad as he has first estimated. Please follow me, Professor. I need to take care of some things and then you and I are going to have a nice and long conversation. Snape just followed while grumbling under his breath. When Harry arrived at the bridge, everything seemed to be pretty much under control. Several things were still being repaired. Dean was looking intently at a hologram of the ship in the center of the room that flickered in and out of existence while a mechanic was working furiously on the device that controlled it and was standing on a metal table. Hurry up! Dean growled in annoyance. The mechanic tapped a crystal with his wand and closed the latch of the device and it worked properly once more. Thank you. Dean said and began tapping different sections of the ship and a report about each section was shown on a screen next to the device. Harry coughed and Dean looked at the disturbance. Harry, thank Merlin you're okay. Dean exclaimed. I'm fine, Harry said. What is the damage? A minor breach in the hull. It is being repaired as we speak. In the meanwhile the pumps can easily handle it. The number 1 turret is blown up and some people are trying to extinguish the flames as we speak. The energy control room is in ruins. Susan Bones was injured when an explosion occurred in it. The core is still stable but one of the transportation crystals is damaged. The mechanics are working on it now. We probably won't be able to use the system for a few hours. Most of the ENRGY conductors are ruined. The only thing that's still working is the main power fortunately or else the pumps wouldn't work either. Dean concluded and only then did he notice the person standing behind Harry and Dean immediately drew his wand. What is he doing here? Not now, Harry said. First we have to make sure everyone gets on board and we start heading back home. Is the mess hall enlarged to accommodate all of the people joining us? Dean nodded. Good. Notify me as soon as everyone is on board. Harry said and motioned for Snape to follow. He headed towards a door at the back of the bridge and descended a metal ladder. Snape followed and Harry went down another deck. He walked off a narrow corridor towards the back of the ship and passed by the energy control. Sparks lighted the room occasionally as a team of 4 people did what they could to restore the room. Luckily most of the engineers and mechanics had stayed aboard the ship to say how it functioned and if some improvements had to be made. Who could have guessed that it was such an unstable system? In the first battle the ship was badly damaged and would probably need a day or 2 to be fully repaired and other modifications still had to be made. The ship was no longer tilting so Harry guessed they had repaired the leak. He entered a door on the right and found himself in his personal quarters. The room was larger than it could possibly be with the outside dimensions of the ship but it contained a second bridge, a meeting area, an office area complete with an ornate oak desk, a very comfortable looking chair behind it, filing cabinets that were contained info and blueprints of the ship and other projects they were working on, a golden perch with rubies and emeralds adorning it for Hedwig and a living area. There was a separate bedroom and bathroom. Harry had declined the offer when they proposed all of this but the engineers had been adamant that their commander needed all of this. He motioned for Snape to take a seat at the table in the meeting area. They took seats opposite each other. As soon as Harry was seated a loud pop was heard and a high-pitched voice spoke. Would Harry Potter sir like something to drink? Dobby asked. No thank you Dobby. Would you like something Professor? Harry asked. Snape declined his offer and Dobby disappeared again looking a bit miffed. So Professor? Harry asked nonchalantly as he put his feet up on the table, why have you decided to join me? Snape looked straight into Harry's piercing green gaze and was unable to look away and started to tell his reasons. Earlier today I had a nightmare. I have a lot of those. I see the people I killed and tortured. I know it was wrong what I was doing but Dumbledore insisted I stay in Voldemort's ranks as a spy. I had no choice, it was either that or be exposed as a spy, something that would surely lead to my demise. But today my nightmare was different. It started just the same as any other but then you showed up and that changed everything. I know I might not have been the nicest person you have met but I meant no ill will towards you. Harry opened his mouth to reply but Snape just kept telling his story. I know that our occlumency lessons were far less than enjoyable but it was how I was supposed to do it by Voldemort. If I would have actually helped you he would have noticed and killed me. Even if I had just been civil to you potions class the Slytherins would have reported this and I knew the prophecy. I was the spy that had overheard that night when Dumbledore interviewed Trelawney, so I knew he would rise again and I had to keep up the appearance as Dumbledore insisted. But after everything I have been through, especially the last few months I can't take it anymore. I have to kill innocent muggles in order to stay in Voldemort's good graces and at the request of Dumbledore. He doesn't care what happens to me or those people, as it all for the greater good. Snape sighed and closed his eyes as he was finally able to look away from Harry's. Yes, the greater good. I've thought a lot about that and I think that Dumbledore has been in control for far too long. he just doesn't realize the value of life, even if it is only on person. Harry concluded with a weary sigh. But you have not yet convinced me completely that you truly wish to join me, so I will have to ask a favor of you. Snape looked apprehensive once more, something that truly didn't show an awful lot of times on the potions master's face, but he nodded all the same, realizing there was no turning back now. You will have to lower your occlumency shields and grant me full access to your memories, and you can be sure of it that I will now when you try to hide anything. He looked totally taken aback by this request. Do I really have to? He asked like a kid that didn't want to eat its spinach. I have done many things that I'm not proud of. Rest assured that I won't make you relive your worst memories, Harry said and saw Snape flinched at the remark. I'm just going to look if joining me is your true intention. Snape closed his eyes for a second and leaned back thinking about Harry's offer. After a minute or two he opened his eyes again and looked straight in Harry's, which were still looking at him in that soul-piercing gaze. He nodded and lowered his mental barriers. He felt Harry entering his mind and wanted to raise his occlumency shields back up immediately, but found that he couldn't, and slowly images started to flicker before his eyes. Hearing the prophecy, Dumbledore asking him to spy on Voldemort, Voldemort telling him to torture innocent people, Harry in potions class, him teaching Harry occlumency lessons. All of a sudden the images stopped and he saw Harry sitting opposite him with an amused smirk on his face. After a few moments of this, Snape lost his patience. What's so funny? He barked. The irony, Harry replied, and seeing Snape's confused expression he continued, at the beginning of this summer I hated you with a passion for nor helping me when I thought Voldemort was holding Sirius and for many other things, but now you will most likely become one of my most trusted officers of my Iron Circle, as I like to call them. As a matter of fact, I was searching for someone that had a lot of knowledge about potions, and now it seems that I have found someone. If you are willing to take the position, I have never forced one of my citizens to do anything and not about to start now. Your citizens? Snape asked, bewildered. You will understand once we get back home. Now, are you willing to join my ranks? I know that you might have to work against some of your former associates, but you know that I don't harm innocents for fun or otherwise, not when I have any other option. Can I think about this for a while? Snape asked just as a small shudder ran through the ship. A moment later a buzz was heard in the chamber and a red light flashed on a console built into the table. Harry tapped a button and the voice of Dean came through. Harry, your dragon, Arakir I guess, has returned, so I presume that everyone will be on board once the APCs are back on board. Would you mind joining me on the bridge? I'll be right there, Harry said and pressed the button, closing the connection. I won't be gone very long, he informed the potions master. When I return it would be nice to have an answer. Snape just nodded and a glass of amber liquid appeared on the table next to him. Dobby has good intuition, wouldn't you say? Harry said with a smile, stood up and headed towards the door. As he entered the hall he noticed the ship wasn't tilting anymore at all and headed back towards the bridge. When he entered the bridge, Dean was still tapping various sections of the ship on the hologram, and the fire in turret number 1 seemed to be under control. Commander on the bridge, somebody to his left shouted, and a moment later everybody was saluting him. At ease, Harry grumbled. Now that order had been more or less restored, they had the time to notice him. Dean just smirked at him. I know you wanted to train them to be good officers, but don't you think this is a little extreme? Harry asked. Not at all, Dean said. If I didn't do it like this, the ship wouldn't be functioning nearly this effective. The repairs are almost done, but the transport system will only be repaired in an hour or two, and I don't think it is wise to just float around here. Dumbledore hasn't interfered up until now with the transports, but that doesn't mean he won't go and get reinforcements if we stick around. You're probably right, Harry said and looked at the shore where several fires were burning. It didn't look like Dumbledore was leaving before them. Is the scanner working? Harry asked. Dean nodded an affirmative. Make a full scan of the ship and look for tracking charms or anything of the kind. They will know where we are soon enough, but now is not the time. Let a team of experts check it manually as well and start up the engines if it's possible and go to our current maximum capacity. Dean nodded and gave some quick orders to various members on the bridge. The ship shuddered slightly as the propellers began to rotate and began to move. So I was what happened to Tommy. Do you think we're finally rid of him? I doubt even he could have survived that, despite the prophecy. I'm sure of it, Harry said and tapped his scar. but the cannons can kill him, as the core is a part of my magic. But a lot of improvements will have to be made before we attempt to hit him with the cannons again. You have seen what happened. The capacity will need to be larger and the buffers need to have a lot more capacity as well as a fail-safe. Now they only had to be capable to handle a single gun, but the next time it will most likely be 3 of them. The circuit breakers need to be enhanced and made a lot safer to use. How is Susan, by the way? Could be worse. Dean answered. Most likely just a concussion and some after effects of the magical blast, although those will most likely be positive. Positive in what way? Harry asked, bewildered. The medics don't know for sure just yet. Anything else? Not at the moment. The breach in the hull is repaired and the pumps should be about done with pumping the water out of the compartment. The fire in the turret has been extinguished and most of the systems are back online. We just had one other person injured, a mechanic that had been cooling down the gun barrel of turret number 2, but he has only suffered minor injuries. The shields around the bridge are repaired as well. They were weakened after that piece of metal from the turret was propelled trough it. He said and indicated towards the piece of metal that was still stuck in the wall. Because of it the holographic chamber is damaged, so we don't have a way to tell the people back home. We will be a little later than expected. I think I know something to solve that. I'll be going to my quarters now. I'll tell you if it worked, but first I'm going to check up on Arakir and Maganos. Harry said and exited the bridge and walked towards the stern. With both dragons on it, it was a tight squeeze, but it was manageable. They were lying down at the moment. How are you two doing? Harry asked as he approached them. Just a little tired, Maganos said. Stopping that energy has taken a lot out of us. Yes, I wanted to ask something about that. What in Merlin's name happened? This time it was Arakir who replied as he lifted his head to look at Harry. When we felt that you were panicked about something, we were flying above London, so we decided to get to you as soon as possible. We now know that it was Garner's former master that frightened you. I was not scared. I was just aware the odds were not in our favor. Harry said indignantly. Whatever. Arakir said with amusement in his voice. When we arrived it appeared that we were just in time. The only reason we were able to stop it, on the other hand, was because the energy was a part of your magic. We are able to absorb and use our current master's magic, but the energy was too much for me alone to handle, so Maganos helped me to control it. This is something irregular because there has never been a dragon master that had 2 dragons at once, yet you have 4. We used our combined strength and send the energy back to its initial target. Everything has turned out fine for now, but we sense that Garner's former master will become much stronger in the future, and Lord Voldemort as well. We are concerned that soon enough they will become more powerful than you eventually. He concluded, his mental voice now deadly serious. Then I'll just have to defeat him before that happens, Harry said. Anyway, thank you for saving those people's lives. It was nothing, Harry, Maganos said and laid her head back down. Harry just nodded and went back to his quarters. As he entered he saw Snape standing at the back of the room where Harry's desk was located, staring at the perch and Hedwig sitting on top of it. Quite an impressive animal, isn't it, Professor? Harry said as he strode towards them, startling Snape. He turned around and faced Harry. Yes, indeed it is. I have met 3 people that owned one, and Albus was one of them, but I have never seen or even heard of one that was completely black. May I ask where you found it? I didn't. Hagrid did. Seeing the confused look on Snape's face, Harry continued, Professor, allow me to introduce you to Hedwig, my owl. She is also the symbol of our army, the Black Phoenix. I don't know how, but apparently she felt the need to transform with me a couple of months ago when my power was unleashed. I will probably tell you the entire story after I have heard your answer to my proposal. Snape sighed, walked around the desk and plopped down in the chair as another glass of fire whiskey appeared next to him. He gulped it down entirely and prepared himself to make a decision that would shape the rest of his life. I have decided to join you. I have no desire to stay and be manipulated or forced by any of those 2 fools back in England. I would rather die a free man than live a life of misery while being controlled by Dumbledore or being tortured by Voldemort. Harry nodded, picked up a piece of parchment and a quill from the desk, scribbled a quick note on it and gave it to Hedwig. Deliver this to Ginny and send her my love. Hedwig thrilled, a note that filled Harry with hope and happiness. Now that your decision is made, I suggest we switch to a first-name basis and I tell you that story, Severus. Harry said with a laugh as he offered his hand to Snape, who shook it. Very well, Harry, he said awkwardly. A few hours later, he was on the bridge after addressing the people that had joined him. They had gathered in the temporary enlarged mess hall. Dean had called informed that the transport system was operational again and that the sweep of the ship against tracking charms was complete. The scanner had found none, and neither had the experts. As the transport cylinder was being charged up, Harry had only a single thought on his mind, and this time it was not something he dreaded. I'm going home. It has been 2 weeks since Operation Missouri, and the inhabitants of Insania have settled down and their new world was taking shape. A small village was under construction with several houses already completed. A massive marble structure had been erected at the town square, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry had persuaded them to build a branch here. Everyone had an account there after all. From a small pub, music was heard and laughter from the dockworkers whose shift had been completed. Giant dragons could be seen flying around with cages bringing wildlife to the new land or others guarding the castle. Dragon's Keep. The tall and impressive marble castle stood proud on the landscape next to a large lake that was now connected with the sea but charmed so that the fresh water in the lake was separated from the salt water of the ocean. Something that the inhabitants have noticed over the course of the past 2 weeks is that the weather in Insania always seems to match the mood of its ruler. When Harry is happy and content, the weather is beautiful, but when a letter from Dumbledore had arrived, delivered by Fawkes, around a week ago with some tracking spells attached to it, he had been furious and the weather had instantly changed from calm to a thunderstorm as he walked out of the hall, Fawkes' neck in one hand and the parchment in the other. He had conjured a red envelope and attached it to Fawkes' leg and modified the bird's memory so it wouldn't know where Insania was, and instructed the dragons that if Fawkes ever came near the island again they could have him as an appetizer. When Dumbledore heard the note he had nearly fainted. Even McGonagall had heard a part of it while she had been in her office. It contained something like, "Stop interfering with my life, old man, or you will regret it, and if I ever see that turkey of yours even remotely close to my whereabouts I'll kill it, stuff it and put it on, nail it to the wall as a trophy." A single seemingly Muggle cruiser was guarding the entrance to the lake, which was now connected to the ocean so that the smaller cruisers could enter Dragon's Beak, as the inhabitants called the harbor, because they don't have a transportation drive, while the much larger Missouri was patrolling the seas around the island along with several more cruisers. While the Missouri had 3 turrets, these had only 1 and a single cannon instead of 9, but their fire rate was much higher. Smoke could be seen rising from the mountains as the blast furnaces produced metal ore into magically modified steel for the enormous battleship that was being constructed at the shipyard near the castle, as well as several transport vessels and heavy cruisers, and for Luna, who was working on her project but nobody knew what she was working on. Not even the people that were helping her. It had something to do with Luna's safety precautions, but every time the scientists and workers left the vast dungeon deep underground they appeared to know nothing about the things they were working on except Luna. Harry had even used legilimency once on Luna to see what it was, more out of curiosity than anything else. He didn't like it, but it was not like he was digging into her personal life. He wasn't about to stoop as low as Dumbledore, but the only thing he had gained from it was a headache. Luna's thoughts were just too hectic to see anything in them. Harry saw all this trough one of the windows of his living quarters in of the highest towers of Dragon's Keep, a large round tower with windows on all sides. His highest ranking officers resided in it and Harry lived on the top floor. Below this magnificent castle a large network of tunnels and dungeons stretched deep down into the earth. This was where Harry's scientists worked. All kinds of things were invented here, like mobile phones that worked solely on magical energy and other appliances, but mostly it was war machinery that was being developed at the moment. They were grossly outnumbered when the war would really begin. There was no point in saying that Insania wouldn't be drawn into the conflict between Voldemort, Dumbledore and the Ministry. Voldemort's lifetime nemesis was their leader after all. Harry didn't have a large force. 20,000 men and women lived on this island, but only 3,000 of them were soldiers. The rest were part of the crew on the ships. Constructors, scientists, or just regular people trying to make a living in this new nation where there was no corruption or lies being told to the public. So they didn't have the advantage of large numbers or powerful wizards. Not a single Auror or hit wizard had joined Harry, at least none on active duty, just Harry, so they relied on the technology that Harry had helped create. The Missouri is a prime example of this. While originally a Muggle battleship, it had been transformed and upgraded. It could shoot powerful beams of pure energy trough its 9 cannons and other various armaments, had one of the most powerful shields and could reach speeds of 54 knots instead of the original 33. Right after breakfast he would go down to the dungeons to see the first test of a new weapon his scientists had created. But right now he had to wake up the sleeping beauty in his bedroom. As he approached her he just had to stop for a minute and look at her peacefully sleeping. How did I ever get to be so lucky? He questioned himself and Hedwig gave a reply as she landed on his shoulder. Hush you, Harry said with a laugh. Suddenly Ginny's eyes opened and she smiled as Harry talked to Hedwig. You know, you really shouldn't do that when we have company, people might think you're barmy. Ginny said while suppressing a yawn. I'll just say it's a side effect from having to spend so much time with you. Harry said teasingly. Oh, now you have to spend time with me. Ginny said as she threw a pillow at him which Harry caught deftly and threw right back. Believe me, you will never have to make me spend time with you. Harry said as he approached her and gave her a quick key. On the lips, are you going down with me for breakfast today? No, I think I'll sleep in. Suit yourself, Harry said as he walked out of the bedroom and headed towards the Great Hall. Most of the students had opted to stay at the castle which was large enough to accommodate them all and still they would all have their private living quarters. Some of the new arrivals had also stayed in the castle. Like Neville's grandmother whom had been an unspeakable before she retired and was now helping in some of the research to combine Muggle technology with magic, but she didn't help with creating weapons, more things like the cell phone. Harry had found this an immense improvement. It was much better than somebody's head suddenly popping into your fireplace while you were having a private moment, and you could be reached everywhere, not just when you were in the vicinity of a grate. As he entered the Great Hall the noise of early risers eating their breakfast welcomed him. Most of them were people who were working the morning shift on the massive battleship or other things. The construction of the ship never stopped as people worked on it 24/7 in 3 shifts. They needed it as soon as possible, only then would they start with eliminating Voldemort's forces. As Harry sat down to eat his breakfast, Albus Dumbledore was sitting in the library at number 12 Grimmauld Place looking intently at a piece of parchment. Army is getting stronger every day. Today a new weapon will most likely be completed and the large battleship should be completed within the next 2 weeks. Still don't have any idea where we are exactly. Dumbledore nodded grimly and wrote a reply. All right, that will be all for now, continue to play your part. Harry had finished his breakfast and was now heading down to Warcraft Development Facility NR 9. As he approached the door he could see Neville standing in front of the door looking anxiously at Harry. Come on Harry, I can't wait to see it, he said excitedly as Harry approached the security device. He tapped it with his wand and put his palm flat on the scanner as a small iris opened on top of the device and looked up straight into Harry's eyes and scanned them. After a few moments a cool female voice spoke up. Name and password please. Harry Potter. 98,843,784 inches. Access granted. The door unlocked and opened on its own. Harry and Neville entered and saw most of the scientists standing near the back of the room in front of a window while several other were watching intently at monitors that were showing tons of data. He approached Tom Maguire, a parent from one of Harry's followers whom had decided to help them in their research. He was a tall and imposing man with short brown hair and piercing blue eyes. He had an aura that told everyone around him that he knew what he was doing and that he didn't like to be contradicted. How is it coming along? Harry asked as he just seemed to appear next to the man while he gave a nod to greet the others around them while Neville was looking through the window in awe. The test was a complete success. We just have to modify the weight to make the backfire more comfortable, but it's operating just fine. Would you like to have a go? He asked amused as he saw Harry turn around abruptly and enter the test area. Tom saw Harry ask the guy holding the gun something and he handed the weapon over. Harry examined the weapon and nodded his approval. Enhancing Muggle weapons into magical ones hadn't been easy. Altering the weapon hadn't been the problem, but the power source had been an entirely different matter. They needed to have a magical core or modified bullets. The problem was that bullets were expensive and it wasn't practical to go to the Muggle world every week or so to buy more bullets, and modifying them would have to be done by hand, which would take too much time to be practical. A magical core would have been more practical, but the only one they knew could create them was Harry, and making several thousands of these cores would take weeks. The breakthrough had come not long after Harry's dragon fight, when they researched Ginny and found that she could do some things that only Harry could. When they looked further into the matter, they discovered that when Harry sleeps, his energy is not only being restored, but it happens at such a fast pace that objects or beings in the neighborhood get some of this energy as well. Once they had discovered this, they created a device that would collect the excessive energy from Harry while he was asleep and concentrate it into a core. They had created it so that the core could fit inside an ammo clip form the gun. After that, another problem popped up. The cores didn't have enough energy to last very long. They could only shoot about 40 times before running dry, and this was not acceptable. At first they had tried inserting a MAD into the rifle, but because of the device and the energy buffers, the gun doubled in weight, and this wasn't acceptable either. They could of course charm it with zero gravity charms, but during the first test the shooter was slammed into the wall behind him due to the backfire. After some careful consideration, they had decided that whoever was using the weapon should insert his wand in the gun. Wands could amplify magic and their weight was negligible. Now they had a weapon that could shoot a large amount of magical pellets, and it weighs even less than the Muggle variant if they're both loaded. They had successfully modified an M16A2 assault rifle. Harry aimed at the far side of the test area where a dummy that tried to dodge the shots was standing by. He opened fire and small red and blue spheres shot forth from the muzzle, taking down the dummy after a few seconds of intense dodging. Harry smirked satisfied and looked at the side of the rifle where you could adjust the type of energy you were firing. There were 5 choices. The first one was stun, which Harry had just used. You could shoot 350 stunners with a single clip. The second one was kill. This one you could use for about 20 times and you needed 3 shots to take down an opponent. The third one was disable, designed for taking down shields or other security measures. You would fire 50 of these. The fourth one was destroy. This mode made the rifle shoot explosive bullets, but this function wasn't meant to be used a lot as the energy system would overload after a short while, but you could shoot about 100 shots before the clip ran out of power. The fifth one was something special. This function shot of a transportation beacon that could be used by the wielder of the gun to be transported to the location of the beacon over a short distance by pressing a button on the side of the gun. Excellent for making a quick exit out of a bad situation or crossing a guarded hallway without being noticed, as this option was completely silent. The only problem was that this function could only be used 4 times per clip. Harry turned a knob and switched the energy to kill. He aimed once more and squeezed the trigger. Small purple spheres headed towards the dummy that dodged only 3 and was hit by the 4th sphere and bursting into flames. Harry was impressed but not pleased that they couldn't imitate the Avada Kedavra curse. It just took too much power for the core to supply. They had tried to do it with a heavier variant but with disastrous results. You needed to know true hate to be able to pull it off. Something that most people didn't possess. Some did possess it, but they had been transported to the hospital wing afterwards because the gun simply exploded from the energy usage. You would need the energy of 4 clips to fire only once. Next, a wizard took the place of the dummy and cast a regular shield charm while Harry selected the next option. He aimed a little to the right of the wizard, on the side of the shield, and shot a single round. The sphere shot forth and attached itself on the side of the invisible shield. The sphere, which was originally a dull forest green, started to pulse and grow brighter and larger. After a few seconds, the marble-sized sphere had doubled in size while the wizard who had casted the shield was breathing heavily as he tried to maintain the shield. Another moment or two passed and a blue crackle announced that the shield was down while the by now brightly growing green sphere disappeared with a soft pop. Harry congratulated the wizard for holding the shield up for such a long time and he exited the room. Now that the initial purpose had proven to be successful, 2 other wizards entered and started doing intricate movements with their wands, summoning a very powerful shield. A golden dome appeared and surrounded them. Harry fired a single round once more and it attached itself to the side of the shield, and the process was repeated. Only this time, when it disappeared with that some soft pop, the shield was still standing and the wizard didn't seem to be having any problems maintaining the shield. Harry aimed again, but this time he shot 3 spheres at the shield, which grouped together forming a single sphere the size of a tennis ball before attaching themselves the shield. The larger sphere started to pulse and glow brighter while growing to the size of a football. After 5 or so seconds, a large crack announced that the shield was down and the sphere disappeared with the sound of a cannon being fired. The two wizards slumped down to the ground from exhaustion while two Medi-Witches rushed in and checked if they were fine, which they were. They escorted them out while a wall rose from the ground at the back of the room with a low rumble. Harry selected the next option on the weapon, destroy. He squeezed the trigger once more, but all that happened was the gun emitting a low buzzing sound that quickly faded away. What happened? Harry demanded the scientists behind the safety glass. The core has been depleted. Tom answered as he pushed a button next to the safety glass so Harry could hear him. How are you supposed to know it's empty when you are engaged in combat? It could be the difference between life and death. Harry demanded, somewhat frustrated. We are working on a display on the side of the weapon that will show you how much power you have left, but our priority at the moment was to get the damn things working without exploding in your own face. Tom returned hotly. Oh, Harry said. All right then, can I get another clip? Tom opened the door to the test area and threw Harry a clip which he caught, deftly replaced the depleted core with the new one. He aimed for the wall once more and opened fire. Glowing red spheres shot towards the wall and slammed 3 holes the size of a football in the 2 feet thick wall. While the weapon was in destroy mode, there were 2 types of firing. You had the normal type, which shot of 1 ball of energy every half second, and then you had the second option. Only on ball on energy was fired in this option, but it was 10 times more powerful than normally. Halfway towards its target, the ball would split up into 20 smaller spheres. These spheres dispersed themselves and zoomed towards their target from different angles, taking it completely by surprise and with much more damage. Harry pressed the button for alternative fire and squeezed the trigger. Meanwhile, on board Missouri, what do you think? No idea, but he has been acting strangely for the past few hours. Dean said as he watched a Muggle cruise ship bobbing on the water in the distance trough his binoculars. Do you still think he has engine troubles? Could be, but we can't just go and ask him, can we? They could recognize the ship and we can't simply obliviate an entire crew when we don't even know where they are. That ship is huge. 2 hours earlier, on board the Muggle cruise ship MV Century, the captain of the ship, who was a squib from a pureblood wizarding family and had been banned because of that, was reading the Daily Prophet while the rest of the crew was just doing what they were supposed to do. He didn't need to worry that any of the crew would notice the peculiar paper he was reading, as it appeared to be a normal Muggle newspaper to non-magical people. The ship was currently headed back to the Caribbean Ocean after being deployed in the Baltic Sea for the past 5 months. He looked up from his newspaper, still telling the story of the rebellion Harry Potter had caused and the large reward the government was offering regarding any information that could guide them to his whereabouts, towards the windows, expecting to see what he had been seeing for the past few days, a vast open ocean. You can imagine that he was a little surprised when he saw land, and furthermore, a large battleship seemingly guarding it with its guns aiming straight at his ship. He was about to order a full stop when he realized that none of the crew members were reacting to the possible threat. If they aren't able to see it, then it must have something to do with my world, the captain thought, and remained seated, acting like there was nothing wrong. Soon the compass will start to act funny and the left engine will fail, which will result in us getting off course and away from the island due to the powerful current. I'm going down to my cabin to get some rest. He informed the crew and left without further explanation. Once he arrived back in his cabin, he pulled open a hidden drawer in his desk and pulled out what appeared to be a world chart. The chart was a special one developed especially for squibs. It showed all the wizarding societies from around the world. It could be used for when a squib needed to contact the wizarding society in a very short notice. They could see where the nearest was. A red dot was blinking on it and he tapped it with his finger. The chart zoomed in on the area where he was at the moment. The map showed everything within a 200-mile radius, and the only thing the map showed was open sea. The map was updated automatically every 2 weeks, and he was sure no government could create such a large landmass in just 2 weeks, and even so, there should be an indication on the map months in advance for a project this scale. Then all of a sudden his thoughts returned to the article of Harry Potter and the disappearance of Hogwarts. It didn't take long to put 2 and 2 together. He picked up the phone that was placed on his desk and asked the operator for an outside line to Britain. He quickly dialed the number and waited, hoping that they were home. Luckily, or unluckily for Insomnia, they were. John, the captain said. I need you to contact the ministry and tell them that I know the possible whereabouts of Harry Potter. Take a pen and paper and I'll tell you the coordinates. Now he was sitting on the bridge. After calling his friend in England, he had caused a malfunction in the autopilot, causing it to alter the course of the ship. Instead of continuing their course, the ship had ground to a halt and the stay where it was using its bow propellers and thrusters to remain at its current position. Even 2 hours later, the engineers hadn't fixed the problem. He just hoped the ministry would hurry up. Those engineers were bound to fix it within the next hour or two. Harry was congratulating the scientists on their wonderful job but urged them to complete the display as soon as possible. He was just leaving the room when Luna approached him with that dreamy look on her face. "Ah, Harry, there you are. I was just looking for you," she said. "I've been searching you for over an hour but nobody knew where you went. That's why we invented these cell phones," Harry said as he took his out of his pocket. "Yes, I know, but I think they're so impersonal. At least a flow call is still face to face," Luna said. Harry sighed but decided not to go further into the discussion, which was probably better for his sanity. "Why were you looking for me?" "I wanted to show you something that we are working on," she said. "You mean I finally get to see the inside of your workshop? Last time I tried, guns suddenly came out of the wall and almost killed me. I think they must have fired over 2,000 rounds at me. It's a good thing I can cast powerful shields," Harry complained. 4,733 bullets actually. Sorry about that, but there are still some minor bugs in our defense system, Luna replied with a smirk like it was funny. "Oh yeah? Well, if you think that's so funny, I'll let a rockier have you for breakfast next time those things try to shoot me," Harry replied. "Sounds fun," Luna replied and headed towards the stairs that led down to their own department of mysteries, Luna's department, as everyone liked to call it, because nobody knew what transpired down there, not even the people that worked there. Suddenly, a loud and high-pitched tone alerted Harry that someone was trying to reach him on his cell phone. This was something else that needed to be improved. Instead of some music playing when somebody tried to reach you, this awful ear-splitting whine would alert you. He picked it out of his pocket and pressed the button to accept the call. "Sir?" a female voice asked, and Harry gave an affirmative. "The magical observation room has detected a powerful incoming portkey about 25 kilometers northeast of here. The Missouri is already on its way over here. Would you like to accompany them when they investigate?" "Yes, I would. Notify them at once." And with that, he cut the connection. "What's the matter?" Luna asked. "It appears that Muggle Cruiser wasn't just having engine troubles. They've found us, I'm afraid." "What Muggle Cruiser? Who's found us?" "Later, Luna. I'll stop by your dungeon later," he yelled as he ran up to the surface. He ran all the way up to the observation tower where a very powerful telescope had been built so they could see what they could expect should a vessel approach the island. He barked orders at the men stationed there to aim the telescope in the right direction. As he peered at the screen, he could see a ship coming into focus in the distance. It appeared to be an old sailing vessel with 2 masts. "But Madam Umbridge, are you sure we don't need more oars? There are a lot of them," Kingsley Shacklebolt asked Dolores Umbridge while they were standing on the bow of their ship looking towards the island in the distance. "No, of course not. What can a couple of those brats do? I don't believe Potter transported Hogwarts. I think that Dumbledore helped and this is some plot against the ministry." Shacklebolt just sighed. He knew for sure Harry had done it, but he couldn't disobey her. The ministry also didn't believe that all the missing persons had gone over to Harry's side. They just said they fled the country because of the new threat Voldemort posed, and Kingsley couldn't do anything to contradict them on the issue. They needed every spy in the ministry they got at the moment, and he couldn't reveal the existence of the order either. As the sails were raised magically and the ship started moving towards the island, a strange fog appeared and obscured their view. Shacklebolt shuddered and felt something was not right. "On board the Missouri. Full speed ahead, Mr. Thomas," Harry said, and the ship's engines roared to life as the ship shuddered and set into motion. "Won't they see us coming?" Dean asked. "Nope. They won't," Harry said, and he smirked as a dense fog seemed to settle around the island and obscure it from view. "But how are we going to see them?" Dean asked. Harry just smirked some more and waved his hand in a wide arc in front of him as if to sweep the fog away. The world in front of the windows turned blue and red. In front of them they saw everything that was solid or alive in red, and the ocean was a bright pulsing electric blue. "Okay," Dean said. you're going to have to teach me that trick sometime. Will do, Harry said as the ship approached open sea. Prepare one of the smaller vessels to be deployed, whoever they are, they're in for a surprise. On board the MMS Venture. The wind-powered vessel cleaved its way trough the waves on the fog-covered ocean, her sails full of wind, although there wasn't the slightest breeze noticeable. The ship wasn't like the Missouri with magically powered engines, but wind was created trough and incantation and blew only in the sails. The captain could decide how hard the ship sailed so that it didn't look suspicious when they encountered Muggle fishermen. It would look fairly suspicious when a ship sailed at top speed when there wasn't the slightest gust of wind to be detected. This mist gives me the creeps, one of the oarers on deck said. It's not natural. One moment you can see as far as the horizon and the next you can't see 20 feet in front of you. Kingsley Shacklebolt just grunted in agreement. Although he didn't let it show, this mist was giving him the creeps as well. He had a bad feeling about this. Just as he thought about this, the sails started flapping and the ship slowed down. After a moment or two, the sails were just hanging slack. Why did we stop? He demanded of the captain. Haven't got a clue, Edward Johnson replied. The spell's at full capacity. It must have worn out. I'll just recast it. Just as he took out his wand, Kingsley gestured him to be quiet. What is it? Edward whispered. Then he could hear it too, and it sounded like a motorboat. Kingsley ran to the bow in the direction of the noise, but he couldn't see anything because of the fog while he yelled to the captain to try and get the spell working. Suddenly the fog in front of the bow seemed to retreat only to reveal a small inflatable orange motorboat with Harry Potter standing in the front looking like a true captain, his arms folded over his chest in a pitch-black captain's uniform. Ha! Finally I've got you, Potter, Umbridge shrieked from where she was standing next to Kingsley, making him wince from the terrible sound. Stupefy! She cried, and a bolt of red light zoomed towards Harry, only to be deflected by an invisible shield that rippled briefly like water when the spell made contact. I was going to suggest that you surrender and we would just let you return to the ministry, without your wands and ship of course, but know that she is on board, and after the warm welcome I received I'll just skip that part. Harry said like he was talking about how nice the weather is. Prepare for battle. He yelled imperiously. The small boat suddenly turned around and sped off, but Kingsley noted that the engine hadn't been running. What did he mean by that? Umbridge demanded, completely oblivious to the fact. It means that thanks to you we're going to have a battle unless we can get out of here right now. If we don't, I doubt that we'll be facing a wooden ship. Kingsley said grimly and ordered everyone on board to cast shields or load the cannons. He knew of course that the rumors were true. He had seen Harry's ship himself, but he had to keep up the appearance in case one of the crew made it out alive and told the ministry that Kingsley had been involved in a secret organization. It could bring the Order of the Phoenix and all its members in danger. He heard a thump behind him and looked around. Umbridge was lying on the ground unconscious. Kingsley sighed and walked over to her. He picked her up and decided to dump her below deck, but for some reason he couldn't drag her away from the bow. He tried to pull harder, but she just wouldn't budge. He cast a detection charm and discovered that a permanent sticking charm had been cast on Umbridge's shoes and feet. When did he do this and why? Kingsley demanded to no one in particular. After about 15 minutes, the sails suddenly caught wind again. You did it, Kingsley yelled to the captain. I didn't do anything, the captain yelled back, but his voice faltered at the end of his sentence and he seemed to stare at a point behind Kingsley. His jaw fell open while he turned as pale as a ghost. Kingsley turned around and noticed that he could now see for about 5 kilometers, and into the distance she lay, bobbing on the water, her guns aimed at their ship. Bloody hell, was all Kingsley could say as his suspicions were confirmed. The captain got over his surprise and yelled to the oarer whom had taken over the rudder. Hard to starboard, full speed ahead, prepare to open fire. He yelled the last thing to the oarers below deck. Shall we open fire, sir? The fire control officer asked Harry, who was staring at the ship in the distance trough the windows on the bridge, wearing a slightly evil smile. No, he said. Those poor guys don't deserve to die today, but she does. Full speed ahead, he bellowed, and immediately the engines gave everything they had and the ship started moving forward, straight towards the MMS Venture. What is he doing? He could have just opened fire from where he was. Kingsley thought as he saw the massive battleship approach. Why don't you open fire? Umbridge was yelling at the captain, who was standing next to Umbridge on the prow. The ship was now turned and the guns were aiming straight at the Missouri. Because he's not in range of the guns yet, even with magical adaptations, the guns only have a reach of 500 meters and not 10,000 like his. He yelled back, frustrated, as that was the 7th time he had to say that. The Ministry's magical ships, or MMS for short, were modified vessels from the 19th century. They were stronger, faster, and could sail whenever they wanted. Not only was the ship modified, but the guns also. Instead of having to be reloaded manually by 4 or 5 men, a single wizard could reload a gun by simply saying the incantation, and 2 times faster than normally. The cannonballs, although they were still heavy iron balls, were engraved with runes. This gave them the ability to fly much farther, and they could slightly alter their trajectory to hit the target more accurately. Something else that had been added was that the balls were explosive. As soon as they hit their mark, they exploded, sending shrapnel flying everywhere, killing or injuring the crew of the enemy ship, while the explosion itself did a lot of damage on its own. Kingsley's opinion about these things was that they were gruesome and should be banned, but right now it was all they had. They had tried to create another Portkey, but it seemed like an anti-Portkey ward had been erected. An apparition over such a great distance was just too dangerous. Just a little more. The captain was grumbling under his breath. Suddenly he nodded and gave the command. Open fire. 8 oars ignited the fuses simultaneously, and a few seconds later explosions rocked the ship. Kingsley looked expectantly as the projectiles flew towards the steel titan. They hit the bow exactly as intended, and black clouds of smoke obscured the ship from sight, indicating the cannonballs had exploded. Everyone on board let out cries of joy except the captain, Kingsley, and Umbridge. The captain and Kingsley were thinking that it couldn't be this easy, while Umbridge just smiled maliciously. When the ship emerged from the dense black smoke at full speed, it wasn't damaged at all. It didn't seem like they had even inflicted a scratch on it. The only difference seemed to be that it was now even more imposing than before. Everyone had stopped in mid-yell and stared dumbstruck at the ship that was still heading towards them at full speed. Reload the guns and fire at will. The captain bellowed. Full speed ahead. We may not be able to outrun them, but maybe we can buy some time, he said to Kingsley, who just nodded grimly once more. What are you planning to do, Harry? Ram it? Dean asked, frustrated. He was trying to get to Harry for the past 5 minutes, but he just kept staring at that ship, and with each passing second his expression grew more malicious. Exactly, Harry replied finally. Why? Dean asked, but Harry didn't answer this time. Instead he just held up his hand, on which the sentence, I must not tell lies, was still visible, etched into the flesh for a very long time to come. Oh, Dean simply said, and his expression changed from comprehension to hard determination. Nudge her bow, he said to the steersman. How fast can that thing go? Kingsley asked, a little frightened now. I don't know, but estimating on the waves she's creating, I guess she's around 30 knots and accelerating fast. The captain replied. But that's nearly impossible. Yet he's doing it. Looks like he's planning to ram us. Kingsley just nodded grimly. Ram us? Umbridge shrieked. Get me out of here. Get me out of. How fast can we go? Kingsley asked, a little worried while ignoring the cow for now. 23 tops. The captain replied. Kingsley just nodded grimly. But a ship going that fast can't turn very well, so we might have a chance of avoiding them once or twice, he said as the guns fired for the 5th time, still with the same result. Turn her about, he ordered the steersman, who tried to whirl around the wheel, to no avail. The rudder's blocked, sir. What do you mean blocked? He asked, and Kingsley thought he heard a slight panicky tone in the captain's heavy growl. Let me see that. The captain ran to the wheel, grabbed it, and tried to turn it around with all the force he could muster. Beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, as he gave it up and whipped out his wand. Adverto Eurus, he cried. The wheel creaked and groaned as the spell tried to turn it around, but Harry hadn't blocked the wheel, but the rudder. Once the wood couldn't take the pressure anymore, it exploded, sending splinters flying in all directions at great speed, all from sheer pressure. A rather large piece of wood pierced the steersman's leg, and he fell down on the deck crying in agony. It seems that boy has thought of everything, the captain said gravely. He couldn't think of anything they could do anymore, so he accepted what was about to happen. Prepare for collision. Is someone going to help me now? An annoying voice shrieked, but Kingsley just waved his wand in the direction of the noise while muttering Silencio. They couldn't help her. The only thing they could do was cut a hole in the deck or ask Harry for the password to release the spell. He didn't want to do neither of them right now. Besides, Kingsley thought, the world is a better place without her. As the fifth round of cannonballs hit the deck of the Missouri, Harry growled in annoyance. They're ruining my view. We can't see trough the smoke, and I want to see the look on that Umbridge's face when we ram her. Harry said, and he strode towards the door. Harry, what are you going to do? Dean asked. I'm going to do something about it, he said with a wicked smile and a gleam in his eyes. He walked across the deck to the front of the ship, and then he was standing on the very tip of the bow waiting for the next round of cannonballs to be fired. He heard the explosions. The ship was closing in on the oars fast. The cannonballs zoomed towards them, and Harry raised his palms towards them, as if to catch them. Reversio tum itineris. He started to chant, over and over again. Every time he said this sentence, a wave of green light rippled across the water and troughed the air. The projectiles were still flying towards the Missouri, but every time that green light struck them, they seemed to slow down, and they continued to slow down until they finally stopped, one of them inches away from Harry's face. But Harry didn't stop chanting, and when the next wave hit them, they started to move backwards, ever so slowly, and with each hit they started moving faster and faster. After 10 seconds, the balls were flying towards the place they came from at high velocity. To Harry it seemed like this procedure had lasted for 20 minutes, to the rest of the world it was 10 seconds. On minute the cannonballs were going to hit Harry head on. The next, they were flying back to where they came from. On board the MMS Venture nobody realized what had happened until 8 explosions rocked the ship. The guns below deck exploded as the cannonballs flew back into their barrels. Shrapnel was blown in all directions, cutting trough timber and people alike. 3 oars died instantly while 4 others were wounded critically. The aft mast got hit by a particularly large piece of loose metal and snapped. It happened so fast the mast started to fall a full 8 seconds after impact. With a lot of creaking, groaning and breaking of wood, it came down and fell right onto the first mast, which held the weight but groaned dangerously under the strain while ropes were snapping all around the remaining crew members, hitting and wounding them, while trying desperately to minimize the damage. Fires started where white-hot metal made contact with dry wood while people gave cries of agonizing pain. The Missouri was now at top speed. Waves crashed down on the deck. She was now approaching the wounded and smoking wooden vessel, on which small figures scrambled to and fro in an attempt to extinguish the fires and prepare it the best they could for collision. Shields were cast. Small lifeboats were being prepared to be lowered into the water should it be necessary. On the bridge Harry and Dean looked on as their ship cleaved trough the waves, relentlessly heading straight for her prey. Now they could see the people clearly, and Harry could distinguish Kingsley standing on the aft deck, proud and defiant, unwilling to surrender as the British flag hung proudly in the remaining mast, trough his binoculars. The ship was now just 100 meters away, and the Missouri was speeding towards it at a speed of 27 meters per second. There was nothing that could stop her now. Approximately 4 seconds later they collided. A roar of noise was heard, timber snapping, metal creaking from the impact, screams of terrified people. The iron hull crashed into the wooden one while a scream was heard from the smaller vessel as Dolores Umbridge was crushed between them. Even with dozens of shields and reinforcement charms cast on it, it snapped like a match under the brute force. The bow just shattered, sending wood and pieces of iron flying everywhere. The MMS Venture spun around 180 degrees from the impact, almost tipping over as she listed heavily to starboard. Its bow shattered and taking on water by the gallon. People were thrown about like they were rag dolls while the Missouri just sailed on with the mast that had been standing on the Venture's deck seconds before now hanging on the side of the ship and dragged away with it as ropes clung to its deck, and with it the captain, whom had been constricted in one of the ropes, yelling every single swear word he knew while hanging on for his life. If he let go he would be ked under the ship and in the propellers, but the water felt more like concrete at these speeds. The fog appeared again at a rapid pace, and the men on the MMS Venture saw the Missouri disappear into the fog with the mast still from the side of the ship and the captain swearing loudly, but nobody could hear him. The 2 lifeboats that remained intact were lowered into the water swiftly next to MMS Venture, which was now slowly disappearing into the deep sea. After 15 minutes all of them were bobbing on the water with the remaining crew of the once proud ship. The fog limited their visibility to a few dozen meters and slowly the boats drifted away from the sinking ship. Tie the boats together, Kingsley ordered. We don't want to get separated in this dense fog. The still capable men did as they were told. There were only 4 of them. The rest had been paralyzed so that they wouldn't bleed to death internally or suffer any more than they had to. What do we do now? One of them asked. Now we wait, Kingsley said solemnly. Let's just hope it's not to go to Davy Jones' locker. Harry Potter looked at the holographic map in front of him. It showed a topographic view of the area where they were sailing. In the center was a large red dot. This was the MMS Venture. A red cross was hovering above it. Next to it were 2 small gray dots. These were the live boats. Then in a large circle sailing around it, about 1.5 miles in diameter, were 2 black dots, larger than the gray one, and another black dot twice the size of the other ones. These 3 sailed at the exact same distance from each other, circling around the red dot like killer whales surrounding a school of fish, ready to strike. On the lifeboats they were surprised when rays of sunlight suddenly hit their face full force as the fog disappeared faster than you could say Quidditch. It took a moment or two before their eyes were adjusted to the sunlight, but when they were they all sighed in relief, believing that it was over, all but one. Sir, he said and tapped on Kingsley's shoulder to get his attention. Kingsley turned around to face the man and saw that he was staring at something to his right. He looked in the same direction and saw the steel giant, her starboard side facing them, and her guns as well. But when he grabbed a handheld telescope he noticed that they were aiming not at them but at something slightly ahead of them. He turned around and saw the MMS Venture, drifting a good 200 meters behind them from the Missouri's point of view, which had miraculously remained floating this long, and with it he saw them in the distance. 2 other ships. These were smaller but definitely for military purposes. They had a single turret on the front deck with a single cannon, and they too were aiming for the MMS Venture. On the bridge of the Missouri. Is everyone ready? Harry asked. Both Blakeland and Sirius Black are ready to fire, sir. The communications officer informed him. All cannons are fully charged, sir. Energy control informed him. On my mark. Fire, he yelled. The air crackled with power briefly and ship tilted slightly to starboard from the force. All of a sudden 11 beams of red light erupted from all the turrets pointed at it. They zoomed towards it faster than the eye could see. They slammed into the water a good 15 meters away from the ship. Did they miss? Kingsley wondered as he saw the beams slam into the sea, making the water hiss and boil while clouds of vapor slowly made their way toward the sky. Seconds later he realized they hadn't missed. In fact, they were right on target. The MMS Venture seemed to rise out of the water, as if a large bubble of air was pushing it upwards, and the sea rose with it. It kept going up until a massive red beam shot up from the rising water, taking the vessel with it like it was a toy. 500 meters up into the air it went. Then the ship stopped going up abruptly and seemed to absorb the energy of the beam. More and more it did until the ship had the same menacing glow as the beam it connected with. The light became more intense, and then it exploded. Large pieces of flaming debris were propelled in all directions and rained down into the sea. Some closed the lifeboats. The sea rippled from the force of the explosion, rocking them dangerously. They continued outwards and disappeared just a few meters away from the warships. The energy beam stopped as abruptly as it had started. A loud pop was heard in the distance and the ships all turned away from the floating, burning piece of wreckage that was once the proud MMS Venture. Seconds later a large object hit the water not 10 meters away from the lifeboats. Kingsley grumbled as he was soaked by the water that washed over the boat. He looked at the object that was now bobbing merrily on the water. It was a steel container about a meter long and 20 centimeters in diameter. He summoned it, caught it in his hands and opened it. Inside he found about a dozen pieces of rope and a piece of parchment. He opened it and started to read. Let this be a warning for all those who oppose the Black Phoenix or the inhabitants of Insania. We will not tolerate that anyone who has anything to do with the Ministry or Albus Dumbledore ever comes near our island. Anyone who wishes to join us may whenever he wants to after he has passed our loyalty test. Anyone else will undergo the same fate as the ones on the MMS Venture. If any British Ministry official ever comes near he will be executed. If anyone on Dumbledore's side comes near he will be tortured, interrogated for information and then executed. If any Death Eaters even come close to coming to this island, they will be tortured until the end of eternity. My highest regards to anyone who reads this. Harry Potter. Commander of the Black Phoenix. Leader of the independent nation of Insania. P.S. These ropes are portkeys to the ministry. They will only work once, so do not attempt to return with them. The consequences will be dire if you ever do return. Kingsley quickly made the part about Dumbledore disappear with a discreet movement of his wand and handed the parchment to the rest so they could read it too. After that, they tied a rope around every single person's wrist and said activate. They were pulled away by that familiar hook behind your navel and were dropped unceremoniously in the center of the entrance lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Right next to a red-faced Cornelius Fudge, whom had just been bragging about the excellent security at the ministry against the French Minister of Magic, whom was laughing uproariously at the scene in front of him. Oars, sitting in boats, had been transported straight into the ministry seconds after their minister had bragged about the anti-transportation wards, that was, until he saw the injured. On the Innis, Missouri, Blakeland and Sirius Black, a small party was given to celebrate the end of a perfect mission as the three sailed trough the channel that separated the lake from the sea. The three of them sailed in AV formation with the Missouri up front and the other two flanking her. What are we going to do about that cruise ship? Dean asked Harry as they approached the pier. We know that they had something to do with it. Yes, they had indeed. Their captain is a squib. Apparently he was the one who reported us to the ministry. I had hoped to keep our location a secret for a while longer, at least till the Ecliptica was completed, but now we'll just have to deal with it and hope that our defenses will be ready for the next step the ministry will take. As for the cruise ship, I have already ordered a team to take care of it. We'll be needing it for our next move. Harry said and dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. Why do we have to worry about the ministry? You saw what they sent just now. We can handle anything they throw at us with our current ships. Dean said. We can handle the British Ministry of Magic, but once the American government finds out that we have this ship and they know our power, they will help Fudge because we could be a possible treat to their nation. Remember, we are rebels in the United Kingdom. It's easy for Fudge to say we're power hungry and plan to take over the world while we can't contact them and prove them wrong. Even if we have the most powerful ships, they have a whole lot more experience regarding naval warfare. This could have even been handled by a single cruiser, but we had to make our stand right from the beginning. Now we will probably have at least 3 weeks before anyone will try to confront us again. All right, so Fudge won't try to attack us anytime soon, but he'll probably try to get the American government involved, and if they ask for information, they will probably figure out pretty soon we have this ship and then they'll attack us, because we are a possible treat to them, and meanwhile Voldemort can do whatever he wants undisturbed. Pretty soon they'll blame us for the Muggle massacres. Dean said. I'm afraid it might come to that. That's why we have to get the Ecliptica in the water as soon as possible. If she roams the seas, the Americans won't be able to ever set a foot in Insania. She will be our primary defense, next to Port Neville. Harry still sniggered at the name the place had been given. After all, Neville practically lived there these days. The captain on board the MV Century was staring frightfully through his binoculars at the fast-approaching hydrofoil. While its size was not terrifying, the 4 large metal cylinders, 2 on each side of the bridge, gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, each directed in a crude angle towards his ship. The captain noticed someone standing on the bow of the ship. The guy raised his hand for a second or two and the captain thought he was waving at him for a split second. The next the hand went down and the front of the 4 cylinders, top exploded, sending something towards his ship. I've fixed it. Someone behind the captain cried joyfully just as a large metal object crashed through one of the windows of the bridge. The last the captain saw before he lost consciousness was a large metal container popping open and a purple mist spreading, making him feel drowsy and incredibly tired. Within 5 minutes after the order was given to open fire, the entire ship was shrouded in the strange purple fog. After half an hour it had dissolved again and the small boat sped towards the great ship. 20 men boarded it, rounding up all of the sleeping crew and obliviating them so they wouldn't remember anything that had transpired. When they would wake up 2 days later, they would all remember there had been an explosion on the ship, creating a gaping hole in the hull and sinking it within 2 hours' time. Their final coordinates were several hundred miles west of their real position. After the memory charms had been cast, they were put into lifeboats and steered away from the island, an emergency beacon would activate automatically within the next 24 hours. After all that had been taken care of, a massive tugboat was called in to drag the ship away. As soon as a line connected the two ships, the tugboats, engines roared to life, and slowly the MV Century started to move towards the island of Insania. After half an hour, the group of 3 ships was sailing 200 meters from the shore, in front of a tall cliff that was probably more than 100 meters tall. The tugboat changed its course and headed straight towards the wall of seemingly solid rock. When they were less than a boat length away from it, the rocky surface shimmered and disappeared, revealing a cave that could easily house 2 ships the size of the Century. As the small but powerful boat had guided the behemoth inside, the wall closed behind them. The cave was completely dark for a split second, and then there was light again. It didn't seem to have a direct source, and the light just seemed to be coming from everywhere. After a minute or two, the people on board the ship noticed that the water level started to diminish and the 3 boats were descending to a place below the sea level. Neville didn't look the slightest bit surprised by this, although he had never used the elevator, as most people called it. He knew the place they were going very well. Most other people on board the ships had never seen it. Only the captain of the tugboat had used the elevator before. The hydrofoil had been completed this morning and had been immediately called into action after the ministry's ship had been taken care of. The ships kept descending for a full 10 minutes until they were a good 400 meters below sea level. As the rocky surface disappeared, this time it was in front of them, people gazed at what lay before them. "Welcome," Neville said loudly enough for everyone aboard the ships to hear, as his voice reverberated in the cave-like space, "to Hell's Bay, or as it is called today, Port Neville." In front of them lay a vast cave, 4 square kilometers large, enough to house 25 Iowa-class battleships and have plenty of room to maneuver. In the center of this grand complex lay a square island with long piers stretching out from all sides. Neville looked around at this wonderful place. Most people would say that its original name suited it just fine. The walls were made of black rock. Its dark and cold water was illuminated by that strange light, giving it some of its original color, a translucent blue, back. As soon as the Century was docked, Neville hopped onto the pier and walked to the center of the island. Buildings were still being erected on it by construction crews. Maintenance facilities, factories for various ship components, research facilities. The barracks, on the other hand, would not be situated on the reasonably large island. In the very center of the island, a glass column started and reached all the way to the ceiling of the cave, a good 150 meters above them. In the center of it, a lift was just moving up, while a staircase spiraled around the elevator's shaft. As Neville looked up, he saw its destination. A large complex hung from the ceiling. Far above him, he could see lights in the many windows of the complex that seemed to reach out towards the ground. In this complex were the barracks and one of the most important rooms on the island, the war room. This room was the nation's headquarters when they were at war. The underground port would be the last line of defense should dragons keep ever fall. But at the same time, it would also be one of the first lines of defense. This cave could, and would, house the entire fleet of warships the nation of Insania had. Various tunnels departed from the main cavern, leading to different points along the coastal line. These were meant for fast deployment of ships that didn't have a transportation drive to where they were needed. Totally, there were 5 other elevators like the one the Century had just used. The harbor also had its own core, as it didn't want to be dependent on the castle's core. Should it ever be attacked, they didn't want to depend on a core that was several miles away from them. As he pressed the button for the elevator, he thought back to the day Harry had first told him about this place. Harry had brought him to the cave when it had still been under construction and was only the size of the entrance hall. Explosion rocked the cave every 10 minutes and dust and small rocks fell down from the ceiling. The reason why they mostly used natural methods instead of just magic for creating large spaces was that if you enlarged a space with magic, like spells or runes, and it got hit by a powerful burst of magic, like the cannons on board their ships, the spell could become unstable, which could even cause the room to shrink to its original size. So when you had a lot of equipment, or people, in it and the spell was negated, it could crush everything inside. That was the only reason why Harry liked buildings to be as big as they needed to be. If they were expanded on the inside magically, they could become dangerous if they were attacked. "Why did you bring me here, Harry? I don't get what the construction of this cave's got to do with me." Neville asked, a little suspicious. It's not the cave I wanted to show you, Harry said, and led Neville to a lift in the center of the cave that led up to the surface. They entered it and the lift started to ascend. When it stopped and the doors opened, a large green forest was revealed in front of them. Neville stepped out of the elevator and saw that it was hidden in the trunk of a large oak. Neville looked around him, marveling at the beautiful landscape surrounding them, trees as tall as a 12-story building, flowers like Neville had never seen before, and that said something as he had read almost every book in the library that talked about plants and herbology. I've never seen flowers like this, Neville commented as he scrutinized one. I know, Harry said. It seems that when we created this new island, we created a lot of new kinds of plants. I discovered this place a week or so ago and thought you would be interested since you are so good at herbology. I thought you would like to study them and name them, Harry said with a smile, hinting at all the plants. If we are to start a new nation, we need to know everything about the land we live on, Harry said. So I'm setting up a new research department to study these new plants, and I want you to be the head of it. We'll discuss your pay later on, that is, if you accept the job. Neville nodded vigorously. I thought so, Harry said. I'll leave you now so that you can get to work. If there is anything you need, just ask for it downstairs, and they'll provide it. The complex containing the barracks should be completed today if I'm not mistaken. If you need the elevator, just pull the lowest branch on the tree, all right. But Neville wasn't listening. He was studying a large pink flower with heart-shaped leaves and a gaping maw with sharp teeth in its center. It snapped shut when a fly flew into it. Neville just muttered, fascinating. Harry took the elevator back, knowing he had just made a man's wish come true. As a bell tolled, signaling the arrival of the elevator, he stepped in and looked around. A few piers were still under construction, and people were swarming over the cruise ship, doing whatever Harry had instructed them to do with it. He pressed the button for the outside. The lift shot up fast towards the ceiling. As it passed the compound dangling from the ceiling, Neville thought it looked quite beautiful. The atrium was a large round room with cream-colored walls and in the center a small garden, courtesy of Neville himself. Through large glass window panes people could look down and look at the harbor. The ceiling had been enchanted so that it would show the sky above them. Harry had made sure that most of these underground spaces they had were like this. He said it would be depressing not to see the sunlight for several weeks if you worked down here. The elevator halted at its destination and Neville stepped out. In front of him stood a massive greenhouse. His home. Who would ever think that beneath this greenhouse lays the port of the most powerful navy of the world? He knew Harry's doubts if they were capable enough to handle the American Navy, but Neville had full confidence in him. That's why he still helped with the military's operations. He was a good commander and Harry needed him from time to time. It was the least he could do. Meanwhile, back in his chambers, Harry had just finished writing a letter. He picked up the quill he had been using and muttered a spell. The quill jumped back on the parchment on its own and did something that looked like a Muggle movie in reverse. It went over all the words in reverse and seemed to s.k. all the ink of the parchment. Once it was done, Harry picked it up and handed it to Hedwig, who took it in one of her talons and looked at Harry for instructions. You know what to do, he said to her as he stroked her beautiful feathers. Hedwig chirped a note in the affirmative and took off in a flash of black flames. Meanwhile, somewhere in London, a young woman was sitting at a desk scowling furiously because of an arithmancy equation that just didn't make sense to her. She skimmed over her parchment and found out why. It seemed that their new professor was not as adequate as Professor Vector had been. He had written it down on the blackboard with a fault in it. Since Harry's disappearance, she had been going to Beauxbatons for her studies, but every evening she was transported back to Grimmauld Place for her safety, or so Dumbledore said. Oh, how she cursed that man, making everyone believe he was the embodiment of the light side, but he wasn't. Hermione knew now. Too late. She cursed herself. Let's just hope it's not too late to fix it. She quickly made a mental note to confront the professor about it tomorrow. As she edited the mistake, she felt a faint gust of wind. She looked around for the source. All the windows were closed, so there shouldn't be any wind. She spotted Hedwig sitting on her bed holding a quill in her beak. About time, she muttered as she took it from Hedwig. Thanks, girl. Are you going to wait for a reply? Hermione asked the beautiful bird, and Hedwig thrilled a note in the affirmative. Hermione walked over to the desk and laid a piece of parchment on the desk while throwing the parchment she had been working on the ground in the process. She put the quill down on it and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The quill sprang to life and started scribbling in Harry's unkempt writing. She sighed happily, knowing that her decision had been the right one. 4 days ago, NR12 Grimmauld Place. She had been pacing her room restlessly, angry at everyone and everything. How could she have been so stupid, betraying Harry like that? No wonder he had been so angry with her. Initially she had thought Harry had lost it, going against Dumbledore like that. Why would he do such a thing? Dumbledore was the embodiment of the light side, there was no reason for turning against him. She was worried sick about him, not knowing where he was or what he was doing. She had gone quiet and stayed in her room most of the time, crying, thinking about her decision. She looked over to Ginny's bed, where she normally slept, but now, she was with Harry. Lucky bastard. Hermione thought angrily. She had discovered a lot of things recently, mostly about Harry and Dumbledore, using Fred and George's extendable ears. Apparently something had happened to Harry over the summer, something about Harry's Aunt Marjorie and the Dursleys. She begun to hear more about what had happened to him and even the prophecy, about the ways Dumbledore had manipulated Harry. After a while she realized Harry had done the right thing, and she had been wrong. She, Hermione Granger, smartest witch attending Hogwarts, that had attended Hogwarts in the past few centuries and all around know-it-all, had been dreadfully wrong about something so important for the first time in her life. She almost laughed at the irony. The first time couldn't have come at a worse moment, but instead of laughing she had cried for the friendship she had thrown away. She couldn't stand the agony anymore of knowing that her best friend hated her guts. She got up from the bed and strode over to the desk purposefully, scribbling down a quick note and tied it to Bernard's paw, a large barn owl Harry had bought her as a present for mastering the ways to make electronic equipment magical, and opened her window. "Go and find Harry," she whispered desperately to the bird. It seemed to nod its head and took off. 2 days later she had still been crying on her bed. Ron had tried to comfort her in his clumsy oaf kind of way. But it hadn't helped. She knew he had a crush on her but she didn't care. How on earth could she ever love someone that had betrayed his best friend like it was nothing? Although she had done pretty much the same, she had had her doubts. Ron had not. He was completely convinced Harry had gone mad. The articles in the Daily Scumbucket, aka the Daily Prophet, made that perfectly clear. Ron was clearly enjoying himself now that he was getting as much attention as the boy who lived. She had gotten the same opportunity but had looked at Rita Skeeter with disgust when she had talked to Hermione and told her to sod off. A faint pop alerted her that someone had apparated straight into her room. She sprung up from where she had been crying, her wand out, and ready to curse anyone who tried to talk to her now while screaming bloody murder. She quickly found that she was unable to do so as a hand was suddenly clamped over her mouth and she was looking straight into the sparkling emerald green eyes of her former best friend. She fainted from the shock of seeing him here, right in the middle of the enemy's HQ. Harry looked at her limp form with some amusement and still a little anger, but he hoped they could sort this out. He picked her up carefully and carried her to the bed where he lowered her gently. He wasn't about to cast an enervate charm on her. That would mean she would probably start to scream from shock and faint again afterwards. Instead he pulled up the desk chair and just sat there, waiting for her to wake up. After 10 minutes or so she began to stir and her eyes fluttered open. She looked sideways and saw him sitting there. A small smile crept upon her face. "Harry, what are you doing here?" she whispered furiously. "I came here because I got your message," he said in a cold and harsh tone that made the smile on Hermione's face disappear instantly. "I take it you have changed your mind." Instead of replying she launched herself at Harry and knocked the wind out of him. But Harry didn't return the embrace. Once she realized this she slowly let him go, took a few steps back, composed herself and stuck out her hand to help Harry up, but he didn't take it. Harry seemed to float back upright and was standing before her, towering over her like a massive piece of unmovable rock. "Talk," he said in that same harsh and cold voice. It was so formal and commanding that it didn't seem like they had ever been friends. "Oh Harry," she said and sighed, "has our friendship been completely destroyed that we have to talk like this?" I'll give you my verdict after I heard an explanation for your behavior. He said, still in that chilling voice, but for the next sentence he said the tone was quite different. Maybe it was even vulnerable. You hurt me, Hermione. Bad. He said. Although his tone had changed, his posture of his facial expression had not. It was still unmovable. I didn't deserve what you did to me. I have always stood by your side and vice versa. Why did you throw that away? Because of him. He doesn't deserve you. Or was it our meddlesome old coot? At the end his voice had gone back to harsh and cold. I honestly don't know what to think of it. Joining you just wasn't the logical thing to do. She said in a very weak voice. Maybe not, but what did your feeling tell you? Harry asked, and his voice softened a bit. Hermione and her logic. Harry thought, faintly amused. It told me otherwise, she said, and couldn't control herself anymore. She launched herself at Harry once more. Uncontrollable sobs racked her body. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry, can you ever forgive me? She managed to croak out between her sobs. This time Harry responded and took her in his arms. Already done, he said. Dear Hermione, we've discussed your request and you're welcome to come over here and join us. Pack everything you need and try to nick everything that could be useful. If Dumbledore or anyone else figures out what you're doing, just yell for Hedwig and she'll take care of it. Make sure you don't forget anything. Should you see Dumbledore, do not, I repeat, do not look into his eyes. If you have doubts about doing this, then don't do it. Remember, there will be no turning back after this. Whatever your decision is, you will always have a spot here that will be waiting for you. HP. Like I would ever change my mind about this. She thought as she opened her trunk. She just dumped everything she needed in it. No time to neatly place it in there. The trunk had already been enlarged so that all her books would fit into it. After her room had been cleared of everything that was hers, she snuck down to the Black family library. She knew that there were several old tomes that might be useful. It was a good thing that her parents were safe. They had moved to the States right after Harry had moved Hogwarts. Dumbledore had insisted on it, and Hermione had been living at Grimmauld Place ever since. Whether it was for her parents' safety or so that Dumbledore could keep an eye on her, she didn't know, but she suspected it was the latter. As she was looking through the books, several were already in her pocket. She had enlarged it and put a weightless charm on it back in 5th year. The door to the library suddenly burst open and Professor Dumbledore walked in together with Professor McGonagall. I don't think you should go trough with this, Albus, it's just wrong. Minerva McGonagall said. Hello, Miss Granger. I didn't expect to see you down here. Feeling better, I see. Dumbledore said in his jovial voice, and McGonagall froze on the spot. Hermione, who had picked the first book she could get her hands on from its shelf and was now leafing through it without registering what she was reading, just nodded absent-mindedly. Interesting book you have there. Doing some research, I presume? Dumbledore asked with a hint of amusement in his voice and his eyes twinkling merrily. Hermione, who finally noticed what she was looking at, started to blush furiously. Of all the books in the library, she had chosen the wizarding counterpart of the Kama Sutra. If you'll excuse us then, Minerva and I are expected somewhere. He said and strode out of the library, McGonagall falling in stride behind as she cast a concerned look at Hermione. She knew something was up. Hermione was too embarrassed to do anything but nod dumbly as the two professors left. She quickly shoved the offending book back in its place and continued her search for interesting books. After half an hour she had everything she needed and headed back up to her room. As she opened the door and entered, she sensed that something was wrong. She smelled something that reminded her of fire whiskey. As she turned towards the bed, she yelped in surprise. On it was Ron Weasley. Ron, she yelled, outraged. What the bloody hell are you doing in my room? Waiting for you. He slurred out. Want some? He said as he waved a bottle of fire whiskey around wildly. No, I don't want some, she said indignantly. Now get out of my room. She was starting to be irritated. First it had been the fame that had gotten him. After that it had been girls. Now it was alcohol. He snuck out of Grimmauld Place every night and went to the Leaky Cauldron or another pub where he would be mobbed by people who wanted to know him and bought him drinks. He didn't even think about the risk he was taking. A Death Eater could easily capture him, but they didn't appear to have any interest in him. Unlike the Ministry, Voldemort knew precisely what had happened at Hogwarts, and the fact that his two best friends had been left behind hadn't gone unnoticed, so they were no longer an important target. Plus, Ron was probably lucky that he was always surrounded by people. Have you been to the leaky cauldron again? She demanded. He just nodded, seized her arm, and pulled her down on the bed. Ron, what are you doing? She demanded. What I have wanted to do for a long while. He murmured as he pinned her down on the bed. Get of me, she yelled, and she started to trash wildly, in the hope she could shake him off. No, Ron, please, don't do this. Shut up. He growled and cast a silencing charm on her mouth. Please, someone help me, she screamed mentally as she continued to trash around. Ron hit her in the face hard, and her head throbbed so hard she thought it was about to split in half. It was so bad she forgot what Ron was doing to her momentarily. Moments later, Hedwig burst into the room. After she saw the two lying on the bed and the red mark on Hermione's cheek, she swooped down towards the tall redhead and dug her talons deep into his shoulders. He hissed in pain and tried to grab Hedwig in order to let her go, but Hedwig just lifted him up and away from Hermione, flew in a tight circle around the room, and let him go. He flew straight into Hermione's door and crashed trough, landing in the hallway. Hedwig lowered her tail towards Hermione, indicating that she should grab a hold of it. She recovered quickly enough, drew a piece of parchment from her inside pocket and dropped it on the bed, grabbed her trunk and held on tightly to Hedwig's tail feathers. Dumbledore burst into the room just as both Hedwig and Hermione disappeared in a burst of flames. The expression on Dumbledore's face was a sad and angry one. He looked in the hallway and saw Ron lying there, knocked unconscious. Molly Weasley came running toward him, asking what the noise was all about, while Mrs. Black made her presence known downstairs. I'm afraid that Miss Granger has left us, Dumbledore said gravely. Do you mean she's? Molly said in a frightful voice as she spotted her son lying on the ground. Did he? No, Molly, she's not dead. Apparently she has gone over to Harry's side, or so I presume. He said in a reassuring manner, but I have no idea what young Mr. Weasley is doing here. He conjured a spray of cold water from his wand and doused Ron with it. Mr. Weasley, welcome to the land of conscious minds, Dumbledore said as he helped him up on his feet. Thanks, Mom, he said as he addressed Dumbledore, and hello there, Professor Dumbledore, he said as he turned around and faced Molly Weasley, but as he turned around he lost his balance and crashed into her. Ronald Weasley, she yelled at the top of her lungs, so hard that Dumbledore was tempted to put his beard in his ears. You'd better explain what's going on now. Hermione arrived 30 minutes later at the front doors of the former Hogwarts castle. She slumped down from exhaustion and just lay there on the grass. She closed her eyes for a minute and thanked Hedwig again for doing what she had done. She sensed that someone was approaching her. As she opened her eyes and propped herself up on her elbows, she recognized him immediately. She sprung up and ran towards him, threw his arms around him and started sobbing uncontrollably. What's the matter, Hermione? Why are you crying? Harry asked concernedly, and he took a look at her face. He saw the red hand print on her cheek and growled dangerously. Who did that? He asked, indicating at the red spot. Who hurt you? He demanded, and Hermione just couldn't resist answering. She couldn't disagree with him when he used this no-nonsense voice. Ron did it, she whispered. He was drunk and, oh God, Harry. She paused for a second, not sure if she should say it. What? Harry growled again. He almost beeped me. If it hadn't been for Hedwig, I don't know what would have happened to me, she said, but Harry had already disappeared and now there was nothing in her arms but air. Ginny was running towards her and engulfed her in a hug. Hermione, she said, the concern clear in her voice. What happened? Why are you crying? Where's Harry? Are you sure that's what happened, Mr. Weasley? Dumbledore asked for the second time as he looked deep into Ron's eyes with that piercing gaze of his as he looked over his spectacles. Ron just nodded. All right then, Mr. Weasley, I'll go and have a talk with your mother. Let's just hope she has calmed down by now, he said in a concerned undertone. Just as he was getting up, something terrifying happened. Harry Potter appeared out of nowhere, making no sound whatsoever, that was, until he saw Ron. You filthy little bastard, I'll kill you with my bare hands, Harry yelled. his eyes flashing green and a deep purple light seemed to encompass his body like a second skin. He attacked Ron even before Dumbledore's mind registered he was there. He gave Ron a vicious uppercut, breaking his jaw and sending him flying through the air and into a nearby wall. Harry, stop this immediately. Dumbledore yelled, and he was about to pull his wand out of his robe pocket when he suddenly noticed he couldn't move. Stay out of this one, Dumbledore. Harry hissed through clenched teeth. The room seemed to shake as he said it, and a nearby window started to rattle. Meanwhile, Ron had gotten back up on his feet and stared at Harry with a dazed expression, clearly not entirely recovered from the blow he had received. Blood was dripping from his mouth, indicating that he had bitten his tongue when Harry had hit him. The next thing he knew, Harry had pulled his face down onto his knee, breaking his nose effectively. He picked Ron up by the collar and threw him across the room, onto the dining table. Harry, why are you doing this? Dumbledore demanded, and with a lot of willpower he managed to break through the force that was holding him in place and whipped out his wand. Stupefy! Dumbledore yelled. Harry stopped his onslaught and slapped the spell away with his hand like it was nothing. Doing what exactly, Dumbledore? Harry demanded, and a wave of energy pushed against Dumbledore. He was pushed backwards and pinned against the wall. Destroying Hogwarts, attacking Ron, drawing all these people towards you like Voldemort and his Death Eaters, turning dark. Dumbledore demanded sadly. At these words, the power on Dumbledore's body increased and he was literally pushed into the wall as stones shifted and cracked. Don't you dare compare me to Voldemort. Don't you dare call me dark. Don't you dare compare me to that vile creature, you manipulative old coot. Harry yelled, and with a might shove of power Dumbledore was pushed through the wall entirely and into the library. This conversation isn't over, Harry. Dumbledore said as he coughed up some blood and slowly rose up from where he had been lying between the remains of the wall. The wall exploded, and through the gaping hole Harry approached Dumbledore. What is there that you still want to talk about? Harry demanded in an icy tone that sent shivers up Dumbledore's spine. Why did you destroy Hogwarts that was once a home to you? He asked. I didn't destroy it. I merely transformed it. The founders were the ones that destroyed it, didn't you guys? Harry demanded, and an evil smirk appeared on his face. Disregarding that for now, Dumbledore said while grinding his teeth. Why did you turn dark, Harry? Was it because of me? I did not turn dark, damn it. Harry roared and pushed Dumbledore back again with a wave of power, but this time Dumbledore stood his ground. I merely decided to take another approach for the upcoming war. I'm still fighting for the same goal as you are, defeating Voldemort. All right. I believe you, Harry, Dumbledore said and let out a sigh of relief. But wouldn't you consider joining the Order? We could do so much more together. Never. Harry said and turned around, walking towards Ron, who was slowly regaining consciousness. I'll be seeing you again soon. Harry said menacingly and prepared to apparate. Just one more question, Harry. Dumbledore asked hopefully. Harry nodded. Why did you attack Mr. Weasley, and where is Miss Granger? Hermione is back in Insania with me. I presume that you know of my whereabouts by now. Dumbledore nodded. Good. Then you know the name of the place as well. As for the reason why I attacked Mr. Weasley over there, ask out esteemed would-be rapist. Harry snarled. Harry, a startled voice behind him said, and he whirled around. Molly Weasley had hurried down when she had heard the noise in the room, expecting to find Ron rampaging through the house, shattering everything in sight. Instead, she had found Harry rampaging through the house, destroying apparently everything while using her son as a projectile. What are you doing here, and why are you fighting with Ron? Ask your son the rapist. Harry snarled again and disappeared. He appeared back in front of the gates of his castle, still seething. What is it, Harry? You seem upset. Arakir asked as soon as he noticed him standing a few feet away from him. Yay, you could say that I'm a little upset. Harry hissed, and dark clouds started to obscure the sky while a distant rumble of an approaching thunderstorm was heard in the distance. The wind started blowing in strong gusts and large waves started to crash on the shore of the lake. You need to calm down, Harry. If you keep this up, you might create a hurricane. Come, the large dragon said as it crouched low enough so that Harry could crawl on his back. Once he was sitting down securely on the scaled back, the dragon stretched its wings, and with a few powerful strokes the dragon took of. Arakir picked up speed and flew straight up. Harry held on tightly as the dragon continued its vertical climb. They flew towards the dark and wet clouds and straight troughed them, soaking Harry's clothes. And then they burst troughed them into the bright sun. Arakir made a fast corkscrew and now they were flying peacefully and relatively slow above the clouds. Harry hadn't felt this kind of adrenaline in a long time, not even his firebolt could create these levels of adrenaline. Right now, he felt truly alive. He sat upright on Arakir's back and stretched his arms out, like he was flying on his own. This, Harry thought, I could do all day. I bet you could, but don't think I'm going to become a horse you can ride whenever you want. Arakir chuckled. Then all of a sudden his voice changed to a very serious one. Now Harry, I know you're a very emotional person and would do anything to protect your friends, but you need to learn to control your temper. And your occlumency alone won't be enough. You can't just lose control whenever something happens. You could bring people in danger like that. You can save your temper for the battlefield, but it seems like you've got it reversed. On the battlefield you are cool and controlled while dealing with less significant, no offense, personal matters you lose control in an instant. I know Arakir, but when you get emotional on the battlefield you're prone to make mistakes. As to why I always react the way I do with these more personal issues, I think it's just because before I went to Hogwarts I had no friends, nobody who cared for me, and now I have all these people who are my friends, who respect me and sometimes even love me, and now that I have that I'll never let it slip away, ever. I will protect these people with everything I have. I know there will be casualties in this war, but none of them will die in vain. And when I come across the one that has caused their passing, I will make him feel pain of which the likes Voldemort never heard of. Harry said the last part in such a voice, it made Arakir shiver for a second. Below them the skies were clearing up slowly and Harry could see the endless blue ocean beneath them. Far below them one of their cruisers cleaved trough the still rough sea he had caused. You see that, Harry? If you hadn't calmed down they might have perished. How could you live with yourself knowing that you had caused their deaths? Arakir asked in a gentle tone. You're right, Arakir. I'm sorry. Just remember, Harry, with great power comes great responsibility. And with that Arakir turned around and they headed back towards the castle. They landed in front of the gates and Harry jumped of Arakir's back. Thank you, Arakir. Harry said. Any time, Harry. Now go. There is someone that needs you right now. Arakir said, and he indicated to the office's tower with one of his wings. Harry nodded and headed inside. After a brief walk he was standing in front of the door to his apartment. He knocked softly and after a moment or two Ginny opened the door. Harry, where were you? I was afraid you were going to do something stupid and go after Ron. She said in a low whisper. I did pay a brief visit to your darling brother. Harry said in a normal volume. Before Ginny could respond he had strode past her and into the living room where Hermione was sitting in a couch while Hedwig had nestled herself in her lap. She was stroking the large bird's plumage while looking trough the window absent-mindedly. Hermione, Harry asked cautiously, are you all right? Oh Harry, I didn't hear you come in. Is everything all right? You were gone all of a sudden. Hermione asked in a slightly dull voice as she continued to stroke Hedwig, who let out a soft note of appreciation that brought a brief smile to Hermione's face. I just paid a visit to an old acquaintance, but enough about me, how are you? He said with determination. I'm fine, I'm just a bit shocked that Ron could be capable of something like that. Hermione said, and Harry saw the fear on her face as she probably saw it happening all over again in her mind, but thanks to Hedwig here nothing happened. Harry nodded and stroked his pet's head in a fond way. Yes, she's quite protective of the people she cares about. Harry sighed. Listen, Hermione, I'm s. Oh no, you don't, Harry Potter. This is not your fault. I know, you think you should have gotten me out of there as soon as I asked, but you made the right decision. Hermione said with determination. Harry nodded, knowing she was right. Now that that's all settled, would you mind telling me what you've been doing here these past few weeks? That, Hermione, Harry said with a smile on his face, is a long story. Just as he finished his sentence the door opened and a girl entered without even knocking on the door first. And let me start with introducing my kind of adopted daughter. Harry said and laughed when he saw the expression on Hermione's face. Harry was walking down the long corridor leading up to Luna's dungeon. He was still a bit cautious even after Luna knew he was coming down. Having 4,000 bullets shot at you doesn't really create a feeling of safety. He approached the wooden door that gave entry to the dungeon and pressed on a button next to it. A stone in the wall disappeared and a black box appeared in its place. Harry tapped it with his wand and put his palm flat on the front of the box. A small iris opened on top of the device and scanned his eyes. After a few moments, a cool female voice spoke up. Name and password, please. Harry Potter. 98,843,784 inches. Access denied. The voice said, and the box disappeared again into the wall. What the? Harry muttered and banged on the door. Will somebody let me in, please? Luna, you there? He yelled, but he got no reply. Abruptly, he stopped when he heard a strange sound reverberate through the corridor. It reminded him strangely of Aragog, but it sounded more metallic. He listened for another moment or two and shrugged. You're getting paranoid. Harry muttered, and somehow constant vigilance came to his mind. He banged on the door again and still got no response. He heard the sound again, and faster than the eye could see he had turned in the direction of the sound with his sword in hand, but he couldn't see anything unusual in the brightly lit corridor. And yet he knew something was there. He could feel it. He started to walk in the direction he had come from, sword in hand and ready to strike at anything. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He knew he was powerful, but last time he had barely gotten out, and who knew what Loony Lovegood had come up with this time. He heard that metallic clicking again, and this time it sounded awfully close. Slowly he looked upwards. There it was, straight above him. The thing leapt down from the ceiling, the blades on its legs glinting in the light and the cannon in its mouth pulsing with power. Harry jumped up from the ground, sword in front of him, and with a roar of defiance he challenged it. Why do people always disturb me when I'm in the shower? Luna sighed as she walked towards the door while drying her hair with a towel. What is it? She asked the guard sitting behind his desk next to the large reinforced steel door. Someone tried to get in, but they didn't have security clearance. He informed her. Oh, must be Harry. Open the door, please. A lot of metallic clicking and rattling was heard as the door was slowly unlocked. A brief ripple of power was felt as the wards on the door were disabled. The door slowly opened inwards, only to reveal a raging battle. Harry was standing in front of the gate, swinging his sword wildly in order to deflect dozens of orange bolts fired in his direction. Suddenly the bolts stopped and a large metallic spider jumped on top him, pinning him on the ground with its body. Harry just summoned his power and threw the spider of him, sending it through the hall. He summoned his staff and prepared to blast the darn thing to pieces. Stop! Luna yelled and stepped into the corridor. Alex, she yelled, and the spider suddenly stopped moving. The long knives on its legs retracted. It looked like he swallowed the pulse gun in its mouth and turned all of its eyes towards Luna. What did I tell you about attacking everyone in sight? The spider lowered its head and looked a little frightful, although it was hard to tell for Harry. Get inside immediately. No target practice for you today. The spider clicked its fangs obediently and shuffled inside. She turned around and saw Harry staring at her with disbelief. You gave that thing a name? He asked incredulously. Of course, Luna said. How else am I going to address him? Using a remote or something. It's not like it's a dog or something. It's exactly like a dog, only more obedient. He just tends to overdo it. When I tell him to guard the door, he attacks everyone coming even near the entire corridor. It's just a little bug in the system. We're working on it. A little bug? Harry yelled. That, he said, pointing towards the gate through which the spider had just gone through, is not a little bug, that's a bloody big spider. Isn't it marvelous? Luna said as she looked at the gate through which the spider had just gone through lovingly. Yeah, it's marvelous, Harry grumbled. He had to admit it. If that thing was able to surprise and almost overcome him, it was a good piece of machinery, but if that thing ever comes near me again, Garner can have it as a toy. Harry said and smirked as he saw the affronted look Luna was giving him. By the way, Harry suddenly stammered, you do realize that you're only wearing your bathrobe? Uh-huh. Luna nodded and strode back through the door. Are you coming? Luna asked when she saw Harry was still standing in the hall. Are you sure I'm not going to be attacked when I walk through that door? Almost 100%. Luna replied and walked on. Harry gulped and hurried after her, and the door closed behind him. I thought that was just a wooden door. He asked her when he looked back at the gate. You're supposed to think that. Luna said. They were now walking through a hall where guns had been placed every 3 meters on the walls and ceiling. You sure are very keen on defensive measures. Harry commented as he eyed the Gatling gun turrets with caution. Yes, but it's necessary. If anyone ever finds out on what we're working here, they'll definitely try to break in here. Luna said very seriously all of a sudden. Harry had never seen her like this before. Would you mind if I ask what you're working on exactly? Harry asked cautiously. Of course I don't mind. Luna said in her usual voice. Well then, what is it? Harry asked aggravated. All in due time. Luna said happily and stopped as they approached the end of the tunnel. They were now standing in a white square room with numerous doors on 3 walls, with the entrance to the tunnel taking almost the entire 4th wall. Allow me to give you a tour. Luna said, and they took the first door on their left. They entered a room full of screens, computers, and people sitting in chairs with their feet all propped up on their desks while talking with their colleagues and drinking coffee. There were 7 of them. Luna cleared her throat, and all of a sudden all the men and women in the room jumped to their feet and started working vigorously. Luna just smiled. This is our safety control room. They keep an eye on everything that's going on around here and have control over most of the defenses. She said, addressing Harry. So it's these guys that I have to thank for my previous encounter with your defenses? Harry asked. All of them looked down at the ground while muttering apologies. Oh well, accidents do happen. Harry said grudgingly. That's the spirit. Luna said happily. Now come over here, Harry. We'll get you a security clearance for this level so that accidents like that don't happen again. Luna said and walked over to a computer. But I already have the highest security clearance there is. Every computer on this island should let me in. Harry said. Every computer except this one. One of the operators said while pressing the keys on his keyboard furiously. Our mainframe isn't connected to the rest of the castle. That way nobody can get in our files unless you manage to get in here. Which is not an easy task, as you might have noticed, so everyone working here has been given a personal security clearance just for entering this dungeon. He explained. Alright, that explains it. But why can't anyone remember what they're doing here once they leave? Harry asked. It's part of our security. When the people working here leave the facility, they leave all their knowledge of what's going on here behind in a modified pensieve. The only thing they remember is that they work here, their code and their schedule, and every time they come back in here, a special device remembers them that they have to pick up their memories. The system is the most secure of all the options we considered. Luna explained in that serious voice again. Ingenious. Harry said in awe. I'm glad you like it. Luna said again in her happy voice. After giving Harry a security clearance, Harry and Luna proceeded towards the laboratory, which they passed by quickly. The only thing Harry saw was a lot of people sitting behind computers while typing and discussing vigorously. Next was the factory. This was where it all happened. To say Harry was impressed was an understatement. He was awestruck. Luna apparently found that the space he had created had been too small, so she had expanded it to twice the size, making it 8 times bigger than the Great Hall. Large lorries drove in and out of the space, transporting molten metal through a tunnel that began at the end back of the dungeon and led all the way up to the mountains where the metal ore was being mined. Next to it was the foundry where the liquid metal was charmed, potions were added, funneled into molds, and when it had cooled enough, runes were engraved into the metal by robots so small that they were almost undetectable by the human eye, and later they were activated by a wizard. On the other side of the room was the workshop where the metal was shaped in the right form. Magical equipment like lasers and cutters with accuracies that no Muggle machinery could ever hope to accomplish. Impossible shapes could be made, like making a space inside a solid block of iron without any damage on the outside of it. Next to the workshop was the assembly plant, which was still inactive at the moment. On the other side was the testing area from where loud explosions could be heard from time to time. Next to that stood a large metallic fence in which a dozen of the large metallic spiders were resting peacefully, but Harry still thought they looked menacing, even when their weapons aren't deployed and they're resting. With their 8 shining metal legs, steel body, sharp pincers, and 8 lenses for eyes, they gave Harry the creeps. He didn't think he could handle them in an enclosed space if they attacked all at once. Aren't they cute? Luna said as she looked at the metallic monsters with a soft expression on her face. Cute. They look more like demons from hell if you ask me. Draco Malfoy said as he approached the duo. Yes, maybe, but nobody did ask you, now did they? Luna replied with a smirk. You look nice in that bathrobe, by the way. Harry, he continued jovially. Good of you to stop by. We're doing some tests and I need your cooperation for a moment or two, and I have a surprise for you as well. He said while Luna, unbothered by the comment Draco made, just smiled serenely. Draco, Harry said, surprised. I didn't know you worked down here. I thought you were at the base making our men's life as miserable as possible. Neither did I, but this surprise we have certainly interests me, so Luna asked me to come down here to have a look at it, and I do not make our men miserable. If you want to fight, then you should be properly prepared. He huffed. Training 14 hours a day is making men's life miserable. Yeah. Do you want to see what the surprise is or not? Draco said. Okay. Harry replied, and the three of them made their way to the test area. This area was surrounded by a steel wall for the safety of the rest of the facility, as things could get rather nasty in there. As they entered it, a couple of men were setting up a heavy-looking weapon that looked like a large bazooka on a tripod. What is that? Harry asked. It's a new weapon that has been completed today, Draco said. It can be used as an artillery weapon to hit the enemy over great distances. Today's the first real test. Up until now only simulations have been made on how it will handle. Luna continued, and at the same time we'll be testing a new type of metal we've developed. We've tried countless variations of spells, runes and all kinds of potions to meet the requirements we've set for new projects. The steel on the Ecliptica is a heavy-duty variant that was easy to produce. All it had to be was strong. Weight wasn't an option, as the engines that are being constructed for her should be powerful enough to make her go 60 knots, but this new metal is supposed to be 10 times stronger, 5 times lighter, 2 times more flexible, and can endure temperatures of over 3,000 degrees. She concluded. For what purpose would you need a metal that has all those properties? Harry asked. You'll see, Luna said. Harry looked at Draco, but he shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know either, but it will be useful for shelters and such. Harry wanted to take a closer look at the weapon, but Draco and Luna just ushered him forward into a steel cabin located behind the device. The room they were now in was a steel box with a window overlooking the test area where the scientists were still setting up the device, and behind them stood a steel plate. They completed whatever they were doing and entered the cabin. Everything is set up, they informed Luna. All right, commence the test. She replied. One of the scientists whipped out his wand and pointed it at the device. Contendo, he said. The next few moments were quite hectic. The device went off with a loud explosion and was thrown off the tripod. Next, the steel plate that had been standing at the other side of the area was blown away by an explosion, and the shockwave the explosion created hurled the device away and against the glass of the cabin, which luckily deflected the blow. Luna and Draco let out a whoop of joy while doing a dance with their arms entwined. It works. Draco yelled. It held. Luna yelled. What are you two so happy about? You destroyed a steel plate and nearly killed us. Harry asked. On the contrary, Luna said. The plate might be dented, but it's still in one piece. And the mag cannon works. The backfire is still a setback, but it works. Draco beamed. Mag cannon? Harry asked. Madman artillery gun, Luna said. Well, seeing the results, the name appears to be well chosen, Harry sighed. Shall we go and see the results? Luna said, and had already walked out the door before the other two could reply. They both followed her to the back of the space where the dented steel plate lay. Just in front of it was a large hole in the floor where the plate had stood. Excellent, Luna said. Not even the slightest crack in the metal. All right, I can see that, Harry said. But what's so special about that weapon? The new rifle that has been completed today can do the same thing. You're thinking on a different scale, Harry. I believe you tested the weapon today, right? Draco asked, and Harry nodded. Did you try the alternative fire in destroy mode? Harry nodded again. All right, then you know what it can do. Yes, it can transform a 3 feet thick reinforced concrete wall into a pile of dust. Harry answered. Draco nodded and ordered the men examining the damage to the weapon to go and get a modified M16A2 assault rifle and a 1-inch thick steel plate. 15 minutes later, everything they needed was present. The steel plate had been erected and the gun had arrived with 3 additional ammo clips, and the floor had been repaired. Would you do the honors? Draco asked and handed Harry the rifle, which he took without hesitation. It still needs a wand, Draco said and walked towards the door of the cabin. Harry sighed, hung the weapon on his shoulder and started to concentrate. He stretched out his right arm and the air around his hand began to ripple and a small black spot appeared in midair and started to expand until it was the size of Harry's fist. It was a ball of pure blackness that drifted in the center of Harry's outstretched hand. It looked like he was trying to grab the sphere with his hand, but instead his hand disappeared into the sphere. When he pulled it back out, he had his wand in his hand. As soon as he had what he wanted, he closed his right hand and the sphere disappeared. He took the weapon back in his hand and inserted his wand at the bottom of the handle and inserted the clip. The gun buzzed with power as the energy started to flow through the wand. Harry selected the option Destroy and engaged the alternative fire. He took aim at the center of the plate and squeezed the trigger. A large red sphere shot forth from the barrel and zoomed towards the plate. Halfway towards its target, the sphere split into 20 smaller spheres which dispersed and formed a circle that zoomed towards their target. The circle got wider until it was a fourth of the total distance away from the plate and then continued like it was. When it was just a short distance away, the small red spheres broke their formation and hit their target in various locations all at the same time, creating a deafening explosion and causing a lot of debris to fly around. The plate had been destroyed, several pieces of metal lying scattered around the space here and there, while the largest part had been blown several meters backwards, rumpled like it had been tin foil. All right, Harry yelled to Luna and Draco, I've destroyed it. Looks like neither your new weapon nor your new steel is as strong as you think. Oh no, Harry, Luna yelled as she stood in the doorway. That was a regular steel plate. Go and get a modified steel plate, please, she asked the men working there. What do you mean? That was a regular steel plate, Harry demanded. We just wanted to make sure you understood the difference, Draco said, and they went back into the cabin as the next plate arrived. Harry shrugged, waited until the plate was in place and opened fire again. Harry, who had shielded his eyes with his hand, looked at the plate as the dust slowly settled again, and what he saw surprised him. The plate didn't even have a dent, only a few scorch marks where the explosions had occurred. He cancelled the alternative fire mode and opened fire again. He kept firing until he ran out of power, but that didn't stop him. Instead of replacing the clip, he started to feed the gun with his one magic, sending it through his wand and into the energy modifier, the unit that changed raw magical power in spheres with a specific purpose, like the Reducto spell. He kept firing till there was so much dust in the air that he couldn't even see the tip of his barrel anymore, and then he stopped. He coughed a few times from all the dust that was flying around, waved a few times with his hand, and all the dust disappeared. A large clang was heard as the plate fell forward into the crater Harry's onslaught had created. Draco and Luna rushed out of the cabin and towards him. What the hell just happened? Draco asked, perplexed. There's no way that clip could have lasted this long from what I've read in the reports. It can't, Harry said as he stared at the plate that was being hauled upright. I powered the weapon directly. Interesting, Luna said. I think this might prove useful in the future. I'll put a team on it to research if anyone else can do that. Harry nodded and walked towards the plate. One of the scientists had hauled it up it using a large crane that ran on rails that were attached to the ceiling and could operate over the entire dungeon, while the other scientists ran a quick analysis with his wand. Harry ran his hand over the surface of the plate and it was as smooth as a mirror. I'll admit, Harry said, it's impressive what this modified steel can endure, but for what are you going to use it? Such a special metal must have a special goal. He asked curiously. Come on and I'll show you. Sorry Draco, but I can't let you come with us this time, top secret you know. Luna replied happily. That's all right, I would like to do some more tests with this new weapon anyway, he said, and the other two walked away. Say, Luna, I didn't know you developed weapons, come to think of it. Well, weapons like those spiders okay, but not weapons for our military, Harry said. Well, normally we don't, but this was the basic principle for something else I had in mind, and it happened to be so that we saw an opportunity to make a weapon for the army out of it that could be handled easily. The final weapon that thing is going to help us make will be something different altogether, but everything will become clear after I've explained what our final goal is. She explained as they walked back through the surveillance room and into the small room they had first entered with the many doors in it, and they entered a door opposite the door leading to the surveillance room. This one looked like a Muggle movie theater, only somewhat smaller than the average kind. Just one more question, Harry said. How was that weapon powered? I noticed a large shell lying on the ground after the first test, but I thought we had decided not to use modified bullets because they were too expensive. They're not modified Muggle shells, they're magical. You see, we were looking for ammunition that could cause a lot of damage but without having to build a core and having to channel it through a wand, so we came up with the idea to use Muggle bullets, but instead of the copper tip we replaced it with a ball of raw energy, and instead of gunpowder we used a smaller amount of raw energy which we make unstable by casting a shrinking charm on the compartment and then it explodes, propelling the sphere towards its target. The amount required to cast the shrinking charm is minimal, so with a small core supplying the power for the weapon to operate, you have a reliable and powerful weapon. Now sit down. Once you've seen the presentation, everything will become clear. Luna said and sat down besides him. After a quick wave of her hand towards the back of the room, the lights were dimmed and a movie started. When Harry exited the theater, he was overwhelmed. Wow, was the only thing he said after an hour and a half of silence. It can be a bit overwhelming when you first see the capabilities, but what do you think? Luna asked happily. It's, Harry stammered, powerful. That's one way to put it. Although it's a great idea, I don't think it will ever be necessary to use it in battle. It should be more something like a defensive measure. Harry said. What about the power source? Something like that must use a lot of energy. You solved that problem today. How? When you powered that weapon directly, I had initially thought about a core, but it would have to be big in order to maintain the needed energy long enough, and the space required to house it would be too big to be practical, and we had no other means to do it except nuclear power, but I think that's a bit too dangerous to use in direct combat. Harry nodded in agreement. But now that you can feed it directly, we've solved that problem. But it also means that if you want to power it, you'll have to train in order to build up your stamina. All right, so when will it be completed? Harry asked. He could imagine that it would take a long time to develop all the required systems to operate it properly. It should take at least 11 months. Luna replied. Maybe less now that we've completed our power source ahead of schedule, but the other equipment that needs to be developed should still take some time, thus, yeah, 11 months should do it. Of course, since the foundation has been laid down today, we'll need you down here regularly to go through simulations and help in modifying some things to function better. So I'll be the only one able to pilot that thing, huh? Unless we find a person as powerful as you and someone who has the ability to power it directly. Luna concluded. I might be for the best that I'll be the only one able to pilot it. Imagine what would happen if the enemy got their hands on this. Voldemort would probably never want it since it was based on Muggle technology, and Dumbledore because he wouldn't want to use a weapon that is purely built to kill and destroy. Probably. But I don't like weapons that are built purely for killing, neither, unless for killing Death Eaters, of course. Anyway, I've got some unfinished business to take care of. I'll come back tomorrow to discuss some more details about this device. Later, Harry. Luna called after him. After Harry exited the dungeon, he walked up to the entrance hall and onto the grounds. He was in deep thought about Luna's secret project and thought that their security measures weren't nearly good enough if they were building something that dangerous. While he was musing over all this, he didn't notice Garner starting to walk besides him. When he looked up at the sky as if he wanted to see if the answer to all his questions lay there waiting for him, he yelped and jumped to the side. It's nice to know what kind of an effect I have on you when you see me. Garner said sadistically. Sorry, Harry said while scratching the back of his head, but I didn't really expect to see a gigantic dragon walking besides me when I was going to look at the sky. Apology accepted. Garner replied in his normal formal voice. Any reason why you almost scared me to death? Harry asked casually. I think it would take more to kill you than my appearance if you can defeat my old master, but yes, Harry, there is indeed a reason I came searching for you. Garner replied and gave a mental sigh. Sounds like a big issue, Harry commented. It is. It concerns the Founders. Well. The Founders? Well, I've heard that somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Harry said thoughtfully and tried to remember where he had heard that name before. Maybe in your history of magic class. Garner supplied. But that doesn't matter now. Let me tell you the story of how the days of the founders came to an end. In the days when Hogwarts was still a fairly recent castle, there were 3 people residing in it over the summer. Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Godric Gryffindor were the only 3 people who had decided to stay at the castle over the holidays. Despite their age, they all looked quite youthful. Today was the 137th year since the castle had been founded, and the 3 of them were having dinner in Helga's private chamber. Well, my dear ladies, I'm afraid this will be the last time we'll be celebrating this day for a long time to come. Godric said in a joyful tone. Yes, Helga said. Although I'm going to miss this place, it's not like we'll be gone for real. We'll still be around. Just not in our physical form. Not even a ghost. Just an essence. Even if I hope we'll never have to be awakened, I would still like to see this place again in the far future, just to see how it's doing. Don't get so pessimistic. Rowena chided. We have all agreed to do this in order to protect the school. We have always sworn to protect our dream with our lives, and now we'll be able to do it for eternity. By the way, have you heard anything from Salazar? I had hoped he would have replied to your message at the least. Nothing at all. Godric sighed. For a few minutes the light mood changed to somber and brooding as the 3 remaining founders were lost in memory, thinking about better times when the 4 of them had sat together to celebrate Hogwarts' anniversary. Rowena was the first one to snap out of it. Well, let us not dwindle on the past but on with the future. She said briskly. You're right as always, Rowena. Let us get going. Godric replied back in his normal cheery self. Together the 4 of them made their way towards the lowest dungeon in the castle where a recently dug out tunnel lay. The 3 of them entered it and descended all the way to the bottom. They stood on the last step of the stairs. Apertum antrum parentalis, they said in unison. The landing in front of them disappeared only to reveal that the stairs continued for a long time. When they finally reached the end, they entered a large circular room deep below the lake. The chamber stretched deep down into the earth with a stone pillar standing in the center of it and a small bridge connecting the entrance with it. If you looked down, you probably wouldn't be able to see the bottom, but the founders walked over the bridge without any hesitation. On the pillar stood a stone pedestal with 3 large crystal orbs lying on it. The founders gathered around the pedestal and each took one of the orbs. Are you sure that you want to do this? Godric asked, addressing the other 2. Yes, it is for the safety of the school and the future of witches and wizards. Rowena said with conviction while Helga merely nodded. All right then, let's begin. Godric said and closed his eyes. The other 2 followed his example. He concentrated hard and slowly the orb he was holding began to pulsate with a bright white light. In the depths of the chamber a tiny speck of light could be seen which slowly started to grow larger. Minutes passed and slowly the light became brighter. As beads of sweat ran down the 3 founders' faces and the orbs they were holding pulsed with light, slowly the light down in the chamber came closer and closer. After something that felt like ages to the founders, they opened their eyes again and saw that the entire chamber had been filled with a white ethereal light. The stone pillar they were standing on was now surrounded by a lake of swirling white water. It worked, Helga said. All our energy has now been stored. So you're saying that there's a giant pool of raw magical power somewhere in this castle that belongs to the founders? Harry concluded. I don't think it was transported along with the castle. The chamber was deep underground and hidden well. Salazar Slytherin is an entire other story. Garner said. He arrived a week after the filling of the well, and by that time the other founders had passed away. Without their powers they were nothing more than muggles, so they died of old age within a day or 2. They did leave Salazar a letter in which they explained what they had done and why. He was mad at himself for not coming back sooner and decided to follow their example, so he created the Room of Requirement, which I believe you are familiar with. So Slytherin's power is still somewhere in this castle? Harry asked, astonished. I believe so. Then we'd better start preparing, because as soon as he finds out our location he'll try to retrieve it. Harry said and reached for his cell phone. Indeed, but this might be the opportune moment to defeat him. He is still weak compared to what he will be after he has restored his power, although it might take a while before he tries. The last duel between you and him has weakened him immensely, and without his complete power his recovery will be slow. But beware, the reason the founders became this strong was because they fought lots of evil in their days and strengthened themselves with the power of their defeated enemies and ancient rituals. Over time, when the most of the archaic forces they fought had been defeated, they decided it had been enough except for Slytherin, who continued to search for more power. The three founders returned to Hogwarts, where they lived the rest of their lives in peace, while Slytherin continued on his quest and was drawn more and more towards the dark side as he wondered how these dark forces they fought became so strong. He had once been a good man, but his exposure to so many darkness drew him into its folds without the support his three friends normally gave him. Let's just hope there's still something left of that man so that he will realize what kind of monster he and his heir have turned into before it is too late. I hope so too, Harry said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a ship that needs some last-minute modifications. Garner nodded and turned around, walking back towards the castle. Harry continued walking towards his destination, but Arakir still had one question to ask him. I've been wondering about this for some time now, but why do you walk towards your destination when you can just apparate over there within a matter of seconds? Garner asked through their mental bond. Our lives will get busy enough once this war truly starts to heat up, so I think we should enjoy the little things in life while we can. Harry responded. Now is only the beginning. As soon as Voldemort is back on his feet and the Ministry starts to really go against us, I don't think we'll have much time to do things like enjoying a peaceful walk while looking at the sky. Harry sighed and wondered if his choice to do all this had been the right one. As long as you stay who you are now, your choice has been the right one, Harry, but remember what I said about my former master. Spend time with your loved ones and get away from fighting once in a while. Garner said, and with that the conversation was closed. What Garner had said did make sense to Harry, and he was confident to not turn dark under any circumstances, but the words Dumbledore had said to him still made him wonder. If he looked at this land, it did indeed look like Voldemort and his Death Eaters. He knew some people had come here because of his fame, but they were loyal. He knew that. The stone confirmed that, and unlike Voldemort, most of these people trusted him and respected him, while Voldemort was only feared, and that is the only reason most people still followed him. Of course, there are others that follow him because they too believe in pure blood. No, Dumbledore is wrong. Although we might have a lot in common, we are two totally different persons. He was brought out of his musing when he noticed he had arrived at the shipyard and was now standing in front of the massive bow of the Innis Ecliptica. Harry truly felt dwarfed by it. People would probably say that the thing exaggerated. Way too big and too powerful, but in Harry's eyes it was perfect. Unlike the United States Magical Navy, they didn't have numbers or a lot of experience concerning naval warfare, so they decided to build only two ships of this caliber, the Ecliptica and the Potter. The construction of the Potter would begin after the Ecliptica had been finished. While the Ecliptica would be their main battleship, the Potter would be a flagship that sailed at the back of the fleet, but it would still have substantial firepower. Basically, the Ecliptica would be an offensive ship and the Potter a more defensive type. He tore his gaze away from the impressive hull and walked towards a small brick building that had been erected for the supervisors. As he walked inside, there were several people discussing varying matters while others were intently gazing at computer screens on which various simulations were running. He approached Sarah Brown, the woman that stood in command of all the operations on the shipyards. She was in the middle of scolding a member of her team, something about wrong data and simulation, so Harry decided to wait until she was finished. He had once disturbed her during a scolding, and it had been the only time he had ever done that. As soon as she was finished, she turned around. "Ah, Harry, what brings you here?" she asked jovially. "Hello, Sarah. I just came from our Department of Mysteries and they asked for some modifications to be made to the ship. Apparently a hole has to be cut into the hull near the bow, and a hatch will be installed and shield emitters as well to keep out the water for when it is open. A large bay for storing a new type of weapon they are developing, and a hatch on the deck also equipped with shield emitters. Here's the data." Harry explained and handed over a crystal. Sarah inserted it and looked at the various modifications. "This is a huge modification from the original design, but luckily we've been focusing mainly on the rear of the ship until now, but this bay they're asking for is huge. What kind of weapon has this kind of size, can operate underwater and fly as well?" she asked, amazed. "I'm afraid that's top secret, but it will be quite a while before you get to see it, I'm afraid. I didn't even know what they were developing until a few hours ago, but I promise it'll be worth the wait." "All right, I'll take your word for it, but now that you're here anyway, the core chamber has been completed, so it would be nice to have it installed. The engines are ready to go and the hull and steering system is completed. Normally we would have let it into the water in a day or two, but now that'll have to wait a little longer. We need to do the modifications to the hull first. How's the bridge system coming along? Harry inquired. At first I didn't like the idea to build it this way. You know that, but I start to like this new idea, much more trustworthy than the Missouri. I agree, but we can't modify the Missouri that much. We'll still have to return it, and besides, now that our location is known, we'll probably need it. Yes, I think so too. Too bad we didn't get the Ecliptica finished before that, but I guess it can't be helped. Luckily we were able to build all those cruisers back at Potter Mansion. By the way, when are we going to settle a base there? Let's settle everything here first. If the Americans join the British ministry, we'll be lucky enough if we can keep control over this place. As soon as all defense structures have been built, we'll start working in earnest on Potter Mansion. Now shall we get going and create the strongest core made so far? Harry suggested, and together they started to walk towards the elevator at the back of the building that would lead them up to the deck of the Ecliptica. The deck near the bow hadn't been constructed yet, so they had built scaffolds that served as a temporary deck and ran all over the ship. Harry looked down from the scaffold and was surprised at how spacious the hull was. They continued to walk towards the back of the ship, where bright flames could be seen as workers welded one plate to another. This had been another invention. Welding with magic. Very accurate. Immensely strong connections, and once two plates had been welded together, there was no evidence that they had once been two separate plates. The connections were completely invisible. While Harry was admiring everything that could be done with magic, Sarah Brown thought about the day the world changed for her. She had gotten a letter from her daughter on Sunday and had started to read through it. It was several pieces of parchment long, which she found unusual, but she figured that sixth was something totally different. As she begun to read it, she sensed something wasn't right. Dear Mum, I know it has been a while since I last wrote you, but I've been busy. Very busy, but I'll tell you more about that when I come home. Sixth year has been quiet up until now. The letter went on about things that had happened at school and other trivial matters. Nothing suspicious at all, just the last line intrigued her. P.S. Do you remember that song I used to like so much that you sang to me when I was little? For as far as she could remember, Lavender had hated that song with a passion. She thought about what her daughter could mean by saying something like that, and in a sudden impulse she started to sing the song. The letter changed as soon as she had sang the first three lines. I knew you would get it, Mum. Now, I know that you don't want to hear anything about the magical world anymore, but Voldemort is back. The ministry says it is going to protect us, but we all know they can't, and I think it won't take long before he will start and attack the families of those that worked against him in the last war soon, and I'm worried about your safety. I know that you don't want to go into hiding or leave your job, but I have something way better for you. What I'm going to tell you now is top secret information, so don't about it with anyone. Harry has told us some things about the previous years here at Hogwarts. Things that nobody know about except a select few, and now we have started on a project that has to stop Voldemort and this madness once and for all, and we need your expertise in order to do it. If you want to help, just sign below and the information will be revealed. If not, just put an X on the parchment and it will burn up. Dumbledore knows nothing about this. After pondering over it for some time, she decided that it was worth the shot. After all, Harry Potter could be trusted. After everything she had heard about him from Lavender, and the fact that they were hiding it from Dumbledore greatly appealed to her. It was because of him that she had lost most of her family in the last war, including her husband. She made up her mind, and the letter changed again, explaining what they were doing and why. It also included some blueprints for various projects. She was impressed that a couple of youngsters had already worked out so much of the technology needed. She found it very impressive that wizards and witches that hadn't even graduated yet had managed to develop such a plan, and the funny thing was, it looked like it might work too. She quickly got a piece of paper and a pen and wrote a note, which she sent back with the owl that had delivered the message. And now here she was. In the Muggle world, she had been a supervisor in a small specialized boatyard, but now she was the big chief, and she was doing the thing she had always wanted to do, to design the best boat ever. She didn't care if it was a warship. The only thing that mattered was that it was the fastest, the biggest, the most powerful, and the one with the most complex technology. This ship was her pride. The cruisers had been fun, but they were nothing at all compared to this thing. The independent nation of Insania's ship Ecliptica was a monster. With a length of 354 meters and a beam 50.2 meters, it was a big battleship. Its main guns, 820 and 6 12-inch guns mounted in 2 front and 2 back turrets respectively, were the most powerful guns ever built on a ship. The secondary armaments, 24 8-inch high-rate pulse guns. Instead of firing a beam like the main guns with a specific purpose, these things fired bolts of raw magical energy. This meant they didn't need a MAD or an energy cylinder, so they could fire incessantly and at a high rate, more than 500 bolts per minute. These 24 guns were mounted in pairs, 12 pairs on each side of the ship, giving it a pretty strong defense. The only disadvantage of these raw energy guns was that it was quite draining on the core, but the scientists assured Harry that the core would at least last 200 years even with the shields at full capacity all the time, and raw energy dissolved fast once it was released, so the guns couldn't hit targets at a great distance, but they had the main guns for that purpose. Another secondary armament are 8 heavy mini guns. Harry always found the name funny because they were anything but mini. These 6-barreled monstrosities with their 2-inch barrels were a recent addition to their inventory. They had been introduced as one of the last-minute changes to the ship. They would protect the ship against incoming missiles and even shells. Their barrels were 6 meters long, and seeing them move fast and shoot very accurate would be quite the sight. These units had been equipped with a MAD but no energy cylinder. These MADs could only transform the raw energy in a single spell, but quite an innovative one. These MAD units made a spell that would explode when it was inches away from its target, destroying it or throwing it, of course, so the MAD had to constantly change the spell in order for it to explode at the right distance, and it has to take the speed of the object it wants to hit into account as well. Protection was another thing. While the Missouri was a powerful ship, its shields probably wouldn't hold out very long in an extended battle against multiple opponents, but this ship didn't need to worry about that. The shields were powerful enough to withstand an attack of all the guns mounted on the Missouri for 7.5 minutes. 5 times the shields had been hit in a test with another vessel that had been built in a hurry. The only thing installed were the shields, and it was built from the modified warship steel provided by Luna. After the shields had been breached, the armor had held another 87 seconds before the beams had melted it away. A normal warship couldn't possibly destroy this ship, and it wasn't even fighting back or moving, but the MFA, Magical Fleet of America, was an entirely different story. They had dispatched several small vessels that could be rendered completely invisible. They were undetectable unless you bumped into them, and the power of the fleet was impressive. They had witnessed an exercise. While the Americans still used shells, they had been modified. While in Insania nobody knew exactly what the modifications did, they realized they should be careful. The Americans had a lot of experience in naval warfare and technology. They possessed 37 ships, 5 battleships, 12 light cruisers, 6 heavy cruisers, 3 submarines, a command vessel, a hospital ship, and 9 high-speed escort vessels. While they did modify their shells with runes, most of the ships were still Muggle technology. No cores or engines that were fed by raw magical power, just regular diesel fuel, although these engines used much less fuel than regular engines. Speed was also something the Ecliptica had plenty of. Its engines were powerful enough to deliver 460,000 shaft horsepower, making it capable of reaching speeds around 63 knots. The only problem was that when you were going this fast, such a massive battleship is almost impossible to turn in any direction, so they installed 2 rudders on the bow of the ship. They were placed at a 45 degrees angle and helped the ship turn faster, and could lift the ship a little higher in the water and make it almost fly across the water. The bridge was a remarkable design as well. The bridge itself was a 6-story high metal box around 30 meters long and 40 wide. Nothing worth mentioning here, but the thing was that the bridge stood a good 26 meters above the deck, supported by 3 pillars. One in the center that was just a little shorter than the bridge itself, and the other 2 were about half as long and supported the structure on the side. While it looked like a vulnerable design during combat, these 3 pillars would sink into the ship and lower the bridge down to the deck, although it wasn't truly necessary. The designers were convinced that the shields and armor of the support columns could withstand whatever they threw at it. All in all, it was a remarkable ship. They neared the center of the ship, where a temporary elevator had been built that would take them down into the bowels of the ship, where the most heavily guarded part of the ship had been finished the day before. She pressed a button and slowly the elevator started to move up towards them. "How's the development of the other ship coming along?" Harry asked casually. "Good, actually. The design is almost finished. We'll start on the construction soon. We were thinking of moving the hull of the Ecliptica onto the water as soon as the core is installed and the hatch in the bow is completed so that we can begin ahead of schedule. I heard that the ministry found us today, so I think we will need every piece of defense we can finish soon enough. Probably. While the island's defenses are being set up and they should be up to the task of keeping invasions out, I would rather keep battles away from here and onto the sea if possible. We have made it virtually impossible to come to the island directly except with a transportation drive, and as far as we now nobody else has the power nor the technology to make one. Nonetheless, we'll have to be on our guard from now on. Harry said. Do you think they'll try anything soon? She asked as a ping alerted them that the elevator had arrived. I don't know, but we can be sure that within the next 24 hours Voldemort will know where we are and we can expect an attack soon. Harry said while they stepped into the elevator. Do you think he will attack us this soon even without doing some research first? She asked concerned as she pressed the button for the lowest level. Probably. It appears we have something he wants, but I can't tell you what it is right now. I think you understand why. Harry said and regretted that he couldn't just tell everyone on the island everything that was going on, but even with the loyalty stone, information could always leak out one way or another. Sarah nodded in understanding, but she didn't like it. The elevator descended and neither of them said anything until they reached the bottom. The doors slid open and they both exited the elevator, which promptly rose up again. They were now standing on the lowest level. Most of this part of the ship was still bare and workers were busy with constructing the lower levels as they placed one steel plate after another in place and welded them together. They walked through a corridor of which the ceiling hadn't been placed yet. Large spots hung above them on scaffolds to provide light in the dark environment. The hall stopped abruptly and now they were walking a temporary floor constructed of wooden boards. They stopped as they reached their destination. In front of them a big steel bunker stood. Harry had to admit that this core chamber was much more secure than the one on the Missouri. The core chamber, made from the strongest modified steel they could make, was completely black and engraved with thousands of runes on all sides. The walls were 1.5 meters thick and it weighed almost 500 tons. The steel they had developed for this purpose was almost twice as heavy as regular steel. It measured 15 meters on all sides and was meant to be the strongest part of the ship. The sole and only purpose of this construction was the protection of the most vital part of the ship. Core were not just practical and powerful without any risk involved, they were dangerous too. If the core of one of their ships ever got unstable, the ship would most certainly be doomed. Of course, an ejection system had been built in, but should the unlikely scenario ever present itself, even ejecting the core probably wouldn't make any difference. The blast radius of an exploding core had been estimated to be several hundred kilometers, and once the core had been dropped, the ship was dead in the water unless they charged the transportation cylinder before the core got unstable. But since the only scenario where a core could get unstable was a battle, a fully loaded transportation cylinder wasn't the best thing to have on board. The energy cylinders were far more vulnerable than the core itself, but they were still protected to a great extent. Naturally, they could place the cylinders in a bunker like the core, but there was the weight to consider, and the cylinders, unlike the core, needed maintenance and replacing from time to time. This was the disadvantage of this kind of protection. Once the bunker was sealed, it could never be opened again, ever. While it would seem impractical, it made sense. Should the ship ever be captured and the enemy got their hands on a power source of this size, the consequences would be catastrophic. Shall we begin? Harry asked. Sarah nodded and together they entered the steel chamber. Once they were inside, Sarah pressed a few runes next to the door and a faint blue glow told her the inner protection charms had been activated. Unlike the outer ones, these could be turned off but only from the inside, so once the outer enchantments had been activated, you couldn't reach the inner ones anymore. The inner ones were meant to protect the people outside should the core get unstable during the construction process. The beginning was the hardest. Once the very center of the core had been created, the rest was fairly simple but still dangerous. Sarah nodded to Harry that everything was ready, and he sat himself down on the steel floor and stretched his palms outwards towards the center of the chamber. First, he would go into a deep trance and locate the core of his magic, which went fairly easily since he was used to doing it by now. Once he had found that powerful feeling that was his magic, he visualized how his core looked like in his mind. A large ball of energy deep inside his soul with lots of channels running away from it, letting magic run through his body. Now he started to focus on making something similar outside his mind, in the middle of the chamber. For 20 minutes he focused hard and tried to establish the base for the core, and then all of a sudden the room was bathed in such bright light that Sarah had to cover her eyes. She took a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and looked at the tiny sphere that was floating in the center of the room. The sphere was beautiful in her opinion. Each and every core had been with their swirling colors of blue, green, yellow, purple and red. Harry stood up slowly. He had been drained of most of his energy now. "You all right, Harry?" Sarah asked. "Fine, just a little tired," Harry replied. "Shall I shut down the enchantments?" she asked. "No, not yet. I still have some energy left that I would like to add to the core today," Ha said as he approached the sphere slowly and enclosed it in his hands. The sphere glowed briefly but strong enough that it shone through Harry's hands and lighted up the room as it recognized its maker. Any other person who tried to touch the core got severely burned and suffered from a magical burnout for a few days. Harry concentrated again and slowly started to feed the core with more energy. Slowly but surely the core started to expand. After a few minutes the sphere was too big to fit into Harry's closed hands anymore, so he put them on the side of the sphere. When the core was the size of a quaffle, Harry stopped. His breathing was ragged and he felt exhausted. "That's about all for today, I think," Harry said and slumped down to the ground unconscious. Sarah shut down the enchantments and ordered some men to call for a stretcher. After they had taken Harry up to his quarters, she left the ship. The chamber was accessible for anyone at the moment, but an incomplete core could not be touched by anyone, nor could it be moved, so it was safe. Harry was woken up the next morning by the sound of Hedwig singing with that wonderful sound phoenixes make. "Good morning, girl," Harry said sleepily. "Tempus," he said, and a holographic clock appeared over his palm. 7.30. He mumbled. "Thanks, girl," he said and got out of bed to ruffle Hedwig's feathers. "Where's Ginny?" he asked. "She left quite early this morning," Hedwig replied. "All right," Harry said, and as he was about to head into the bathroom a bright burst of red flames appeared in the room and Fox appeared carrying a letter. With practiced ease Harry took the bird by the throat and performed revealing charms to determine if there were any nasty curses or any kind of spells attached to the letter or Fox, but surprisingly he found none. Only seconds later something big and angry obscured the sunlight from streaming through the windows and a roar rang through the building. Harry released Fox, who let out a note of indignity, but he did seem to be afraid of the beast hovering in front of the window. Harry rushed to the window and opened it, revealing a very angry-looking Arakir. Arakir didn't look at Harry, but his gaze passed him and was locked onto the now cowering Fox. "It is here again," Arakir growled through their mental bond, and a gust of hot air came from his nostrils. "It's all right," Harry said. "He's not here to cause any trouble." "Maybe not, but I don't like that creature," Arakir growled. "But if you say it is all right, I'll leave it alone, although I will stay nearby." "All right," Harry said. "And thank you." "For what?" Arakir asked, surprised. "For being such a good guardian. With you guys around I know that our nation will be safe," Harry said and bowed his head. As soon as he had bowed his head a feeling of power, trust and friendship ran through his body while Arakir roared that beautiful song which sounded like a terrifying roar to every other person, except Luna, and from below, down on the ground similar roars could be heard from Maganos, Garaner and Satara. "What just happened?" Harry asked, amazed. "You have just made us equals, Harry. True equals with no bounds held. It is the highest honor given to an owned dragon," Arakir explained. "You know that you are not owned by me," Harry said. "We know, Harry, but up until now your subconscious never trusted us fully, but now our bond has been completed and we are truly linked. We don't really know what will change since it has never happened before, or at least not that we know of," Arakir explained. "Why don't we continue this conversation at another time? I have company, remember," Harry said and looked over his shoulder at Fox, who seemed to be in a staring contest with Hedwig as the two phoenixes looked at each other with hatred in their eyes. "All right, Harry," Arakir said and flew off. "Break it up, you two," Harry said to both birds, extended his hand towards Fox, who handed over the letter from one of her talons. "Dear Harry," the letter began, and Harry snorted. "I know we are not on the best terms these days. You can say that again," Harry mumbled, "but I would like to have a conversation with you if possible about recent events and allegiances. Our last conversation didn't quite go that well." To be honest, I can still find pieces of brick in my ear from time to time, but I have found out the truth about what happened with Mr. Weasley, and I would like to apologize for the event in his name. Your current actions have changed a lot in the lives of our members, but we do not want to become enemies. Albus Dumbledore. All right, I'll talk to him. There's no need for unnecessary enemies, Harry said to Fawkes. Just give me a second to write a reply. He quickly scribbled down instructions for Dumbledore to follow if he wanted a conversation to happen and tied it to Fawkes' leg, who took of immediately. While Fawkes was on its way towards Hogwarts, Cornelius Fudge was pacing his room. That little brat, wait till I get my hands on him. He mumbled as he continued to walk back and forth and imagining Harry Potter being dragged away by Dementors to somewhere 10 times worse than Azkaban. A soft knock on his office door disturbed his thoughts and he snapped a quick enter. What is it? He snapped as his secretary entered the room. The president has just flowed me, sir. He is available at the moment. He is at the fleet headquarters at the moment. He is expecting you in half an hour. Good, he said and dismissed her with a wave of his hand. If the Americans decided to join him, he would be rid of that annoying brat and his supporters soon enough. 30 minutes later, he flowed all the way to the Gulf of Mexico to an unknown location where the base of the United States Magic Fleet was located. As soon as he stepped out of the flow, 12 wands were aimed at him and their owners all had a deadly curse on their lips. State your name and business on this base, one of them snapped. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic in Great Britain, and I'm here to discuss the issue of Harry Potter with the President. He yelled at them while his face turned a nice shade of purple. He wasn't in the mood for this. Legilimens, the man cried, and immediately Fudge's vision shifted from the men in front of him to his numerous tantrums he had held against various people concerning Potter. The memories disappeared again. The men let him through without another word. He was led out of the room where he arrived and through a long corridor and towards the elevators which took him up to the highest floor where the President of Magic had his office. He stepped out of the elevator and into a large office where a secretary sat behind a large mahogany desk. His escort didn't get out with him and disappeared when the elevator doors shut. He stepped up to the secretary and asked if the president was ready to see him. He's having a flow call at the moment. Please wait for a few minutes, she said. Fudge sat down on one of the comfortable chairs in front of the desk and waited until suddenly the president's voice was heard through the door. What do you mean? The ship's gone. A moment or two of silence ensued. I don't care if you don't have any leads, just get that thing back where it belongs and do it now. Immediately after that, the door opened. Minister Fudge, please come in, the president said in a slightly agitated tone. The minister held the door open and Fudge walked by him into his office. They were quite a sight, both of them presumed to be the most powerful men in the magical community of their country, but if you saw them together you would think Fudge was a servant and the president was, well, the president. Fudge, the portly little man with his rumpled gray hair and his lime green bowler hat twirling nervously in his hands, was overshadowed by the man next to him. Tall with short black hair, piercing blue eyes, a black suit and a stature of power. He looked quite intimidating for those who didn't know him, or when he was commanding troops, nobody dared defy him, but on normal occasions he was quite hospitable. Oswald, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Too bad it's dire business that brings you here. He said warmly. Thank you, Jonathan. Fudge said, a lot less cheerful. I couldn't help but hear that you have some troubles yourself, and I think I might have the answer as to where that ship is. Straight down to business, Oswald. That's not like you. I don't have time for small talk at the moment, Jonathan. The country is in uproar thanks to that brat, and some people from the government were killed by him with the help of that ship. Fudge said gravely while walking towards a table on the side of the room and picking up a bottle with a dark amber liquid in it. Do you mind if I pour us a glass? You're going to need it once you hear what that ship has transformed into. Something tells me this is bad, Jonathan said. It is. 2 hours later, a siren was heard throughout the base indicating that everyone should hurry to their posts and that all officers should meet in the emergency briefing room. 15 minutes later, all the officers were gathered in the room with the president standing on a podium in the front. Gentlemen, he said, and his magically amplified voice silenced the low murmuring crowd immediately. 2 weeks from now, on Friday at 1400 hours, we will engage our latest enemy, the independent nation of Insania. Another 2 hours later, all ships that were out on the ocean were called back, and the ones anchored in the port were being supplied with everything necessary for a full scale naval battle. Back in Insomnia, Harry was walking through a piece of dense forest in search of one of his more secluded members of society. He was looking around in wonder at the beautiful forest when he heard someone whistling. He walked towards the sound and found Severus Snape hunched over some plants while carefully cutting them off at the right place so that the plant would grow back in a year or so. Harry had to admit he had never seen the potions master so peacefully ever before. He used to be one of the most unsociable persons on earth, but now you could almost talk civilly with the man except when he was busy on a potion or other things that required high amounts of concentration. Harry waited until he done with the plants, and when he stood up, Harry coughed politely to make his presence known. What? Snape snapped and whirled around. Oh, Harry, it's you, he said a bit politer. I'm sorry to disturb you, Severus, but I have a meeting scheduled later today that I would like you to attend, Harry said, knowing that his former teacher wasn't one for small talk, just business or potions. Why would you want me at one of your meetings? He asked, surprised. It's a meeting with someone we both should be cautious around, our esteemed headmaster, Harry said. Even so, I don't see why you would want me to be there. I would rather not see him again, ever. I want to make a few things clear to the old coot, and I believe that your presence will make him believe and understand me, Harry said. We do not need Albus working against us. While his forces are not as large as ours and he is not as strong as me, he can give us quite some trouble if he wants to. Severus thought about this for a second and nodded. All right, I'll be there. When's the meeting? In half an hour, Harry said cheekily and disappeared. Half an hour later, both men were seated in Harry's office on board the Missouri. Neither spoke while they waited for the arrival of Albus Dumbledore. It's funny, you know, Harry suddenly said. As a matter of fact, I don't know. What's funny? Snape asked dryly. The two of us sitting here together as allies while we used to be the worst enemies, facing the man we both used to trust but despise now, Harry explained and leaned back in his chair. War changes a person and his views on the world, Snape said remorsefully. I just hope you know what you're doing, Harry. Since the awakening of the founders, this second war is going to be harsher than the first, and I think it won't get any easier now on. It never gets any easier, only more interesting. A buzzer went off and a red light on the intercom indicated that someone tried to contact them. Yes? Harry asked as he pressed the button to receive the call. Albus Dumbledore has arrived, sir. Albus Dumbledore approached the Missouri slowly in his small rowboat as he was ordered to. If they spotted any other vessels in the vicinity, Harry had threatened to shoot him down without hesitation, so he hadn't taken the risk of bringing any followers, although he didn't like it one bit. Harry and Severus stood on the deck waiting for him with stony faces. A rope ladder was thrown down for him and he clambered up. Neither Harry nor Severus helped him when he had difficulty getting onto the deck. Welcome, Professor, Harry said in a neutral tone, to the Innis Missouri. Harry, Severus, Dumbledore jovially replied. Snape replied with a curt nod. This is quite an impressive vessel, Dumbledore said as he looked around. Let's get down to business, Albus, and save the small talk for later, Snape said. Dumbledore sighed wearily and seemed to age a lot in a matter of moments. I'm sorry to see things like this, Severus. It doesn't have to be like this, Albus, but a lot of it will depend on you, Snape replied. The two of them led Dumbledore down towards Harry's quarters, but this time the room was normal sized and only a desk and 3 chairs stood in it. Harry seated himself in a comfortable-looking chair behind the desk while Severus sat down in a chair next to Harry but more to the side of the room, and Dumbledore took the remaining one in front of the desk. First of all, I would like to apologize for Mr. Weasley's actions. Had I known what happened before you arrived, I would have probably had this conversation with you sooner, Dumbledore said before Harry had the chance to open his mouth. Ron's deeds have nothing to do with this meeting, Professor. The only reason I invited you because I agree with you. We shouldn't be enemies because we are fighting the same enemy, and as the saying goes, my enemy's enemy is my friend. If that's the case, why don't you join us, Harry? Dumbledore asked sadly. It's not because we have the same enemy and we don't want to be enemies that I trust you. You have done some things in the past that I find hard to forgive at the moment, and I think Severus agrees with me. I see, Dumbledore said. So what do you propose we do from now on? We do nothing at all. You stay out of my way and I'll stay out of your way, but if either one of us has the possibility to destroy Voldemort, we will help each other out. Harry said. For the coming weeks, we won't be of much use in the fight against Voldemort since we're still busy preparing our defenses. There's no use in assaulting Voldemort now while he still has the chance of destroying our base, but once we're finished, we'll start hunting down every single last one of those bastards. I can accept that, Dumbledore said. But what exactly is it that you are fighting for, Harry? Is it revenge on Voldemort or saving the wizarding world? Neither, Albus, Snape said suddenly while he looked at the wall behind Harry, which suddenly disappeared and showed a view of the White Castle and the small village being built around it. That's what we're fighting for, Albus. And he nodded towards it. Our country. A place where everyone is equal and every life is valued the same. Not like the British ministry who only cares about itself or those pure-blooded imbeciles. I never thought you would be like this, Severus, Albus said, perplexed. Voldemort wasn't the only master I held secrets from. Snape sneered suddenly and looked accusingly at Dumbledore. It's not because you're on the side of the light, Albus, that you can do anything you want. People wish to be free in their choices, and Harry has given me that opportunity. I do not share the views Death Eaters, nor do I want to be your lapdog. I know I have made mistakes in the past. Joining Voldemort was the first one of a long series, and listening to you was also a mistake, but now I can fight him together with other people, not as a puppet controlled by you. I understand, but know this. By doing things the way you did, you have made a lot more enemies than just Voldemort. I recently heard a rumor that Cornelius has paid a visit to the President of Wizarding America, and shortly after their fleet has begun preparations to set sail, their entire fleet. Damn, Harry swore. That's sooner than we expected. Thanks for the tip, Professor. We'll be on our guard. Sensing the conversation was over, Dumbledore stood up and Harry and Severus escorted him back up to the deck. Professor, Harry said as Dumbledore was preparing himself to climb down the ladder. Don't get yourself killed. Although you've done some things I don't approve of, I know you did them because you thought they were the best course of action. I'm starting to realize that now that I'm a leader myself. Dumbledore looked surprised to hear this, and a proud smile slowly spread on his face. Thank you, Harry. Don't get killed either, and I hope that the next time we meet it will not be on the battlefield fighting on the same side, but as friends, not the kind with the same enemy. And with that he disappeared from view and climbed down the ladder. And that's also the reason why I regret having to take the next step, Harry, but so much power isn't meant to be wielded by someone as young as you. Dumbledore thought as he stood in the small rowboat looking at the Missouri that was making its way back to the island. Once he felt he passed the boundary of the anti-transportation wards, he activated his portkey and disappeared. What do you think? Severus asked as they stood on the aft deck of the ship. I don't think he'll interfere with our business, but I don't trust him one bit, Harry answered grimly. Same here. Shall we go and get a drink? I have this new potion being developed and I want to hear your thoughts on this one, Severus began as they turned around and made their way to Harry's quarters. Severus Snape had changed a lot in Harry's eyes. After he had put Snape trough the loyalty stone test, he had been surprised that the man had truly meant it when he said he wanted to join Harry. Shortly after that, he had been given his own research facility on the far side of the island in the middle of the forest that covered most of the island. It was thanks to Severus that they were able to make their modified steel and various other inventions. He had 20 apprentices under him now. Harry knew this wasn't enough when the war began and potions would be needed, but that was as much as Severus could handle at the moment. While he was busy training his apprentices, he works on other projects as well, mostly experimenting with the new types of plants Neville has been uncovering by the dozens. In the weeks, Severus Snape has become a friend to Harry whose advice has been very valuable. With these thoughts in mind, Harry prepared for the coming conversation, which would probably take a few hours but would probably create new possibilities for weapons. 2 weeks later, the day he had been waiting for finally arrived. The Innis Ecliptica would finally be taken into commission. It would be a tremendous boost for morale, and the island's defense would finally be completed. After this day they could finally begin the active war against Voldemort and anyone else who stood on his side or who stood in their way of destroying him. Not much had happened in the past few weeks. The mag cannon had been perfected. Construction of the Potter had been delayed by even more last-minute modifications on the Ecliptica. Plans were being made for a base in England, and so far no one had attempted to attack Insomnia since the Ministry's disastrous attempt, but Harry knew that they would be attacked soon enough by the most powerful navy of all, the Americans. Unfortunately, Harry didn't have a spy there. Actually, he didn't have any spies at all, and he decided that had to change soon. But now, as he looked down at the grounds surrounding the castle, all plans for the war that was about to heat up disappeared from his mind, and he felt happy seeing men and women preparing for the big feast. A lot of things still had to be done today, and Harry felt like nothing could go wrong today, but as everybody knows, it's always on these days that something just has to go wrong. As he walked down towards the dungeons, people were making the fireworks ready for the evening as they positioned them in front of the windowsills. He was headed towards Luna's dungeon again. Today they would test the OS operating system for the new piece of equipment Luna was developing and to see an idea for a new weapon meant for the Navy. This new idea was responsible for the delay of the construction of the Potter. As he neared the door, he pressed the button next to it and the black identification device appeared. After his fingerprint, magical signature and iris had been scanned, the cool female voice asked for his identification and password. Harry Potter. 48,632,674,568. Instead of the voice saying, "Access granted," it suddenly yelled, "Constant vigilance." Before the words were completely spoken, Harry had his sword out and turned around while creating a powerful burst of pure magic which he aimed at the wall behind him. But there was no wall anymore. Instead, an entrance to a dark cave had appeared. The wave of pure energy raced down the cave, and metallic clangs as well as a lot of angry metallic clicking sounds were heard. As the wave of energy disappeared, Harry suddenly got hit in the face by a blast of very hot air followed by a pillar of fire that threatened to burn him to a crisp. Harry quickly made his sword spin around in circles and used it as a propeller that created a vortex of wind that countered the fire. The two forces battled each other. The temperature rose steadily, and Harry could feel his clothes slowly starting to singe. The walls were blackened by the flames, and slowly but surely the flames were coming closer to Harry's sword. Harry pushed back with all his might, but it seemed like he was fighting a losing battle. And then, as sudden as they had come, the flames disappeared. Harry was about to let out a sigh of relief, but that was at exactly the same time he noticed what had replaced the flames. In front of him now stood three of the metallic monster spiders Luna had created, but these were a type Harry hadn't seen before. Instead of the pulse gun in their mouths, there was now something that looked like a fire hose, and a tiny flame burned in front of it. On the backs of these monstrosities a turret had been mounted which held two pulse guns. Apparently they weren't affected by the heat, as it looked like the spiders that were still in the cave had used the fire as a diversion while these three snuck up on him. Not again, Harry muttered as he jumped forwards and attacked the spider on the left with his sword. It raised one of its legs to deflect the blow, but Harry's sword just cut straight off the metal like it was butter. He jumped up and landed on top of the spider between its two pulse guns before the other two had even begun to move. Their twin pulse guns suddenly swiveled and aimed towards him as retreated down the corridor to create some space between their enemy. The guns flared to life and large orange bolts shot forth towards Harry and the spider who was trying to throw him of its back. He jumped of the creature's back just before the bolt hit the place where he had stood a second before, making the pulse guns explode and crippling the spider. "For something so powerful, you're really not that smart, you know," Harry said as he stood up and faced the remaining two spiders. They just clicked their fangs angrily at him but made no movement to attack him. Then, out of the cave, came a lot more angry clicking. "Me and my big mouth," Harry muttered and picked a cube of solid metal from one of his pockets the size of a fist. He threw it up into the air and yelled, "Deploy." The block transformed in mid-air, and in its place appeared a mag cannon which landed neatly on Harry's shoulder. He activated the weapon by pressing a button on its side, and a display flared to live that told him he had 25 bullets left in its clip. "All right, Luna. If it's a demonstration you want, a demonstration you will get," Harry growled, and he suddenly swung to the left, aiming the cannon into the cave, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang issued and the barrel shrunk into the weapon as the fire chamber could move to lessen the backfire, but Harry still had to take 2 steps backward. The bolt of pure energy raced down the cave and hit a wall somewhere in the back. Large clouds of dust stirred up and Harry was thrown backwards from the shockwave the explosion created in the small space. But, Unlike a spider that had been blown out of its cave by said wave, Harry didn't crash into the wall behind him. Instead, he landed on his feet on the wall and didn't wait to fall down but pushed off towards the two spiders that had summoned the others. With the mag in his right hand and his sword in his left, the onslaught began. Pulse guns flared. Fire filled the corridor every few seconds. Blasts created craters in the walls, floor and ceiling. Metal spider legs were scattered everywhere, as well as a head and the rest of the body some 20 meters further down the corridor. Harry pushed off from the ceiling straight at the spider's back, which he thought hadn't seen him coming, but suddenly the pulse guns on its back turned upwards and fired at him, but he deflected both of them with his sword and they slammed into the ceiling. He landed on the spider's back and prepared to fire the mag cannon at the now defenseless spider. Stop! Somebody yelled, but it was too late and Harry pulled the trigger. A loud click was heard in the now silent corridor, but nothing happened. Damn! Harry swore as he noticed the display of the mag showed a mocking 0. Harry James Potter. Luna screamed as she ran down the corridor while having to jump over the remains of 5 dismembered spiders. Don't you dare to hurt any more of them. Oh, I won't hurt them, Luna. I'll kill them, Harry said and pulled a lever on the side of the weapon and the clip stationed at the back of the gun fell out. Harry dug in his pocket and fished out a new one, which he inserted in one fluid movement. He tapped a button and a shell took its place in the firing chamber. Please don't. Luna begged suddenly, switching from anger to begging in less than a second and looking at him with puppy eyes. I hate you, Harry grumbled as he looked at her but gave in and he pressed another button on the weapon and it shrank back to a metal cube. All right then. Come on, Harry. We have work to do, Luna said once again in her dreamy voice. Why does a nutcase like this have to work on one of the most powerful weapons of all time? Harry thought. I heard that, Luna said as she walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Harry just sighed and decided to give up on figuring Luna out. It was hopeless. They passed a group of workers talking next to the gate. Clean up this mess and analyze the data of the battle. Find out where we can still make improvements, Luna ordered in her stern voice, and the men immediately scurried away and went to work. You're still improving them? Harry asked as he looked at the men retrieving the pieces of the spiders. Of course, Luna said in her dreamy voice again. But why? I mean, they almost got me with their surprise attack and them sneaking up on me. I hadn't expected either. I don't think there are a lot of wizards that would survive the initial attack, let alone the battle after that. Their battle strength far exceeds our expectations. Their initial attack was well thought out. They can manage that, but the battle itself is still chaotic. They need to work more together, and this time they were in the advantage. This is their territory. Cavernous spaces are their favorite battleground, and it's excellent for close-range combat, but out in the open I don't think they'll stand a chance against an organized attack. I know they won't be participating in frontline battle, but even as a defensive unit they need to be strong enough to repel an attack and still be capable of resisting a second and even a third, Luna said decisively. All right. So what's wrong with the OS this time? Harry asked. The aiming module is still inaccurate in close combat at high velocity. The engine still won't respond properly while using the armaments, and the tracking systems for enemy projectiles always gets confused when there are more than 3 targets, Luna said. And those are only the obvious problems. The subroutines are an entirely different matter. So far we have spotted 295 errors that repeat themselves from time to time and over 3,000 that pop up once and disappear. We believe it's these reoccurring ones that cause the random ones. We're trying to fix them, but it's a lot of work, and the TSF's torpedo submarine fighters are taking up a lot of time to finish them as soon as possible. I suppose we should get to work then. I have a lot to do today, but I'm curious about these new units. I've only driven them once in a simulation and I've never seen how they look. I have a prototype in the workshop. We should be able to test it tomorrow. Let's go have a look at it, Luna said and led the way while humming a song Harry didn't recognize. When they arrived and Harry saw it for the first time, he didn't know what to think about the thing. It was nothing like he had ever seen before. The thing looked like a drop of water turned on its side and much larger, of course. The hull was made of shiny steel and could be used as a mirror. On top of the machine there was an outcropping which had to be the cockpit. Several indentations had been made near the front in which the torpedo tubes were located and the pulse rifles. What do you think? Luna asked. The design is unique, I guess, Harry said slowly, but how do these things move forward? I don't see any propellers or propulsion jets. Well, we wanted this underwater fighter to be very small and agile, so we decided against conventional ways of propulsion since the engines take up too much space, so then we would have to make it bigger, so we decided to try something new. Luna said while Harry nodded, eager to hear what it was. We decided to experiment with gravitational fields. What? Harry asked. We have built a device that can manipulate gravity. Well, that explains why it's able to move vertically and sideways without pointing the nose in that direction. Exactly, Luna said happily. Shall we get back to the simulator? Harry nodded and he followed Luna out of the workshop. It was 3 hours later when he stood on the bridge of the Innis Ecliptica admiring the controls of the ship. At the moment the ship was still dependent on power from the outside since the core would be activated in the evening just before she would be launched. Harry walked over to a console at the right side of the bridge where the status of everything on the ship could be seen. He tapped a few commands on the keyboard and the energy usage levels popped up. In the center of the screen were numerous gauges displayed that showed the energy being used by the transportation drive, weapons, shields, engines and various other parts of the ship. On the left side of the screen was an overall power indicator. At the moment only a thin green line could be seen at the bottom of the indicator and the number next to it said the overall power usage was 0.1 of the maximum allowed usage. He walked towards the back of the bridge where the system operator's post was and sat down in one of the large comfy chairs. He made a few quick checks and the computer informed that all systems were ready to go. He called up a schematic of the ship and looked it over. So much had changed from the original blueprint. He saw the hangar in the bow where the weapon Luna was building would be stored between battles and the hatch on the deck and at the bottom of the ship from where the weapon could be released. At the back on the starboard side was the hangar for the TSFs and the hatches for launching them. These had been the most significant changes to the ship's structure and Harry was pleased that they had been able to integrate them into the ship. He entered a few commands and the screen showed the start procedure. All he had to do now was hit enter and the ship would come to live. He had finished his job here and was about to go down to the kitchens when he suddenly remembered he still had to make a call to observation. He walked over to the communications module and picked up the headset. He flicked a switch and the panel came to live. He pressed the auto dial button for the observation room. A few beeps and a female voice spoke up. Observation room, she said. Yes, this is Harry here. Of course, Mr. Potter, how may I help you? I just wanted to remind you to be on high alert tonight. Most of our fleet will be in the harbor and we don't want a surprise attack when we're all bunched up and sitting ducks. Yes, sir, she replied. We have all of our workers on duty. All of our men are taking double shifts today. All right, thank you, Harry said and shut the communications module back off. He wasn't in the mood to walk towards the kitchen, so he apparated to the entrance. He appeared in one of the corridors beneath the entrance hall in front of a statue of a familiar-looking house elf. You shall not harm Harry Potter, Harry said, and the giant Dobby statue disappeared and revealed a door that led to the kitchens. As soon as he entered, the live version of the statue stood before him. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said excitedly while hugging Harry's leg. How can I be of service to you? First of all, you could let my leg go, Harry said while snickering at the enthusiastic elf who looked a bit sheepish. And you could get me something to eat. His voice died away at the end of his sentence as a dozen house elf had piled enough food on the table in front of him to feed a herd of elephants for a month. When Harry finished his meal and the elves had cleaned the table, he called for Dobby. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby asked. How are the preparations coming along for the evening? Harry asked. Excellent, Harry Potter, sir. The tables are being prepared on the lawn. We have enough food for everyone and the surprise is finished, the exuberant elf said with pride. All right then, if everything is going as it's supposed to go down here, I will now leave you in charge, Dobby. I have some other things to take care of, Harry said and snickered when Dobby gave him a military salute. He headed trough the door that led back to the corridor and apparated to Hell's Bay. When he appeared on the docking island, he saw Neville standing. He was busy ordering men around to load up supplies into the ships still docked. As soon as Neville was done, he approached him. Hey Neville, how are the preparations coming along? Harry asked as he looked around at all the people transporting material with large lorries. We're a bit behind schedule. So far there are still 16 cruisers docked here and 4 are on their way, he said, and Harry saw a ship heading towards the tunnel that led to the number 4 elevator, the one nearest to Dragon's Beak. Expecting company? Harry asked as he saw a lorry driving onto the nearest ship loaded with crates of modified rifles. Hopefully not tonight, but with the Americans mobilizing you never know when we might be attacked, Neville said. Better be safe than sorry, Harry muttered, and Neville nodded. Anything you need me for? Harry asked, and Neville shook his head. No, we've got the situation under control. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to inspect the ship before it heads out, he said, and walked towards the ship and up the ramp that led to the cruiser's cargo bay. Harry sighed and went back to his quarters. He had been looking for something to do so that his mind would be away from the ceremony for an hour or so. He was anxious to finally get the ship in the water and to test her for real, not just in simulations. There was something about this ship that made him feel connected to it. He had felt it with the cruisers and the Missouri as well, but not as strong. After a long shower and a quick snack, he finally gave up on finding something to keep him occupied and paced his room for 3 hours, and then finally it was time. After quickly getting dressed, he apparated down towards the head table down on the lawn. Almost everyone of the Iron Circle was already there. Neville, Luna, Draco, Tom Maguire, Sarah Brown, Harry, and Amy, who was sitting next to Luna, and some other higher officers. Only Ginny and Dean weren't there. Dean wouldn't be joining them since he was patrolling around the island on the Missouri. Where's Ginny? Harry asked Luna, who was sitting next to him. I don't know, Luna said absent-mindedly. She said she had to do something before she came down. She should be here any minute now. People arrived by the hundreds, took their seats, and after a few minutes Ginny arrived as well and sat down on Harry's other side. It took another half hour before everyone was finally seated. One of the cruisers fired a shot into the air and the ball exploded high above the castle and bright fireworks erupted on the spot. Everyone quieted down immediately and looked expectantly at the head table. Harry stood up and addressed the crowd. Today, he began, we celebrate the beginning of a safer insomnia. Not from the Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, of course, since he was never a threat. Everyone laughed at that. But from the American Navy. I know you have all took a giant leap of faith when you joined me, and I have sworn to not let you down, and with this glorious new ship we will be able to defend our land more effectively and protect those for whom we care. A giant cheer answered his speech, and in the center of the lawn a brilliant light erupted. Everyone's eyes had to adapt to the light for a second, and a gigantic cake shaped like a ship became visible. Allow me to present to you, Harry yelled, the Innis Ecliptica. And behind the head table spotlights flared to life while a disillusionment charm was cancelled and the giant battleship was revealed. There were many sounds of amazement heard across the lawn. Harry clapped his hands and everyone quieted down. Dobby, he called, and the elf appeared next to the cake. You may begin the festivity. A sudden whistling sound caught Harry's attention, but he couldn't immediately recognize the sound until realization hit him. Duck, he yelled, and some of the people who knew Harry best immediately dived under the tables while everyone else looked confused. Moments later, the cake that had been standing in the middle of the lawn exploded with tremendous force, sending people sailing through the air. Moments later, several other explosions rocked the grounds. Harry immediately apparated everyone at the head table away and reappeared in the war room deep below the castle. Everyone okay? He demanded, and they all nodded an affirmative. Ginny, take Amy and head over to Hell's Bay. The rest of you get a hold of this situation, he ordered. He pressed a button on the table in front of him. Observation room. What the bloody hell is going on? We're sorry, sir. The festivities had distracted us and a few high-speed vessels managed to sneak up on us, a frightened and panicky voice replied. Calm down, Harry ordered in his commanding voice. Where's Dean? He's already on his way, sir. He says he's got the situation under control and is pursuing the attackers, she replied immediately and in a much more professional manner. Good, he said angrily and shut down the connection. Neville, get all the healers and healing potions you can get and go to the infirmary to threat the wounded. The rest of the Iron Circle was still standing around, shocked from the recent events. One of the monitors on the wall showed the mighty new battleship still lying on the shore. And somebody get that ship into the water and get all those cruisers out of the harbor. They're sitting ducks, and everyone scrambled to their stations. Meanwhile, it appeared although they were being pursued, the cruisers were still firing as it rained shells down on the lawn while people scrambled away. Sir? Someone from the back called. Yes, Harry snapped. The cruisers are all stuck in the harbor. When the first bomb hit, they all scrambled to get out of the harbor and they all bumped into one another. It's like a giant traffic jam. Harry just grumbled something nasty under his breath and told the man to get this sorted out as fast as possible. The communication signal went off. A screen indicated it came from the shipyard. Harry feared even more bad news and he hit the button rather viciously to open a line. Sir, apparently some of these bombs were magic distorters. The power to the ship is cut off and we can't get her started. We could use your help down here, he said while sirens blared in the background. Not now. Dean's got the situation under control and I'm needed here at the moment, Harry said. All right, sir. We'll do our best. Harry grunted and closed the channel. On board the Innis, Missouri. Fire! Dean yelled and turret number 1 fired its 3 destructive beams only for the targeted ship to avoid them narrowly, but a piece of the aft deck was beginning to show signs of damage. Why aren't they firing at us? The second in command asked. Because they can still hit Insomnia. It'll be out of range within a few minutes, but those aren't rookies piloting those boats. You see how good they can dodge our fire. Let's just hope those are the only ones attacking today. Dragon's Beak is a mess at the moment. Sir, the mainland is out of reach from the cruisers, the radar operator reported. Good. Dean muttered. Now that we've chased them away far enough. Engines to full speed, hard to starboard. Bring those ships on our port side. Keep them there and open fire with everything we've got. He ordered loudly and the humming of the engines increased as the ship made a sharp turn. The high-speed escort vessels, while their crew was more experienced, were no match for the mighty guns of the Missouri. One of the escorts, front turret, these only had 2, one front turret and one aft, exploded with the first barrage and a second escort's aft deck was blown to pieces. Shield status? Dean asked. 93 and holding, sir. Good. Meanwhile, on board the MFA command vessel MFAS Liberty 10 kilometers north of the Missouri. Sir, ships are almost in range, but the Morgana and the Savior are damaged and are being fired at. Shall we advance on them, sir? His second in command asked. No. The captain answered sharply. We won't break our formation. Let them come to us. Is everyone ready to open fire? Yes, sir. The communications officer answered. Tell everyone to aim for the stern. I've heard she's pretty fast, but if we manage to cripple her engines, we can take her out easily. Commander Abraham Skipper was the most famed naval war hero in American history. Having fought in both world wars, he was the most experienced sailor that ever existed according to most. While he was well over 113 years, his mind was still sharp and his strategies had never failed, up until this day. Sir, the radar operator reported. They've crossed the 10-kilometer line. Good. The captain grumbled and continued in a clear voice. All ships prepare to fire on my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. 28 ships opened fire. The horizon flashed yellow as all these guns fired at once. The first battle for Insomnia had started. Sirens blared on board the Missouri. Sir, we've got a large fleet straight ahead. They've just appeared within radar range. What? Dean roared. How many? 28 vessels confirmed, sir. Hard to port. Decrease speed 25%. Begin evasive maneuvers after we've turned 60 degrees. The ship had just started to turn when over 100 shells hit the shields at the same time and it failed, causing over 50 shells to penetrate it and slam into the ship or into the water, which splashed up all around them. Luckily, most of the shells that were supposed to impact on the ship had been held back by the shield, but the stern was still struck hard. The crew on the bridge was thrown around from the rocking of the ship. After picking themselves up from the ground, everyone quickly returned to their posts. Status report. Dean snarled, furious. Starboard engine is offline, sir. Number 3 turret is disabled. Decks 4 and 5 below the aft deck are on fire and a large leak has been reported near the bow. Shields are slowly recharging. Ask the engine room if we can demand 120% from the portside engine. Extinguish those fires and get maintenance to seal that hole, he ordered and looked at the holographic display of the ship. Dawn, they got us good and we fell right into their trap, Dean said angrily to himself. they're more powerful than we thought. Turn us around and head back to Insania. We need to gain some time in order for the fleet to come to our aid. Sir, the communications officer said, you can ask for 120% but not a minute longer than 15 minutes. Do it, Dean ordered. Continue with evasive maneuvers and return fire when possible. Is the transportation drive still operational? It is, but it could be unstable and charging it while we're under attack could be dangerous. Meanwhile, the MFA was in pursuit. After firing the first shot, they had immediately started to advance on the now partially crippled ship. Although they didn't have any real fast ships, they could easily outrun the Missouri at the moment. Dragon's Keep War Room. Sir, we've just received a message from Commander Dean. They're under heavy fire and are retreating, requesting assistance ASAP. Radar says the entire American fleet is on their tail. Harry growled and slammed his fist onto the table. How are the cruisers doing and what about the Ecliptica? He demanded. The first cruisers are out, but it will take them 15 minutes to reach them, and the Ecliptica's external power has just been reactivated, but it is still unstable. It should be ready within 30 minutes. Too long, Harry stated. I'm going, he said and disappeared. He reappeared right onto the bridge of the Ecliptica. Nobody was on it at the moment since everyone was trying to get it to work. He ran towards the operator's post and hit enter, and the screen began to change. Error 147. External power failure. Harry growled in frustration and called on his magic. He felt it rising inside of him and let it run through the ship while his eyes glowed a brilliant green and energy crackled around his palms. The ship's core felt the demand from its creator and flared to life, letting its energy flow through the ship's systems. And then was the first time Harry truly felt the connection with the ship. He could feel every single element of the ship like it was part of him, like he was the ship, and then he understood. The ship was a part of him. It had been built with metal his magic had helped create. The power flowing through the systems was his own power. This was the first ship of which every component had at some point or another come into contact with his magic. The computer screen changed again and showed the status of the most important parts of the ship and the condition it is in. Primary power. ONLINE, green. Core stability. 100% green. Weapon systems. ONLINE, green. Shields. ONLINE, green. Engine 1. ONLINE, green. Engine 2. ONLINE, green. Engine 3. ONLINE, green. Engine 4. ONLINE, green. Backup engines 1, 2, 3. Offline, green. Steering systems. ONLINE, green. Hull integrity. 100% green. Fighter bays. Capacity. 0% empty. SECUNDARY power. Offline, green. Power CILINDERS. ONLINE, green. Bridge shield. Offline, green. Main armaments. ONLINE, green. Secondary armaments. ONLINE, green. Transportation drive. ONLINE, green. Subsystems. ONLINE, green. Harry quickly scanned the screen and nodded satisfied. He could hear the rhythmic humming of the ship coming to live. The energy gauges on the control screen all rose rapidly and a window popped up. All systems check. Ready for launch. Harry ran towards the communications module and activated the intercom on the entire ship. Everybody get of this ship. This vessel will now enter combat against the MFA and will be piloted by me alone. You have 2 minutes to get off. With that done, he paced the room thinking about what was going on out on the sea. If Dean lost, they would start to open fire on Insania again, and the strange link with this ship. When he decided to send everyone of the ship, he had been taking a risk and he hoped this was going to work. He stood in the center of the bridge and concentrated on the flows of energy running through the ship. He could feel every part of the ship like it was an extension of his body. Then he focused on the second turret and on turning it left, and it did. Harry was amazed. He could become part of the ship. Dean held himself steady as another barrage hit their ship, and he looked at the holographic table. They're surrounding us and the shields aren't holding up. We'll lose if this keeps up. We need to gain time, he thought as he saw the circle of red dots slowly closing in on him. Hard to starboard, he ordered. Aim at the heavy cruiser left of the command vessel with all cannons. Make sure you don't miss. The ship made a sharp turn suddenly and dozens of water geysers erupted next to it. The guns fired simultaneously and this time they all hit the ship in question. Fireballs erupted from the ship as the two front turrets exploded and the bridge was wiped from existence. The ship in question had been about to make a sharp turn to starboard, but since the command didn't have the chance to be radioed to the ship on its right, which was about to make a turn to portside, they ended up turning at the same time and bumped into each other rather viciously, with one ship ramming its bow into the other's flank. The ship that had been sailing behind these two, which happened to be the partially crippled ship Morgana, couldn't evade or stop in time and rammed the stern of the first ship. These two collisions into the first one helped the fire to spread to the storage bunker for the shells used in the cannons, and a massive explosion ensued, creating a hole large enough for the first ship to begin sinking rapidly. The other two ships were still floating, but the crew was struggling to repair just enough damage to keep them afloat. Neither of these two was about to enter the fight anytime soon again. Two heavy cruisers were out and one escort vessel. Dean smiled victoriously as he saw the gaping hole created in the Americans' forces. "Sir, starboard engine back online. The portside engine is nearing the time limit." "Yes," Dean yelled. Things were finally going his way for the moment. "Decrease portside engine to 80. Starboard engine to 80 as well. We don't want it to blow up right away. Continue to fire on every ship that tries to block that hole. Fire weapons when they're at 50%. It takes too long for them to charge completely. Deploy countermeasures," he ordered. "But sir," his second in command said, "the system for operating the countermeasures isn't functioning yet." "I don't care," Dean said. "Use manual aiming. They won't hit much, but it's better than just letting them sit there." Two massive Gatling gun turrets emerged from the front deck. The shipyard had found time to place two on the Missouri but hadn't found the time to place the drive system. For the moment, use them to shoot down incoming fire. "When we're close enough, try and hit the bridge of any ship that tries to approach us," Dean ordered, and two people took a seat at the controls of the turrets. "Sir, we've just got a message from Commander Potter. He says the Ecliptica is online and ready to depart in 1 minute and 45 seconds. "Good. Let's show those bastards what we're made of." The ship was now heading straight towards the breach in the American assault line while shells rained down on the deck and in the water. The countermeasures did help, but not much. Dean knew they wouldn't make it like this and he hoped Harry would arrive soon. On board MFAS Liberty, the captain was furious. Not only had they successfully crippled two ships and damaged another enough so that it would go down without doubt with one successive hit, a very good successive hit at that, but it looked like they were going to escape too if they didn't do anything soon. As one of the large battleships, named the Guardian since it always stayed close to their flagship the Liberty protecting it, the front turrets of the Missouri erupted once more and took out the second front turret of the ship, and it exploded rather violently. While this didn't cripple the ship, it would probably be unable to hold the position without being sunk, so another took its place. "Order the Morgan, the Dara and the Laureus to take up positions and take out that aft turret," he ordered, and the order was immediately sent to the three light cruisers. "Order every other ship that is still unharmed to aim at the front turrets. Tell the rest to stay back a bit. We don't want to attract their attention to an already more vulnerable ship," he said, and the guns of his ship roared once more while the Guardian's second aft turret exploded as well, and the destroyer, another battleship but with heavier guns and armor but a slower ship, took its position. The captain saw one of the heavy cruisers trying to get near the Missouri and blast its bridge to pieces, only for the ship's own bridge coming under assault by the Gatling turrets, and the ship had to retreat. "Tell the sneak, the Black Mage and the Spy to enter the battlefield and to sink that blasted vessel. It's impossible to board it. I can tell right now those guys won't give up their ship without a fight to the death," the captain said, a little remorseful for having to sink the Missouri instead of capturing it, and the order was given to the submarines waiting a few hundred yards behind the Liberty just beneath the water, invisible to the matter of Insania's forces. Dean was cursing again. Those battleships were tougher than he thought and they were having trouble getting them out of the way. He was thrown onto the holographic table as a large explosion rocked the ship and then thrown back off as another rocked it right after the first. "What happened?" he demanded. "Did the engine blow up?" "No sir, but the aft turret has been blown to pieces and turret number 2 only has one cannon still functioning properly. Maintenance is on it." "Damn, damn, damn. Where the hell is Harry?" Harry heard the signal that the transportation drive was fully loaded and ready to go. The ship lifted up from the iron supports that had held it up during its construction and disappeared away from Dragon's Beak. It reappeared right in the middle of the battlefield with the Missouri behind it and still surrounded by the American vessels. He immediately gave the command to the ship to lower the bridge and slowly the structure's supports sank down into the ship. He aimed all turrets at a different target and opened fire, crippling the destroyer and 3 light cruisers. The captain banged his fist on his arm rest aboard the Liberty. Where the hell did that ship come from? Everyone opened fire on the new vessel except the Sneak, Black Mage and Spy. They will continue with their task of sinking the Missouri. Dean sighed in relief when he saw the Ecliptica appear on the radar screen and all turrets of the enemy ships aim at the intruder. Good. Now let's get out of here and back to safety. Don't fire the guns unless we're being attacked. We will retreat for now, he said dejectedly. Shouldn't we support the Ecliptica, sir? His second-in-command asked. Did you take a look in what kind of state this ship is? We've got a leak in the bow. Dozens of fires throughout the ship and we only have 4 cannons that are still working without the risk of blowing up in our own faces. The shields are only functioning from time to time. What do you suppose we do? And besides, Harry can handle himself and that ship is much more powerful than this one, Dean yelled hot-headed. I guess you're right, sir, he said, and he too let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, barrage after barrage of shells was sent towards the Ecliptica, but its countermeasures stopped a fair amount and the shields were holding strong. Harry concentrated on the communications console and sent a written message to the cruisers telling them to stay out of range from the MFA but to be ready should they be needed. Harry systematically started taking out one ship after another, first destroying their turrets and their engines afterwards. So far he had succeeded to take out another 2 ships, but the reload time for his guns was still 2 minutes. He had to do a lot of maneuvers, but nothing the powerful engines of the Ecliptica couldn't handle. MFAS Liberty. Sir, the second-in-command said in a slightly panicky voice, we've got to do something, we're being beaten by that ship. I know, the captain snapped. Tell the subs to sneak up on the bastard and take out its engines. He thought about something for a second and then decided it would be for the best. Contact the Apocalypse and tell it to advance on that ship at full speed as soon as it's crippled. Order all able vessels to distract that ship so that it aims its guns the other way and that the Apocalypse has the chance to strike, he ordered, but nobody moved a muscle. But sir, someone said, should we really resort to use IT? It was decided that we shouldn't use IT until there was no other option left. I know that, he yelled, but right now I don't see another option. We've been underestimating our enemy because we thought we were superior to everyone else. We're lucky the rest of their fleet didn't show up, or else we would have been in real trouble by now. Everybody nodded, accepting that explanation, and the orders were given to everyone. Beneath the surface of the ocean on board the MFAS Black Mage. We've got a lock, sir, the weapons control officer said as he locked the torpedoes onto the propeller sound of the Missouri. Very well, the captain said. Open all torpedo doors and contact the Spy and Sneak to do the same. Tell them we will fire 6 torpedoes each with half-second intervals, as first, then the Sneak and then the Spy. It's most likely that the first 12 torpedoes will bring down the shield and the others will make it trough. That's what I hope, at least. Harry was glad that he was beating back the MFA without bringing in the fleet. He wanted to keep the casualty rate as low as possible, on both sides, but here and there he did shoot to kill. They did attack unarmed people, even women and children, while they had been feasting. But still, he didn't want to sink to their level, kill without mercy. But he was also growing a little frustrated. There were a lot of ships and so far he had only taken out 8 ships. And now some ships that had been in the back to make emergency repairs were coming back to fight. So far only 1 ship had been sunk. The one Seamus had blown the bridge off. The one that had rammed into its side had participated in battle after sealing the leaks, but Harry had crippled it again immediately while the Morgana had retreated, the damage too extensive to continue fighting. Then he suddenly felt explosions at the back of the ship and he felt the shield that protected the propellers and engines crumble. Unlike the Missouri, which used a single shield for the entire ship, the Ecliptica used various sections of shields for protecting the different parts of the ship. Moments later, another series of explosions rocked the ship violently and sirens went off. Harry ran towards the operator's post and checked the status of the ship. Primary power. ONLINE, green. Core stability. 100% green. Weapon systems. ONLINE, green. Shields. ONLINE, yellow. Engine 1. Offline, yellow. Engine 2. Offline, red. Engine 3. Offline, yellow. Engine 4. Offline, green. Backup engines 1, 2, 3. Offline, green. Steering systems. ONLINE, yellow. Hull integrity. 95% green. Fighter bays. Capacity. 0% empty. SECUNDARY power. Standing by green. Power CILINDERS. ONLINE, green. Bridge shield. ONLINE, green. Main armaments. ONLINE, green. SECUNDARY armaments. ONLINE, green. Transportation drive. ONLINE, yellow. Subsystems. ONLINE, green. Harry knew that the status yellow for the shields meant that the aft one was down and the status for the steering systems meant the rudder was probably damaged. As for the status of the transportation drive, that meant it was still functioning but a bit unstable and there was a high risk involved with a charged cylinder and a raging battle, but he didn't know why all main engines were offline while only one was damaged too badly to be used and why the backup engines didn't start up. He touched engine 1 on the screen and another screen appeared. Engine 1. Status. Offline, yellow. Engine jammed. Cuz. Propeller damaged. Shaft damaged. Shit. Harry cursed and figured that the second propeller was probably hit too and that was the reason why the engines didn't work. He was dead in the water now but a long time from beaten. The Americans were firing in bursts now, all of them at the same time. This way the countermeasures couldn't get them all and the shield protecting the entire upper side of the ship was slowly failing, but the individual shields for the turrets and bridge weren't even hit by a single shell until now. Harry focused again and began crippling ships with a new vigor. In all the commotion and him being angry, he didn't notice that they were all attracting his attention at one side of the battlefield. Harry thought they were making it easier for him, but he did have trouble taking out the light cruisers and high-speed escort vessels since they were very maneuverable. Because he was focusing on taking out the ships which had all gathered on the starboard side as fast as he could, he didn't notice the vessel behind him approaching at high speed. "What is that ship doing here?" Dean's second in command asked as they regarded the ship speeding by. Dean took a look at it and seemed to be pondering about something. He walked outside and hung over the railing looking to where the ship was headed, and then he realized what the ship was. He ran back inside and began shouting orders. "Hard to starboard. Turn 180 degrees and aim all guns towards that ship. Contact Harry that there is a kamikaze heading his way," Dean shouted. "A kamikaze, sir?" his second asked. "Think about it." Dean growled. Why would a high-speed vessel with light armor race into the midst of a battlefield without any armaments while their side is losing unless it's a secret weapon, a last resort? "Sir, the fire has caused the circuits of the guns to burn out. We can't fire at the moment and communications are offline as well. We can't reach him," someone said. "Damn," Dean swore. "We've got to help him if that ship is loaded to the brim with explosives even the Ecliptica's shields won't hold. Full speed ahead. Give 120 from both engines. I don't care if they're permanently damaged afterwards or even blow up. Just get that ship," he roared, and everyone went back to work. "Try and get those guns working again. Maybe we can get them working in time." "And if not?" his second asked. Dean looked at him in a strange kind of way. "But sir," he started to protest. "No buts. We can't let that ship go down. Let's just hope Harry sees it or we can get those guns working. If not, then so be it." The engines roared harder than they had ever done, and slowly the Missouri started to catch up with the Apocalypse. The chase continued for 5 minutes with the Missouri slowly coming closer, and still Harry hadn't noticed them, but by now the number MFA ships still fighting was diminishing and was down to 6. Harry suddenly noticed the radar showed 2 dots rapidly approaching him, one red and one black. What the hell? He thought and started to turn around turret number 3, but he realized it would probably be too slow to fire in time and it wasn't charged up yet, the ship was too close. "Damn, he's not going to make it in time," Dean said. The Apocalypse, having seen the Missouri pursuing them, suddenly started making a left turn. Dean saw this and gave his command. turned shortly to portside sharply and then immediately turned hard to starboard. The Apocalypse, seeing the Missouri turn portside, thought they had succeeded in misguiding the Missouri and turned right sharply, but Dean had interpreted their actions correctly and they had misjudged the Missouri's maneuverability. When the rudder of the Apocalypse had been turned hard to starboard, it was too late as they realized their mistake and the steel bow of the Missouri rammed the other ship's flank. The terrible sound of metal scraping metal was heard throughout both ships as the Missouri's bow slowly delved its way into the other ship's hull. The giant sparks created by the scraping were more than enough to ignite the explosives on board the Apocalypse, but luckily they didn't, and Dean fell to his knees and thanked Merlin. Then an explosion rocked the vessel as the overheated starboard engine of the Missouri finally had enough and let it know. Dean's face of relief and happiness for stopping the doomsday vessel turned to horror as he sat there on his knees, hands above his head and aimed at the sky in an act to praise Merlin as a massive fireball engulfed him and everything else around him and the Apocalypse exploded. Harry saw the blinding orange flash as the two ships exploded not 300 meters away from him. He never even heard the explosion as the windows of the bridge exploded from the air displacement. The only thing he heard was a whoosh and then he felt his head hit something hard. The Ecliptica was swept up by a massive tidal wave created by the explosion and carried away from the scene. The Americans had retreated a fair distance away from the Ecliptica by the time the Apocalypse had gotten close to the enemy vessel and saw the giant battleship being swept away riding the top of the wave, and as the wave began to crash they saw the Ecliptica slowly tipping over until it was upside down and swallowed by the sea. By the time the wave had come near their ship it was only 12 meters high anymore instead of the 100 in the beginning, and their ships just went up a bit and back down. When the wave had passed the cheering began. They had defeated the enemy's forces. They would have to retreat for now and make repairs because Insania's cruisers were still too numerous to defeat with so many damaged and crippled vessels, but their main forces had been taken out. First they would dose the fire on all the ships, make the absolutely necessary repairs and seal the holes, and then they would celebrate. Within a week they would have enough forces to annihilate Insania's forces. Commander Abraham gave a salute for the brave men who had died today and quickly informed his bosses in America, and they reported it to England where Cornelius Fudge, where the esteemed minister immediately gave everyone the rest of the day off. Observation room, Dragon's Keep. Commander Longbottom, a woman said, trough her headset. Yes, Neville said anxiously. We've lost contact with both the Missouri and the Ecliptica. They've disappeared from radar and we picked up a gigantic magical energy anomaly seconds before they disappeared. What? He yelled, and everyone in the war room looked at him in anticipation of what had happened. Are you sure? And she gave an affirmative. Well, Draco sneered. What happened? I think Harry lost. Neville said, unsure. What? They all yelled and several of them fainted. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.